or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you got to let me know, should I stay or should I go? It's always tease, tease, tease. You're happy when I'm on my knees. One day it's fine and next it's black. So if you want me off your back, well come on and let me know, should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go there will be trouble, and if I stay it will be double. So come on and let me know. This indecision's bugging me. If you don't want me, set me free. Exactly whom I'm supposed to be. Don't you know which clothes even fit me? Come on and let me know, should I cool it or should I blow? Split.
Good morning. Yes, yes, that's good. 1 minute and then Deepak, you'll continue. Yeah, sure. Well, as a director, everybody. All right, good morning and right timing. I want to start those who will continue to trickle in, which is fine, and myself, Dr. Bhatt and Dr. Keeney, welcome all of you for this top 10 clinical cardiology topics. So majority of clinical, as you know, there's some interventional dispersed in, which we had to be with our specialty. But as you can see by the agenda, top level of speakers from Sinai, nationally and internationally, have been invited to give you the latest update. So I'm sure you'll enjoy it and will be updated with your what is latest in the field, in the respective field. With that, again, welcome you and thank you for being here. And just to say, in the end, at 3:30, after my talk, as you know, those who will be staying, there will be a raffle draw for the iPad. So let's see who has that much strength to carry. But this is still like we try to truncate the whole lectures. We know the overall, the attention period, that 7-8 hours, more than 7 hours, 8 hours is a little difficult. But I'm sure you'll not be bored at all. Rather, will be very creative and ask the questions. And there will be some system. They probably will say either write on the papers or speak, or by the text we'll find out exactly how you can ask the questions. Because when the panel, the biggest over the years, when we started this about 12 or 13 years ago, it was that group discussion of the experts and the moderator, and more important, involvement of the audience to get their answer to their question in that field. So that has been a very positive feedback, and we want to make sure that continues. No inhibition, no hesitation. Whatever you need to know, from the expert, you'll hear it firsthand. With that, thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I would say it's a warm day in New York City. It was a nice day yesterday, warm today also. I would say enjoy today's lecture, get all the updates, and later on enjoy New York also. Welcome.
Deepa.
Thank you all for coming here for the live audience. Also, we've got a bunch of people we're live streaming this to as well. By the way, if any of those folks or any of our fellows or residents, there might have been a little snafu where you were told you had to pay to register. In fact, you don't. Just show up here and come through. If they try to stop you, just say, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Kinney, and I said you are here for free, so sorry about that glitch to those of you that might be on the live stream and not here. But as you just heard from Dr. Sharma and Dr. Kinney, we've really got a lineup of the world's best faculty, both internal and external, that will be speaking today. It's a series of talks, but we built in time for panel discussions and Q&A from the audience, so hopefully it'll be interactive for those of you that have any questions, and a useful and educational experience. So let's go ahead and get started to keep things on time. A few housekeeping things to go through here. This is accredited by the Icahn School of Medicine for CME credit. In terms of getting CME credit, here's the website that you can visit, and you can sign in using whatever email that you use to register. So for those of you that want or need CME, please go ahead to that website there. We'd like to acknowledge educational grants unrestricted from the following folks: Boston Scientific, Medtronic, Shockwave Medical, and Teleflex, and also a number of exhibitors is listed here: Abbott, Abiomed, Amgen, AstraZeneca, BI, Boston Scientific, Cordis, HeartFlow, Johnson & Johnson, Innovative Medicine, Medtronic, Novartis, Philips, Shockwave Medical, Teleflex, and Terumo Medical. Thank you for supporting this CME educational activity. The disclosures are listed here and are available online as well, and each speaker, when they speak, if they've got any relevant disclosures, will disclose them to all of you. But as you can see, it's an all-star lineup here of different faculty. Once more, here is the website to go to for those of you that are interested in CME credit. And with that, I think we're ready to get started with the first speaker. If you can cue up Dr. Rich's slides, who will speak about the adoption of AI in clinical practice. Dr. Rich who's here in the front row, is well known to all of you who are internal to Mount Sinai. He was appointed as the Chief Clinical Officer of Mount Sinai Health in 2024, just recently, to really head up the clinical efforts of the entire health system. In that role, he's responsible for ensuring the safety, the efficiency, the overall integrity of Mount Sinai Health System in the clinical care. He's been, since 2013, the president of the Mount Sinai Hospital, Mount Sinai, Queens, leading us through the COVID pandemic. And he's also the Horace W. Goldsmith Professor of Anesthesiology. He's a cardiovascular anesthesiologist in particular. He's a professor of artificial intelligence and human health as well, leading our system-wide efforts in AI. And as you may have seen in Newsweek, we're one of the top smart hospitals in the world, in large part to all those AI accomplishments. And he's also a professor of pathology, molecular, and cell-based medicine. Prior to that, he was the chair of anesthesiology from 2004 to 2014, and even the president of the medical board in 2011, 2012. So it's really a privilege to have him come open off this symposium. Dr. Rich. And if we can just cue up his slides here.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhatt. Also, congratulations, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Kidney, on this excellent Congress. I've had the privilege of being here several times. This talk I put together, and I also want to acknowledge a colleague I've been working with for close to 10 years now, Robbie Freeman, a nurse by training who is our VP of Clinical Innovation and the Chief Nursing Informatics Officer. No disclosures here. So I'm not going to be talking about AI specific to cardiology today, but I want to talk about it at a general level because I want you to think about it. And if you remember only one thing, just remember the word workflow. This is all about how we change our workflows, improve care for our patients, improve operations for ourselves and our teams. And we might say there are three major areas: research AI, clinical and operational, teaching and learning. But today we're going to focus just on the clinical, just briefly. Now, Mount Sinai got into this a little bit on the early side. It was so early that we didn't call it AI back then. We called it big data. So we had our little big data group, and we would meet on a regular basis. And I'm just going to go over about 3 of the applications as an example of how we build AI into workflows. Doing this initially on inpatient, but I want you to be thinking about how it applies in your practices as well. So we'll start with a clinical deterioration algorithm. Now, you probably have heard of the medical early warning system, MUSE. You may have heard of other techniques for determining if people in a hospital are likely to have clinical deterioration and potentially need to be escalated to an ICU level of care. And actually, we published this article only this year. It was actually work that was done immediately prior to the pandemic. We'd hoped to enroll up to 6,000 patients, but in March 2020, it got a little crazy around here, so we had to stop enrollment. But still, with 2,800 patients, we were able to look carefully at what happened when we used an AI algorithm to activate our rapid response team and our nursing teams. And to just bring this to a very rapid conclusion and jump right to the results in a short talk, what you can see here is that we saw that as we activated clinical teams on 2 units, one primarily medical, one primarily surgical, and compared it to 2 additional units, one primarily medical, one primarily surgical, where we generated alerts but did not send them. In the units where we activated the alerts, lower level alerts got the nurses to increase vital sign monitoring to once an hour for about 4 hours. Higher level alerts activated the rapid response team. Over the course of an average 5-day length of stay, actually about 92% of patients on the active units had some level of activation. Remember, people who are left in hospitals are really sick these days. All of your easy stuff moved to the ambulatory platform a long time ago. But the most important thing to draw your attention to is section B here when we look at the secondary outcome in hospital of 30-day mortality. And you can see a point estimate of 24% reduction in mortality. Now, you might say, okay, great, you published an article, fist bump, let's get out of here and celebrate. But we actually have this now in live clinical practice, and it's fascinating to see how things are different in the actual workflow than they were in the research context. I would say that with the current workflow, what we see for our inpatients, many of them cardiology inpatients, that about 25% of the time we activate the rapid response team. They leave the intensive care unit now every day with a list of 15 patients to evaluate in our step-down units. 25% of the time, they do nothing. They say, okay, things look okay. About 25% of the time, they bring a patient to an ICU or write orders for rapid implementation of corrective therapies. About 25% of the time, they make recommendations. And interestingly, about 25% of the time, they have the first serious illness conversation with the patient, leading to a goals of care conversation and often to more of a hospice or palliative care approach. And as you know, in cardiology, that is one of the things that we're all working on, is what the role of hospice and palliative care should be and how we can move that upstream. Next, I'm going to mention malnutrition. Most cardiologists are not so focused on malnutrition, but I want to give it to you as an example of a workflow integration that really made sense for us. The thing that didn't work for Epic when they tried to do a sepsis prediction algorithm was they developed the algorithm on a cohort of patients in the Midwest, probably mostly white, mostly middle class. And then we tried to run it in the background to see if it would work here in Mount Sinai Hospital, which is on the border of the very wealthy Upper East Side and the very not wealthy East Harlem. And it didn't work at all. And so one of the things that's very important when you're building things into the workflow is, does it work at a local level? There's that aphorism, all politics is local. Well, maybe I'll make the extension, all AI is local too. So one of the things that was important with these receiver-operator characteristic curves, which I assume this audience has some familiarity, but the point is they were accurate to a level that made sense to implement clinically in the workflow in the 6 hospitals where we have Epic implemented in the health system. And by building malnutrition detection into the workflow of the dietitians, their order of the work list that they see in Epic every day when they come to work is altered by AI, such that the patients who are most likely to have severe protein-calorie malnutrition, which is really common, as you can see here, in hospitalized patients, we were able to triple the rate of diagnosis of that condition and to treat it. And interestingly, it also has another effect for a hospital. It's a major comorbid condition, so you get paid more. And it also helps in adjusting your risk-adjusted observed to expected length of stay and mortality, because you're appropriately assigning the right level of risk to a patient. Next, I'm going to mention delirium. Not something you think about so much, perhaps, in cardiology clinical practice, but oh my goodness, it's important, and I wanted to raise this one because of the fact that you have to constantly be bringing new tools into AI predictions. As you are doing this, as you're buying products, you have to think a little bit more carefully than you're just buying a product like a new catheter. You have to look under the hood a little bit here. And what we did was our previous CEO was a psychiatrist, and he was fascinated and scared by how the levels of delirium in hospitalized patients increased length of stay and were associated with worse outcomes. And so we put together a delirium team, and we tried to come up with a predictive algorithm internally to send them to the right patients, just as I explained in the malnutrition approach and in the clinical deterioration approach. But it didn't work so well. And the fact was, the structured data, laboratories, demographics, these classic things that we look at in an electronic record that are numeric or easily classified, didn't work very well at all. And what we had to do was to bring in natural language processing. And this is not addressing other issues like how we manage imaging data, how large language models are going to integrate. But the point is, new tools come about. No one even talked about large language models until 2 years ago. No one talked about natural language processing until 5, 6 years ago. The new tools actually help. And so To find out if someone has delirium or is about to develop delirium, the information was not in the structured data, the information was in the clinical notes. And so when, I guess that slide got hidden, but I'll just tell you the punchline of the story is that we went from a receiver operator characteristic curve area of about 0.75, 0.78, which is barely sort of respectable, to 0.94, which is scary predictive, so much so we worried that we were overfitting the model until we actually looked at it. But the point is, there are data in different places. You will have data in your practice in images that are captured in the cath lab. You'll have data in clinical notes. You'll have data, if you work with them, in your patient's health apps. And so the data that come to you come from different directions, and creating good, valid, reliable AI predictive analytics that you build into your work streams requires you to think about those tools. Now I want to come close to the end here and talk about the danger. This is a study that was done by radiologists. Remember, radiologists are really, really threatened by AI. They feel like, oh my goodness, we're going to be replaced. And no, we don't replace people, but we can elevate them to a higher level. We can change their workflows. We can make them more efficient. But the knowledge and the direction of how we move in diagnostic imaging and interventional imaging is not going away. But radiologists were sort of threatened. So they did this study, which I thought was fascinating. In stage 1, they had 10 mammograms in random order with the correct diagnosis given by an AI algorithm to predict in these mammograms what the stage of the diagnostic category is as it relates to the likelihood of having breast cancer. And that's the sort of top of this slide. You see the 10 mammograms and everything was correct. In stage 2, they had 40 mammograms in random order. 12 out of the 40 had an incorrect diagnosis inserted on purpose. And what you saw when we looked at these 50 mammograms on this next slide was that when the right diagnosis was suggested on these left 3 slides here, you see in red and blue and gray that whether it was an inexperienced cohort, meaning residents, a moderately experienced cohort, meaning new attendings, and very experienced cohort, meaning people who look like me, then you see that they all did very well. But once you inserted the errors, and some people like the term hallucinations when you're talking in large language models, the trainees were really, really in trouble because you made the wrong diagnosis and you led them in the wrong direction. And you can see even in the most experienced, the likelihood of correct diagnosis was pulled down to 50%. So this means that we have an obligation as physicians to assure with mechanisms, whether that's, you know what it's like to overread an echo exam. This is something you do as a quality metric. An AI tool is like any other tool. You have to take that old expression we talked about in the Cold War, trust but verify. You must look at things very carefully, and you must maintain that level of skepticism that is important for us as physicians who care passionately about patient outcomes and care to do the right thing. So that's the cautionary tale, that just because you buy it, just because the company is doing well in the stock market, their promotional materials look great, they're very slick, they got it implemented in no time, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to give you the right answer. It's on us, the clinicians, to make sure that we do the right thing. So let me talk about lessons learned from what we've done clinically, initially in inpatients at Mount Sinai Hospital, spreading throughout our health system, and now approaching things that work not just in back office operations like finance, which is already happening in your organizations as well, but thinking about how it moves into the ambulatory environment. So the key thing, bring the right team to the right patient at the right time. When you start using AI to make diagnoses, you have to be careful. Once again, it's about bringing that right team and helping them. So the AI doesn't make the diagnosis in the implementations that we've put into place. It identifies those who are most likely to have that diagnosis, and then the clinical team does the right thing. Don't think of it as artificial intelligence. make that mental leap and create in your own minds the concept of augmented intelligence that helps our staff achieve higher patient safety, quality, better experience, better healthcare economics. But once again, we are responsible. We bring a tool into practice. That workflow is our responsibility. And remember, the electronic health record may not be the entity or the platform that does the actual AI. In fact, in the case of Epic, they are getting there, but they're not getting there particularly quickly. So there are other tools that are available on the market, other tools that we can develop internally, but the electronic health record is the platform. You can't expect people to work in 5 or 6 different systems, so it's very important to think about how we integrate, how we communicate, and the electronic health record has become that platform for essentially all of us. So where are we going? Conversational AI, the omni-channel experience, it is really going to revolutionize something very important for us. I don't know about your organization, but if I were a betting person, I'd say that your patients have trouble with access. They have trouble finding that appointment for radiology, to getting the stress test scheduled, making that follow-up appointment with the cardiologist, getting the approval of their medication for their cardiovascular risk modification. It's a mess out there. And even people who are very connected into the health system struggle. And so that is the promise and something that we're taking on very seriously in terms of our health system's approach to the future. In terms of risks and potential solutions, just remember, we have to also be concerned about bias. If we train our data on biased data sets where wealthier people have better access to healthcare and they're predestined to have better outcomes, we're not going to have very good predictive algorithms. So always, again, be skeptical, test it, make sure that every segment of the population you care for is getting an accurate and appropriate prediction. And if you don't get the workflow right, why is my partner in this the chief nursing informatics officer? It's because it's very easy for people to be threatened. And we can overcome that by making people who are on the front lines part of the conversation and part of the solution. And I think, that's where we ended up with a governance structure. This is what we have to be as the physicians. We have to be at the top of a governance structure where, whether it's research, whether it's teaching, whether it's clinical and operational, we have to have a full inventory of everything that's in our systems, and we have to have structures to make sure there is high quality and equitable application and accuracy that actually makes the lives of our patients and our staff better. So I want to end with the concept of multimodality. And this is the idea that right now we largely function off electronic health record data. We're moving more into imaging data, especially in radiology. But integrating the omics, the imaging, the electronic health record, that's the future. And it is on us, again, as leading clinicians, to be at the center of this conversation, be part of this, join organizations like the Consortium for Healthcare AI, CHAI, join organizations like TRAIN that's put together by Microsoft to focus on the operations of this, and be an advocate with your local governments that don't regulate us out of existence with AI before we actually exist. It's an obligation for us to be part of this discussion. We cannot put our heads in the sand. We have to be there and be the leaders. Thank you so much for letting me give this introductory talk. Sure. Questions? Yeah.
Really terrific talk, and congratulations on everything you're doing throughout the health system with respect to AI and all the other initiatives. We've got time for questions. I've got a question, but first I want to defer to the audience. Anyone from the audience have any questions? I'm curious if you could raise your hands at the hospital you're in. Are you at all involved with AI in any way, clinically or in research? Yeah, I know Professor Steg is. Anyone else?
I see two.
Oh, good. Dr. Blankstein from the Brigham. But other than those, anyone else involved with AI, including the people that work here? Are you actually hands-on involved in any way? Is it touching your life? You knew you had to raise your hand. Dr. Rich, Dr. Moreno is just raising his hand. All right, good. Any questions from the audience? Anyone have anything? If not, I have a question. I haven't seen that study you showed from the radiology literature. It's very interesting about how trainees do particularly poorly if there's a hallucination, that is, if the AI is incorrect and mislead them. Experienced physicians do a bit better than the trainee. But it made me think, though, over time, yes, you were saying there needs to be an overread, but couldn't there be degradation of knowledge? I think about the automated ECG. Now, pretty much every ECG spits out normal sinus rhythm, early repole abnormality, or whatever. But since that's now become the norm, a lot of trainees default to just reading what's the automated interpretation on the ECG. So unlike maybe 20 years ago when that wasn't there, the actual ability to overread is degrading over time because of the AI. So do you think we could sort of enter a loop of, yes, the physician should be overreading, but the physician's skills are atrophying because they're relying on AI in the first place?
It's sort of interesting. I'll use a sort of an anesthesia analogy for you. When I started in the 1980s, there was no pulse oximetry, no end-tidal CO2, and monitoring was rudimentary, very much so in comparison to today. And we didn't use ultrasound to guide our internal jugular cannulations. And I'll just stay with the internal jugular for a moment. As technology got better and ultrasound became more ubiquitous, we had a massive fight about 20 years ago in anesthesiology that if we start using ultrasound and train our trainees on using ultrasound, that they will lose their skills. They will not know how, in the middle of the night when there's a code, to put a needle properly into an internal jugular without ultrasonic guidance. And the answer is medicine moves on. I started in 1984, and I did not learn how to use ether by open drop. Sorry, those skills have been lost. And so what I would say is it's just a matter of we're evolving. And this is part of our evolution. And I have to say we have to embrace it, but quality remains key to us. And so we have to make sure these tools actually work. And when they do work, maybe instead of reading 40 echoes in a day, you could read 140 because the accuracy is such that you're only being drawn to the most difficult cases, and that it helps us actually focus on the things where our level of intellect and training is highly necessary.
Yeah, no, that's a great example with the vascular ultrasound, which is now the standard of care for access. It's probably like using a calculator. No one actually uses logarithmic tables anymore, or an abacus or anything. You trust that the calculator is actually
I have a slide rule in my drawer at home. I just went with it out.
I used to have a slide rule too. Yeah. Great. Well, if there are no other questions from the audience, I'll just scan once. Thank you so much, Dr. Rich, for starting us off. All right. Well, that was really a fantastic lecture. Now let's move on to our keynote address from Dr. Fuster, who, of course, needs no introduction to this or any audience. He's the president of the Mount Sinai Fuster Heart Hospital, our physician-in-chief of the Mount Sinai Hospital. He also serves as the general director of the National Center for the Cardiovascular Investigation, or CINIC. That's the Spanish version of the NHLBI. He's held tons of leadership positions, including president of the American Heart Association, president of the World Heart Federation. He's a member of the U.S. National Academy of Medicine. Among the many things that he's done there, he also chaired the committee for the document for the promotion of cardiovascular health worldwide, so very appropriate to his talk on primordial prevention today. Pretty much every week, as far as I can tell, that I've been sort of living next to him here in the hospital, he's winning some major award or another. Recently, his book came out, was debuted in Spain last month, I believe, and will be debuted here in the U.S. A little bit later on. It's just truly remarkable being near him, learning from him, being inspired by him. So, Dr. Fuster, please share your, I'm sure, inspiring and insightful thoughts on primordial education.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhatt and Dr. Sharman-Kini, for giving me this opportunity. And let me go into business here. We are improving our management of patients with cardiovascular disease, but there is a trend at this moment to move into the understanding of health and preventing disease is a very important trend on economic basis and otherwise. And I'd like to talk for a moment about two challenges that we have at this time. The first one is the evolving role of technologies, which is fascinating, and I will present to you some data. And I'm talking about health and prevention specifically. And the second is the need for education, and certainly, I believe, for primordial education. Now, let me start with the evolving role of technologies. And the problem here is that we believe we are fantastic, the cardiology. Sure, this is the decrease in mortality over the years. But look what is happening. 2020, the mortality in men is almost equal than it was in 1985. And this is beyond the increase in population or getting older. I could present to you the data. This is real data, that what is happening. So about a few years ago, we decided to move from investigation of disease, particularly cardiovascular disease and arterial disease, to the understanding of health. And this was a movement that was very interesting because first was on technological basis. What we decided to do is to move from disease towards health with the new technologies evolving, imaging, genetics, new therapies, artificial intelligence, and trying to understand how the disease begins. Maybe if we understand that aspect, we might be able to treat the disease better. And we began to, there are three different ages here: birth to age 20, age 20 to 60, and age 60 to 100. But technologically, we began with age 20 to 100, and I just want to summarize. This work has been done in this institution and in the National Center of Cardiovascular Investigation in Madrid. And let me begin by saying that we have studied 10,000 people, apparently normal people, between age actually 20 and 50. And I'd like just to tell you the 5 findings that have been published this last year. So this is long-term studies, but the data is coming out now. First, we began to do 3D ultrasound of the 2 carotid arteries, the aorta and iliofemoral arteries, an automatized system that will be available for the public probably in a year from now. And what we found is subclinical arterial disease begins at age 30, in particular in the iliofemoral region, and is very frequent. Second, this disease that is subclinical progresses at a rate of 33% at 6 years of follow-up. Most importantly, risk factors at young age, between age 20 and 40, have much more impact on the reactivity of the arteries than it is later in life. So this is extremely important, the impact at young age, in terms of progression and eventually events. Interestingly, and I think this will be published next week, we found subclinical microvascular dysfunction already at a relatively young age in people with diabetes, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia using magnetic resonance imaging, stress testing. Fascinating, the issue of microvascular disease. And finally, the guidelines are absolutely primitive, in my view, today, because they are all based on clinical events, but not on subclinical disease. So usually you go into a formula at age 40, 50, 60, about the 10-year of Framingham, and see what happens, when in fact 10 years is nothing, but the whole thing starts much earlier. So I think I can predict this will go much earlier in terms of addressing individuals beginning at age 30. And I don't think it's going to take too long to move into that stage. Why? Because we now have very good data that subclinical disease predicts events later in life. Number 2, acute coronary events. And it's very interesting, you know, the bone marrow reacts to the deposition of cholesterol in the arterial system. And we work on 900 individuals with positron emission tomography, which identifies in the large arteries the interaction we call a war between monocytes from the bone marrow and the cholesterol. And basically, it's a defense mechanism to take the cholesterol out. Any foreign body brings monocytes into the system and leukocytes to take care, infections, COVID, wherever. This is cholesterol. But what happens is, if the deposition of cholesterol is not very significant and the risk factor profile is low, the winner is the monocyte. And with magnetic resonance imaging, which we did in these 900 individuals, what you see is a healing of fibrotic phenomena. This is fascinating because this has been seen at autopsy, but never has been done in vivo. Well, but there is a problem. If the deposition of cholesterol is very high, the war is lost, and the monocyte decides to commit suicide, which is called apoptotic phenomena. And it's in our view that that's the key of the acute coronary syndromes, is a battle that is lost. Because during the apoptosis and the killing of the cells, of monocytes by themselves, they release toxic materials, metalloproteinases, that may cause plaque rupture and tissue factor, which may cause the clot and leading to acute coronary event. So our present concept with all these new technologies is that acute coronary syndromes have a lot to do with a defense mechanism or a war, and the defense mechanism is a failure because the substrate is very significant. And finally, about genetics, I don't have to go into the details, but we find 25% of the adults, the cells that are supposed to defend us are mutated, and this is called CHIP. You probably heard about it from the bone marrow. And what that happens, then the inflammatory process is very significant with these cells that are completely distorted. What I'm really trying to explain to you, this is all done in apparently normal people. And these are technologies that are very sophisticated technologies, telling us things that actually can make us to understand disease better. And finally, about the elderly people. Well, we have now 1,000 people that we are following very precisely with technology applied to the brain, MRI flow and structure, positive emission tomography addressing the entry of glucose into the brain, 10 tests of cognitive dysfunction, and new biomarkers like troponins that now are telling us when the brain has a slight damage. I don't want to present any data here, but we already have information suggesting, and this is being published at this time, that actually the same risk factors that affect young people in cardiovascular disease with 3D ultrasound are affecting the microvascular of the brain with intimal hyperplasia and decreased flow and decreased uptake of glucose and cognitive dysfunction. What I'm really saying is that all this technology in the last few years now is crystallizing into one concept, that the same risk factors that affect young people not only is the most critical age that we should address the issue of prevention, but can also eventually affect the brain with cognitive dysfunction and acceleration of Alzheimer's. This is just a summary of the technology that we have used over the last 10 years, and now the data is coming out at this time. Well, this is how we started, but the mortality continues. So the problem, and I think is some kind of a frustration, is when you work in research and trying to make things better, you realize that things are getting worse. And the reality is we have to be aware of this. I think we are advancing cardiovascular disease, we are advancing tremendously, but there is a problem. The mortality is increasing. And the question is why? Well, we got together with NIH and the Institute of Seattle that they look at quality control. And this is actually 1980, 1990, and this is the year 2020. Do you know what is in green? It's the cause of increasing mortality, obesity, hypertension, and diabetes. All together is actually the metabolic syndrome. And there's no question about it. This has been looked, and we look at this every year. So the question is, with all these technologies, everything is fantastic, but something is failing. And that is the risk factor profile is increasing with the will of consumption. And the question is winning. And that's the problem. So having said that, now let's, for example, talk about obesity. This is the change in obesity at the year 2000 to 2014 in the adult people. but this is in the young people under the age of 18. And now we know that 75% of the obesity in adults actually starts in young age. So we move into young age constantly, regardless of the technology or anything. And that's the issue that I'm trying to present this morning. And that is, if we don't pay attention at young age, I don't think we are doing a good job here. Well, having said that, this leads to the issue of education. Of course, we move from technology to see people understand that we have a problem. Well, it's interesting that this led us to move into birth to age 20 to see what could be done in terms of education. Well, it's interesting. This is my brother, who had a tremendous impact on me. He's a neuroscientist at UCLA. And actually, he's one of the pioneers in frontal lobe function. But he has a concept that is now being proven that is very important, and that is whatever you learn in the first 10 years of life carries through adulthood. So the question is, look yourself today, and you will realize how important was the first 10 years of your life, in the environment that you were, the family, and otherwise. How we are today, how we react to these things. Well, with this in mind, we thought maybe we should infuse the importance of health in children, and this might pay off when they are adults that will take care of themselves. And that was really the concept. Well, and we did. And actually, we started a project which is actually worldwide, and we are dealing now with 50,000 patients, not patients, children, you will see in a moment. And it's all in randomized studies, and I'm going to be presenting to you the data that is evolving at this moment. The question here is, a child has very few centers in the brain, and therefore whatever you tell is stored. What in adulthood is a chaos, the density of the receptors is very high, and you do not capture everything that is around you. That's a big difference, and that's where my brother contributed to this. Well, the question is, can we then try for this teaching at young age for these children to store that health should be a priority? And this has been the main, actually, driving force for the project. Well, I'm going to be presenting to you the 4 first results of the project, starting with 5,000 children. The study started in Colombia, Bogota, children 3 to 5 years of age. And it's interesting to add that I tried to study in New York, and the Board of Education said, I don't know what you are talking about. So this is why we end up going to another country. But that's the story. I still remember the day I presented my hypothesis to the Board of Education here. We started in Colombia in children 3 to 5 years of age. And actually, the children were randomized, over 1,000 children. They were randomized into the top. 50, or half of them, how the body works, healthy food habits, physical activity, and we told them how to control the emotions, is self-esteem. When you are older and you are confronted with alcohol, drugs, and so forth, you will be able to say no. Very important to create self-esteem at a young age. This is something that we are learning. And the other group served as control. And this was 60 hours over 6 months. All these studies, by the way, were completely blind in terms of the results and so forth. I don't have to go into the details. Well, the results were extraordinary. This is actually knowledge, attitude, and habits in these children following this intervention. Then, because of the results, the American Heart Association gave me a grant to come to the United States and begin here. And actually, we started in Harlem, socioeconomically much lower than in Bogota, in Colombia. And this is the family trial. The family trial involved 562 children. Maybe some of you participated. 562 children in the school system in Harlem. And the same thing, age 3 to 5, and 60 hours of teaching over 6 months on the 4 aspects I mentioned to you. And the children were divided in intervene versus control. And the same thing, the intervene group, in terms of understanding habits and so forth were much better than the group treated as controls. But there was an issue. In children, you cannot measure biology. You cannot measure how much they smoke at age 7 or blood pressure, so forth. But we decided to get into obesity because it starts in childhood. And actually, we did this in Madrid, in Spain, which children 3 to 10 years of age. I am now teaching here. There are 1,000 children actually here. Well, the results were published just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And it was fascinating. Almost 2,000 children in which we did the intervention I mentioned to you, but we were able, they're older, we were able to measure fat with all the technological approaches of measuring fat, the belt, the BMI, and so forth. And the results were just published. In blue, actually, is the fat deposition in the group that were not intervening, the controls, and this is the control group. So for the first time, we now have evidence that you can affect the biology of children other than knowledge, attitude, and habits, which is what we did before. Well, this is the third, but now comes the fourth, and that is research has ups and downs. And now I'm going to tell you the news of all these studies together, Bogota and Madrid and Harlem. And this is the story. We teach these children, and everything goes well, attitude, and so forth. And then we measure B-Watt, is a score. Blood pressure, exercise, weight, alimentation, and tobacco. And we go on and it's 10, 12 years of age. Well, they lose part of what we told them. Very frustrating, isn't it? It's like the hypothesis is not working. But we thought maybe they have to be reintervened. I will get into this in a moment. What was fascinating is the control group in the school system. They do much better than what we might have expected. And what it's really telling us that the environment is critical. If you have an environment that is something to do with health, people smell something is going on and things get better. So I presented to you the 2 issues here. One is, should we reintervene? And the second is, what about the environment? This led us to 4 projects that I'm presenting to you now. Remember the children in Bogota, 3 to 5? Well, we follow them. We follow them until age 13. And the question is, we reintervene them at age 10. And the other group that was control, we also intervene at age 10. So there were 2 interventions. The first group at age 3 to 5 and at age 10, and the second group at age 10. These are the results. The reintervention is absolutely exponential. That is, they lose because the society, they get into the school system, but if you reintervene, boom, it goes up. So whatever you did at younger age really plays a role, which actually led us now to say how many times we should intervene before age 20. Well, this is project 1. And we just started this project. One is in New York and the other is in Madrid. In Madrid and in Catalonia is about 45 schools. And you see what we are doing. In the top, you see, is the group that is intervene and is intervene again. And the other group is only intervene once. This is reintervention, R. E is intervention. And this is booster, that is, we do a small intervention. And this is the group control that is only intervene once. Okay, and this is actually the study that we just started in the Bronx, in New York, socioeconomically very low. We are interested to know that. 1,300 children and 50 schools, and here we have the same thing. A group that is intervened and then is reintervened with small interventions in a group that serves as control. So now what we are trying to do in a randomized studies is to see how many times you have to reintervene at age 20, that you have impact, not only on the formula, actually, because they reach an age that you can already measure a number of things like obesity, blood pressure, tobacco, and so forth. So this is the second project. The third project was a real surprise. It was based in the environment. I mentioned to you that the environment is so positive. Well, I can tell you, very positive. What we decided to do is to develop a program for the families. The families means that the 4 aspects that we presented in Bogota, understanding how the body works, active lifestyle, and healthy eating, and controlled emotions. You have the parents, the children, and the grandchildren. Over a period of 1 year, they have this program with different degree of maturity depending on the age. But the format are the 4 aspects I mentioned, and it's very visual. Well, what we did is we presented these incorporations, banks and so forth, with the people that were there. An absolute success. That is, they all get involved, and it's the environment, it's a family environment. And then what we decided in Latin America, to go to the waiting rooms of patients that are waiting. And we actually studied over 10,000 families, all very positive. And that is, you present in the waiting room what you are doing. Do you want to participate? And then we get into the families over a period of a year. Very, very successful. Well, this leads to the issue, as we wrote in Jack very recently, that as much as we are involved with technologies, advances in medicine, which are absolutely essential, we're beginning to understand that education is absolutely critical here. And to me, the adults, I don't know how far we can be educated, but children really can. So we believe strongly into a movement towards global primordial prevention in the school systems, in the family, in the patient's waiting rooms. Well, you say, this is fine, and so next. Well, we're going to start this actually, and we have a complete map now of what we are going to do. This is actually starting in New York in the left, in the whole of the United States, and in Latin America. And this is the program that we have traced over the next 10 years. So basically, what I try to present to you today is that we should continue to develop technologies, not only on disease, advances, and we are excited every day, but new technologies in understanding health have given us a clue that something should be done much earlier, that is also education. And certainly, if we talk about education, it seems, scientifically speaking, that primordial education in children is probably will have the best benefit. And I just finished with these 2 paintings, which is interesting. You know, Matisse and Picasso were in a fight. Interestingly, Matisse was rather negative about the heart. You see, there is a heart in this painting. And saying, he was talking emotionally. The heart in our emotions is a lot of problem in our lives. That's the way he's looked. And it's interesting, he's Picasso, which is completely the opposite. This is a heart and this is the brain. And I say we should be positive. And that is here, I would say, we can say disease is evolving and we have to do something about it. But he is completely the opposite. When we talk about the heart, also talk about the brain. I mentioned to you how the brain has the same risk factors in the heart. But at the same time, the issue of education, it actually Picasso paid a lot of attention to it. So it's just a summary with 2 paintings at the same time of 2 people who had different points of view. I think today we have to really fight against this, and let's move forward in this. Thank you very much for your attention.
You know, every time I listen to you, I learn something new, just in terms of medicine, but I also learn something new in terms of philosophy and life. Very nice with the Matisse and Picasso. That's beautifully juxtaposed. Any questions from the audience?
I don't know. Are they going to send a question on the phone, or how will it going to happen?
Oh, I was just relying it on the old-fashioned way. But is there some other way? But yeah, raise your hand if there's a question.
I'm going to ask the question. The QR code. So we can look into it. But first of all, this has been quite hailed as great that mortality decreased and after 2021 increased. Factors, yes. But how much is the COVID directly or indirectly contributing to this big surge?
It did some, but remember, this, the data I presented to you goes into 220 only. And it's like this. So, but it goes up already into 13 to 14 to 15 to 16 was no COVID. So COVID maybe contributed some, but I think the reality is what is presenting the graphs is going up now.
Yeah, something bad is happening, even predating and postdating COVID. Anyone from the audience have any questions? I'd say just raise your hand. Yes.
Can you use the microphone if you don't mind? Yeah.
Thank you for a very insightful discussion about something that we don't hear much about. Lately, in the last couple of years, it's been reported that the average lifespan of an individual here in the United States has decreased, where it had been on a steady upward incline. Going out a decade, 2 decades, what do you think our maximum possibility is? How long can, if we start intervening at such young ages here and prevent disease primordially, what can we get to? What do you think the human body is capable of?
Well, again, this is all speculation, but a lot of work has been into it on economic basis, and it's being said that the maximal age that a human will be able to have, as an average, is 100 years. I mean, this is the basics at this time. But I'd like to say a moment about economics. When I make this presentation, some economists, and it was very recently in Aspen actually, they said, you know, what you are doing is you will prolong life, which economically will be a burden. Okay, that's an economic view. They are changing completely this. You know why? Because what happens is, as you prolong life, the mortality at the very end will be very short. Short hospitalization, short late in life. So basically, economically, will not be now the lengthy time between age 70 and 80 with being very sick. It will be much more narrow. So economically speaking, which has been a question, I think at this moment the economies are in agreement that it's worth it, what we are talking about of prevention, an economic basis. And this is one of the reasons why now there is a movement towards early prevention, is on economic basis, which is unfortunate, should be for a different reason.
You know, that's really very interesting. Of course, there's also the phenomenon in many economies around the world of the inverted pyramid, that is low birth rates, low numbers of young people, but lots of older people. So unless those older people stay healthy longer, it'll be a financial catastrophe, because it's not like generations ago where there are lots of young people generating income to support the older people.
But again, the concept will be that this pyramid will be much narrow on the top. Yeah.
No, that's terrific. Yes.
This is more just a comment. In the U.S., we're spending $16 billion advertising junk food to children. And I believe in 2025 in England, they're not going to have junk food commercials until after 9 p.m. And I'm wondering what you think about the significance of that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think advertisement is critical and the social networks are critical. But I will tell you one thing that we are working on, again, is to, for the first time, to have an obligatory subject in primary schools, which we will entitle health. And that is to try to overcome everything from the very beginning. Do you know that nowhere in no country at this moment in the primary school system there is a subject of health?
Yes.
Absolutely none. And I think it's to counteract some of the aspects we are talking about.
Thank you so much.
Well, I've got two questions for you. One, you showed a slide on war on inflammation in ACS. And at least some of us are just returning from a TCT conference, and there was presented a Clear Synergy trial, which was an ACS trial, 7,000 patients post-ACS, randomized to colchicine or placebo, an anti-inflammatory. Actually, I was the chair of the Data Safety Monitoring Board. Professor Steg was on the Data Safety Monitoring Board as well. The trial was completely negative, a hazard ratio of 0.99, so no benefit in that particular trial, unlike prior trials such as Lidoco 2 and Colcott, where there did seem to be benefit, but those weren't the most rigorously done trials. Well, what do you think, after all of this, should be the role, if any, of colchicine in the post-ACS patient, or more broadly in stable coronary artery disease, which wasn't studied in that trial?
Well, I think the studies on colchicine are somewhat biased. Actually, we have an article about it. And I am not surprised, frankly. I'm not surprised. I think the data, when you look carefully, was very borderline on every of the 4 studies done. So I'm not surprised that now the results are negative. Yeah.
Great, that's a really helpful perspective. And the other question I had is, you mentioned CHIP, and in fact, for people in the audience that see it, it was briefly alluded to in the reference, had a very beautiful paper in Nature Medicine about CHIP and causality and the direction of what was causing what, which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Do you think there's anything we should be doing now in terms of measuring CHIP? Dr. Blankstein, who's going to be our next speaker, is leading a large registry in the Mass General Brigham system of young heart attack patients. And, there he's looked at things like Lp(a) and familial hypercholesterolemia that wasn't detected previously, marijuana use, different triggers. Should we be looking at CHIP at all in people?
I think this is an important subject. Frankly, in our PESA study, we found that 25 in the Nature Medicine paper, 25% of the adults have CHIP, and that is the defense mechanism is not working from the bone marrow, and it's easy to measure. So I think in the next 2-3 years will be part of the measurement, and I think this is going to be very exciting because I think we are learning about the defense mechanisms. The bone marrow, it reminds me about the platelet. I remember when I started to work on platelets, yes, nobody understood what platelets were about. We will all be talking about the bone marrow, I can predict to you, in the next 5 to 10 years, related to cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, for any trainees in the audience that are watching on the internet right now, and if you're looking for research to do, that's probably a very fertile area. Let me just check Slido here and see if there are any questions. Okay, there are 2 questions here for you, Dr. Fuster. Do socioeconomic factors and income impact obesity? It's a good question.
Yeah, it does. And actually, we have the data in Harlem versus Colombia versus Spain, and there's no question about it. I will tell you something, though. The results were positive, regardless of the socioeconomic status, that is, to influence children in terms of health. But were not so strikingly positive in socioeconomic status that was low versus those that were high. But there is something else. The parents were much more involved in the low socioeconomic status than in the high socioeconomic status. So I think there are lots of things to work on that we are learning. This is why we are in the Bronx now, because we are learning a lot about these aspects.
I'm really happy that you're doing this here in New York and in the Bronx in particular. This question is from Dr. Mansour. You mentioned subclinical cardiovascular disease starts earlier at young ages in the 30s and increased by 33% every 6 years. What do you think are the reasons for that?
Well, the reasons for that is, and actually we wrote about this, the risk factor profile. We found this starts at age 30 in the Harlem study, because the children that we teach, we did imaging of all the parents. And the parents were between age 25 to age 35. And this is where we learn that it starts at early age. And there is no question it's related to the risk factor profile. And it's the same risk factors that we usually talk about it, but particularly these lipid or lipid abnormalities are very predominant.
Terrific. Any other questions from the, oh yes, someone in the audience.
That was excellent. Dr. Fuster, what do you think about computers and how that's kind of permeated into every single job? When you talk to the patients, what do you do all day? They sit in front of a computer. Even us, we go home, we sit in front of Epic for hours. How do you think that that has changed or increased cardiovascular mortality over time?
I don't know. When we talk about computers and artificial intelligence, I tend to say I don't know, because these are tools that could be very positive or it could be very negative. My only problem about all this world of database, artificial intelligence, is that is what is going to happen to our brains. Are we going to be so creative? Are we going to be cognitive as we were supposed to? And it depends what you want in society. Maybe we'll end up being robots. Do you want to be a robot? Or do you want to be a thinking person? So what I'm trying to answer your question is, I really don't know. There are positives and negatives here. But I believe very much in education in a way that is conventional.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. The sitting is bad for you, of course, as you alluded to, but a recent study also showed standing is bad. It increases varicose veins, so whether you're sitting or standing, probably unless you're actually exercising, it all is bad for you. Dr. Singh, you had another question.
Dr. Pfister, applying this to our current everyday practice, do you think that it's reasonable then to start, I usually start screening my patients with calcium scores when we're deciding on statin therapy, framing their risk for future cardiovascular disease. Should we be doing this at the age of 20? I mean, at what point should we start?
Age 30.
30.
I would say, based on the data that we have, because that's when the disease begins, and that's when the risk factor is important. It will be at age 30, but I want to emphasize the talk I mentioned today. You have to prepare children before all of this, which is primordial prevention, before this happens.
Thank you.
I guess that means you have to get your son tested then. It's a good thing you brought him with you there. Great. Well, any other questions for Dr. Pfister? All right. Well, as promised, a truly exceptional and inspiring lecture. Thank you so much, Dr. Pfister, for giving us the keynote lecture. All right. Up next is Dr. Blankstein, who will speak on the expanded role of CT angiography in coronary disease. I just mentioned Dr. Blankstein in my question just now to Dr. Pfister, but to give you a little bit of background on him, he's the Associate Director of the Cardiovascular Imaging Program and the Director of Cardiac Computed Tomography and a Preventive Cardiology Specialist at Brigham and Women's Hospital. And I worked very closely there with him in those roles for a number of years. And, he's extremely accomplished in research. I mentioned that Young MI registry at the Mass General Brigham system that he leads. Really innovative work. But beyond the research he does, he's actually a really hardworking clinical cardiologist and a really hardworking and skilled imager. Pre-pandemic, through the pandemic, post-pandemic, he'd often be there late at night on weekends. The trainees had all gone home, but he was still there reading studies and seeing patients. Truly quite remarkable, balancing that with the substantial amount of research he's involved in. He's a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, no small feat for those of you that are familiar with getting promoted in that system. He's the immediate past president of the Society of Cardiovascular Computed Tomography and serves on the board of directors of the American Society of Preventive Cardiology, again wearing two important hats in the worlds of imaging and prevention. In fact, marrying those two worlds is, I think, many of us really should be doing. So it's really a pleasure to have him here, a true world expert on this topic, Dr. Blankstein.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here, to be part of this course, to follow a very inspiring talk that Dr. Pfister just gave, because nothing I'm going to mention is as important as primordial prevention. But if you wait a couple years, you'll see plaque was CT. So on this side here are my disclosures. And for my talk today, I'm going to only focus on 3 parts. I'll talk about advances in technology in CT, which I think are very exciting. I'll briefly talk about how we use CT for acute chest pain, and I'll focus mostly on stable chest pain. So when we think about cardiac CT, what it is that we need from a good CT scanner, it's 2 attributes. The first is a high spatial resolution, which is the ability to see small structures. So as the resolution gets better, we get more accurate when we read a CT, and the better we can see plaque. The second thing is a high temporal resolution. So temporal resolution is, for those who are photography amateurs, it's kind of like the shutter speed on your camera. The faster your shutter speed, the better you can take a picture of a car that's moving and kind of freeze it so it's not all blurred. So let's first talk about temporal resolution, and that's really the amount of time it takes to take a picture. So typically with what we call a single source CT, the scanner has to rotate half a rotation because there's symmetry, so you don't have to rotate all the way around. So if the gantry rotation is 250 milliseconds, it takes us 125 milliseconds to take the picture. The advance that we now use is dual source CT often, where there's now 2 sources and 2 detectors. They're aligned 90 degrees to each other, and now you only have to rotate a quarter of a rotation to take that picture. So now that temporal resolution goes from 125 milliseconds, assuming the same gantry rotation speed, to 66 milliseconds. What's the implication? It's that we can freeze the motion of the heart a lot better, and we can get much better image. What about spatial resolution? There are a couple things that determine that, but one of the most important attributes is the slice thickness, and our best CTs up until just a few years ago had a slice thickness of 0.6 millimeters. I was always envious of my colleagues in the cath lab because they had much better spatial resolution. However, what's been happening now with CT was the introduction of photon counting CTs. The slice thickness has gone down to 0.4 millimeters, and now there's an option to even image with 0.2 millimeters with a mode called ultra high resolution. Why is it that photon counting detectors improve resolution? This is my only kind of technical slide that I will show, but on the left, using typical conventional detectors, we have X-rays that then hit a scintillator that converts the X-rays to light, and that gets converted to current. That's just how a CT detector works. When you use a photon counting CT, the X-rays get converted directly into current. So there's a semiconductor that detects the X-rays, and it gets converted to current. And the magnitude of the signal in this semiconductor is proportional to the absorbed energy of the X-ray. So no longer are you just detecting an X-ray, but you can see what's the magnitude of the signal. And in fact, this is a very good way to eliminate noise, because if you detect a very weak signal, you say, well, that's just noise. We're not going to count that. So hence, photon counting detectors. What does this all mean for our patients? It means that the newest generations of scanners have much better spatial resolution, and this allows us to be more accurate. This is particularly important in patients who have heavy calcifications. With CT, one of the big problems used to be what we called calcium blooming artifacts. Calcium blooming, what does that mean? It means that the calcium is actually much bigger on CT than it is in real life. In fact, the calcium used to be 3 times bigger on CT than it was if we would actually dissect the heart, and we actually did those studies and looked at it under a microscope. So we have a lot less blooming, and we can actually now see, as in this case here, this is a patient who has a calcium score that's over 2,000, completely a valuable scan. We can see very well that these calcifications are really along the wall of the artery, and we can see the lumen very well here in the LAD and the RCA, and in fact in the circumflex we can see a complete occlusion of the left circumflex. This also helps us in stents. In the past, we always said, well, if you have stents, don't bother doing a CT. CT is not very good for stents. Well, maybe in large stents, but still, we discourage people from doing that. And now we can see a very nice resolution. Here's an example of a patent stent in the circumflex. With this scanner now, we can evaluate just about any stent now, including small stents. Just published in JACC a few days ago and presented at TCT is this study here from the St. Francis group looking at the impact of this on diagnostic accuracy. And what they found is when they, and this is not a head-to-head comparison, this is a comparison before they had a photon counting CT to afterwards, but the referral to invasive angiography decreased 13% to 9%. But the percentage of folks who get revascularized after being sent to the cath lab increases, which means you're referring the right patients who actually have disease. And then when they looked at the diagnostic accuracy, an increase in specificity that increases to 98%. That's a pretty good specificity because CT historically was a modality that had good sensitivity. And in fact, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we said CT is just a good test for ruling out disease. Has a good negative predictive value. I'm sure everybody's heard that. CT is good for ruling out disease. But when you have a specificity of 98%, CT is actually pretty good for ruling in disease as well. Let's talk about acute chest pain. Of course, a big problem. Lots of patients who come to our ER, $15 billion in healthcare costs. And the reality is that most patients have a negative workup no matter what test you do. This is a statement from 2014, so this is a decade ago. This is a guideline from AHA and ACC that stated that coronary CT angiography in the use of acute chest pain is associated with rapid assessment, a high negative predictive value, so that's again ruling out disease, decreased lengths of stay, we get people out of the hospital faster, and reduced cost. And the reduced cost was just a function of getting people out of the hospital because every hour in the ER costs well over $1,000 just for the room alone. This was not a guideline indication. This was just in the text of the guideline. There were no indication. There's no specific formal indications in this guideline. Fast forward to 2021, the chest pain guideline is when there was for the first time, a guideline indication, and Dr. Bhatt was an important part of this chest pain guideline. And for acute chest pain, coronary CTA had a class 1 indication, was a level of evidence, the LOE of A, and that was the strongest level of evidence. And that's because by the time this guideline was being written, there were already over 10 randomized controlled trials comparing CT to other modalities, and that's why CT had the strongest backing, because it had the most randomized clinical data. The advantages of CT in the evaluation of acute chest pain include decreased time to diagnosis, decreased hospital lengths of stay, and those are advantages that I would like to call efficiency. It's just efficient to do a CT if you can do it faster. Part of that was because back at that time, 10 years ago, you needed to have 2 negative sets of enzymes before you could do a nuclear stress test or an exercise treadmill test. Today, with high sensitivity troponin, we can check troponin earlier, and you actually can get away with checking only a single high sensitivity troponin. So I think the advantage between CT and other tests have kind of diminished over time, at least the advantage of being able to do the test quickly. But CT does identify other alternative explanations to symptoms, showing on this slide here from left to right, a pericardial effusion, hiatal hernia, which quite often can be the source of someone's symptoms, a rather dramatic dissection going into the left main, or a penetrating ulcer or penetrating plaque in the descending aorta, which can be quite symptomatic. One of the advantages that I would think of doing CT is that we can detect non-obstructive plaque, and this could lead to better prevention therapies. The studies have been pretty disappointing on this, at least in the ER, in the acute chest pain. And the reason for this is when someone leaves the ER, we don't bother telling them, oh, by the way, you have a little bit of plaque. All we tell them is good news, you did not have an acute coronary syndrome, and that information does not always make it to the medical chart and does not always get acted on in terms of prevention. Things are different in stable chest pain. The last thing about acute chest pain that I'll mention is that in very high-risk patients, CT is really not going to be all that helpful. This is a multi-center study in Europe called the Discharge Trial, where they now took individuals who had suspected acute coronary syndrome, but these were high-risk patients. Many of them actually had known coronary heart disease, including prior PCI and prior CABG in some patients. Patients had elevated troponin or abnormalities in their EKG just to get into the trial. And the outcome here was a 1-year death or MI. And I think it shouldn't be all that surprising that in a high-risk group of patients presenting to the ER with elevated troponins, whether you do a CT or whether you go straight to the cath lab is not going to reduce this outcome at 1 year. So if you have a high-risk patient, they already should be on good preventive therapies, and perhaps they need to go to the cath lab. Doing a CT is really not going to be that helpful in these high-risk patients, and I think the Discharge trial proved, in my mind, something pretty obvious. Let's talk about stable chest pain. So going back to our chest pain guideline, a class 1 indication for stable chest pain, a level of evidence of A, which was the strongest level of evidence of any modality for stable chest pain. However, in the guideline, there's other tests that also have a class 1 indication. A stress CMR, a stress PET, a SPECT, a stress echo. In fact, almost every modality here has a class 1 indication except for exercise EKG. We can talk maybe later why that is. But the big question then is, how do you select and how do you decide to do at a place like Sinai where you can do any of these tests? How do you decide to do a stress PET or a CT or a stress echo? And the advice that we provide in the guidelines is that CT may be preferable in younger individuals, not on optimal preventive therapies. And the rationale there is CT can detect plaque that we are not going to be able to see on other tests, and that's going to lead to initiation of preventive therapies. The other advice generally for stress testing is if we want to perform ischemia-guided management. That means that the more ischemia we see, the more likely we are to revascularize the patient or send them to the cath lab. For that particular strategy, the use of stress testing might be reasonable. On the other hand, if the objective of the test is to rule out obstructive disease and at the same time detect non-obstructive disease, this is where coronary CTA would be preferable. And importantly, we state here that there needs to be a high quality and expert interpretation routinely available. And that just makes sense. Not every test is available everywhere, and if you're going to do CT, you want to be at a place that can do it well. Why is it that the guidelines provide this high level of evidence? There's multiple studies, but I think one of the most important things is the fact that we now have data that when we use coronary CTA for stable chest pain, it leads to improved outcomes. The most important study that showed that was the Scott Hart study. This was in the UK, where they looked at adding coronary CTA on top of standard of care. Standard of care there was usually an exercise treadmill test. And in the Scott Hart study, over 5 years, there was a 41% reduction of MI or CHD deaths. So this was highly significant. These are curves that continue to separate over time. And the investigators suggested in a follow-up paper a year later in JACC that the reason that outcomes improved is not only were therapies, preventive therapies started, but they were started in the right patients, the patients who actually had plaque, and those therapies persisted throughout the trial. So there was better use of therapies, and there was better adherence perhaps to therapy as well. In the US, there was a different trial called the PROMISE, which was designed differently, had a different endpoint, which has actually ended up being a negative trial. But when they looked specifically at patients who have diabetes, who are a higher risk subgroup, and this is a subgroup analysis, so certainly a lot of limitations to this, but there was a 50% lower risk of CV deaths or MI in the PROMISE study in individuals with diabetes who are randomized to CT versus those who were randomized to other stress tests. So what is it that CT provides? I'll tell you that in the first kind of 10 to 15 years when CT was available, the thing we always focused on was stenosis. And of course, that's what we focus on in cardiology. Someone comes out of the cath lab, what's the stenosis? Was it 50%? Was it 60%? So in CT, showing here from left to right, minimal, mild, moderate, severe, or an occluded vessel. For the CT readers who may be tuning in, this corresponds to what we call CADRADS 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. But we actually got this wrong. This is not always the most important thing on CT, so we came up with an update to how we should report CT, CADRADS 2.0. Whenever there's a 2.0 of anything, if your healthcare system is doing version 2.0, that means they didn't get something right on version 1.0. So what did we not get right on version 1.0? The fact that it's not just stenosis. We have to report how much plaque there is. So in version 2.0, we state that every coronary CTA should have a plaque score, what we call the P score, which is, depending on the amount of plaque, P1, P2, P3, or P4. And if you have P3, and there's various ways of how you can do this, with a calcium score, a segment involvement score, even just a visual assessment. If you have P3, we say you have a severe amount of plaque. If you have P4, an extensive amount of plaque. In either way, we state that if there's a severe amount of plaque, aggressive prevention is recommended. So now let's go back to guidelines. Do guidelines actually support treating or patients with plaque? And I think Dr. Fuster just mentioned something that I completely agree with, which is the guidelines are pretty primitive, especially I think your comment was with respect to the risk scores, that they don't very help, but also the fact that most guidelines have ignored subclinical disease. Nobody wanted to treat that until you actually have coronary disease. Well, in the chest pain guideline, for the first time ever, we provided a class 1 indication that for patients who have non-obstructive disease, what we sometimes call subclinical disease, it is recommended to optimize preventive therapies, okay? By the way, the level of evidence at LOE is EO, that's expert opinion. There was no trials, there wasn't very good trial data for this, but still a class 1 recommendation. 2 years later, the guidelines for chronic coronary disease now indicate that to actually diagnose coronary disease, you can use CAD based on imaging, including coronary CTA, and of course in this guideline, many therapies that we can consider in patients with coronary disease. So if we actually state that someone needs intensification of therapy, a common question is, well, what does that mean? If someone has plaque, what do you actually want to do? So that, first of all, starts with lifestyle. Exercise, something we can always talk to our patients, which is not just formal exercise, but also activity level. A diet, I'm a fan of diets that are predominantly plant-based, lowering saturated fat in highly processed foods. Diabetes management, we're learning more and more. There's going to be a talk by Dr. Tricuspid later, both diabetes and obesity and cardiometabolic risk and the use of GLP-1 receptor agonists, more aggressive blood pressure control, antiplatelet agents, use of more aggressive lipid-lowering therapies. I think these are all things that we can implement once we know patients have a higher level of risk. A common question is, but is there really data for that? If I show this slide, and I used to show this slide, and people would say, this is great, but is this evidence-based that you can really recommend all these therapies just because someone has plaque on CT? And I would say that the evidence is kind of improving and increasing over time. It's kind of mixed, and I'll just walk you through that. For aspirin, most of the evidence is observational. It comes from MESA and the Dallas Heart Study, where individuals who have a calcium score over 100 are more likely to benefit from aspirin than to be harmed. Of course, this is an individual decision. So in patients who don't have bleeding issues, if the calcium score is very high, in my own clinic, I now sometimes use a calcium score over 300. If bleeding is not a big concern, that's an agent we would consider. PCSK9 inhibitors, can those be given to individuals who have plaque? There's 2 studies that are ongoing right now, outcome studies, that are enrolling, among other criteria, individuals who have plaque on a calcium score or stenosis on CT. This is the Vesalius study and the Victorian 1 PREVENT study. The CLEAR outcome study, which showed the benefit of bempedoic acid, one of the inclusion criteria was a calcium score over 400. We already talked about colchicine a little bit, but I'll still mention that in the Lodoco 2 trial, a calcium score over 400 was used as an inclusion criteria. Even in the SPRINT trial, and this is a trial that's now well over a decade old, a calcium score over 400 was one of the ways for patients to qualify as having enough disease to get into the trial. And now future trials with lipoprotein A are also including plaque on CT as a way to get into the trial. Now, in the obesity space, I would say none of the trials are, at least the ones I know of, are using imaging by CT. But I would tell you, even in this field, perhaps we can use CT to identify who are the patients who are more likely to benefit from these therapies. So the SELECT trial will probably be talked about later on by Dr. Tricuspid. But in our own healthcare system, we looked at our CT registry and looked at individuals who may fit the criteria for the SELECT trial because they have a BMI over 27 and they fit the age criteria. And if they had significant plaque on CT and specifically stenosis on CT, their event rate was the same as the control arm of the SELECT trial, suggesting that these are levels, these are patients that even though they didn't have established cardiovascular disease, which was the indication to get into the SELECT trial, they have the same level of risk. So we use this construct to say that once you have enough disease, even though you may have not been included in a particular trial, you may have the same level of risk and perhaps you would benefit, or perhaps that would be a population to study in the future. So let's go back to how we actually report on CT. So this is an example here of a 59-year-old male. Family history of disease, he was not on any therapy. His LDL is 106. You can see the rest of his lipids here. And we can see in the proximal LAD a mild stenosis, but this area of non-calcified plaque. When we look at the rest of his vessels, he has plaque throughout, and he got, on the report, a P3 score. P3 means a large amount of plaque. And in every report, we now provide recommendations. So the recommendation here is aggressive risk factor modification and preventive therapy. The question is, this is based on visual, this P3. We just looked at the scan and we said there's a large amount of plaque. The future really is going to be quantitative plaque analysis, and we now have in the US 3 FDA-approved vendors who can do quantitative plaque analysis, which means provide the numbers. In this particular case, when that was performed, 241 cubic millimeters of plaque. And of course, everybody says, well, what does that mean? Is that a lot or a little? And I'll say that's a kind of moderate. But the important thing is also to look at the type of plaque. So in this particular individual, 90% of that plaque was non-calcified. And that's important because non-calcified plaque is the plaque that's more amenable to changes in therapy. The calcified plaque is not going anywhere. So that non-calcified plaque is a potential therapeutic target. The other question that folks often ask with CT is, what about high-risk plaque features? Can you actually look at a plaque and say, oh, that plaque right there is high risk and we need to do something about it? And the short answer is we're not very good at that. I think even in the interventional world, I think with trials like Prospect really never really panned out, a very low positive predictive value. But in CT, we have these high-risk plaque characteristics. They are associated with more risk. But once we account for the amount of plaque that individuals have, such as the calcium score, they no longer add for risk prediction. So this whole concept of high-risk plaque I think adds a little bit, but it's not, it hasn't truly panned out. And it's actually created a lot of anxiety for patients and clinicians because you get a report back. I don't know if anyone here ever gets a report back on your patient. It says that they have a high-risk plaque in the LAD. What do you do about that? And I say more aggressive prevention. Another tool in CT now is FFR CT. So this is a technique where we can use computational fluid dynamics to estimate what the invasive FFR would be. So this is a lesion in the mid-LAD here that's moderate. You can see here a short axis view here of the lumen and a large amount of plaque. And of course, this is a lesion that may or may not be flow limiting. If you're in the cath lab, you may want to do an invasive FFR, but now based on CT, you can predict what the FFR would be. The FFR we measure distal to the lesion, typically 2 centimeters distal to the lesion. Here it's 0.84, and similar to invasive FFR, if it's more than 0.8, we say it's less likely to be flow limiting. Data has shown so far that the use of this in a randomized trial called PRECISE was associated with less referral of unnecessary patients to the cath lab. So this may be a good gatekeeper if we see these moderate lesions, who needs to go to the cath lab and who doesn't. Another technique with CT that's, this is not yet FDA approved, but this is, I think, really interesting, a big study in Lancet that just came out on this a couple weeks ago, which is how do we look for inflammation on CT? This is a case of a 61-year-old male with psoriasis, chest pain, had a completely negative nuclear study. We were still suspicious, so we did a CT, and he in fact had 3 vessel disease. But when we look at the fat around the coronary arteries, this is called a perivascular fat or PCAT, pericoronary adipose tissue, we can see signals in this. These signals can actually tell us if someone has inflammation. So this perivascular adipose tissue could be a biosensor of inflammation. The reason for this is that when there's inflammation, there's cytokines that communicate between the coronary artery and the fat. There's actually breakdown of the fat. There's lipolysis, that's breakdown of fat. Then there's more edema, so water content in the fat. And we can detect that when we measure Hounsfield units. Of course, it's not that simple because you have to adjust for the KV and there's different values for different vessels. So it's not as simple as just measuring the Hounsfield unit on the CT scanner. But when we do all that, and this is really work that's been pioneered at Oxford University, and they deserve a lot of credit for this, this score that comes is called Phi score, and importantly, this has been shown on long-term follow-up to be a strong predictor of future events, even in patients who don't have obstructive disease. So if we have patients with plaque, perhaps those that have inflammation are the ones who are at higher risk, and we need to treat them more aggressively. I will just end with a quick discussion on lipoprotein A, because I think it's a really nice example that shows us where this field is going to go is plaque imaging with CT. How is this going to be involved in therapeutics? So this is an example of a 32-year-old male. Dr. Fuster just told us age 30 is when he would start screening, and certainly I think that would be appropriate in this individual who has a lipoprotein A of 230 nanomoles per liter. And in this case here, of course, we first of all can see that he has plaque if you look at the images on the right, and no 32-year-old should really have plaque. That's always abnormal when you have any plaque at a young age. But when we go ahead and we quantify the amount of plaque here, 824 cubic millimeters, that's a large amount of plaque. 90% of this plaque was non-calcified. 10% of this plaque was a specific type of plaque called low attenuation plaque, which is lipid-rich plaque. Also kind of a high-risk feature. Why am I showing this? Because elevated lipoprotein A has been associated now in multiple studies to be associated with more plaque, more high-risk plaque, but also faster plaque progression. So not everybody with high lipoprotein A is going to have plaque, but people who develop plaque, that plaque tends to progress, and it may be higher risk plaque. There's also a study that was published just a few months ago in JACC. This is a study from China showing that plaque might be the mediator between who has a high lipoprotein A and who has an event. So first, back in 2022, we saw this was calcium score. The individuals who have a higher risk in MESA with a high lipoprotein A are the ones who also have an elevated calcium score. In fact, if you have a calcium score of 0 and a high lipoprotein A, your risk is the same as someone who doesn't have a high lipoprotein A. But adding to that now on CT, the individuals who have a high lipoprotein A in this study from China who had events are all ones who had low attenuation plaque. So they suggested this is really the mediator between high lipoprotein A and events. But the important part is this is now getting into clinical trials. So there's now a trial called ACCLAIM LPA for lowering lipoprotein A that's actually is one of the enrollment criteria enrolling individuals who have not had a cardiovascular event but have plaque on either a calcium score or a CTA. So I'm going to conclude here, and I'll mention that I showed all these great pictures of CT, and of course I'm very enthusiastic about CT, even though I also do MRI and I also do nuclear. But I always have to remind everyone that CT is not the best test for everyone. So someone with morbid obesity, massive calcifications, unless you perhaps have a photon counting CT or small overlapping stents, those are all patients that I would never send to the CT lab. So we talked about the fact that improved CT detectors are improving our accuracy. I think this is a very exciting area. This is also going to be the accuracy to detect plaque, by the way. Among patients with acute chest pain, I showed you that the use of CT is associated with a more rapid diagnosis and decreased lengths of stay, so it's just an efficient test, but it may not lead to improved outcomes, and part of it is because outcomes are already pretty good in most low-risk acute chest pain patients. Among patients with stable chest pain, when we use coronary CTA, it's been proven now to be associated with improved patient outcomes, and likely the mechanism there is just that we can initiate preventive therapies and do so better than we did using alternative approaches. Quantitative coronary plaque analysis can improve risk assessment, and perhaps in the future it may allow us to tell whether individuals are responding to therapy. This is one of those holy grails. I don't think the data is ready for that yet, but that's a potential way the data will go in the future. Thank you all very much.
Well, that was really outstanding. Terrific. If anyone has any questions, please come up to the microphones to ask. As people are coming up, maybe I'll ask a two-part question, in fact. You mentioned the photon counting CTs. The way Mount Sinai Fuster Heart Hospital is arranged, it's an 8-hospital system, lots of practices that are also working with us. A number of them have nuclear cameras that are kind of old. When it's time to replace, should they replace with a nuclear camera or should they get a CT scanner? And there's only so much space, so for the purpose of this question, you have to pick one or the other. And if one is getting a CT scan, is there any point not getting a photon counting CT? We actually recently went through this exercise here. We did, after a fair amount of discussion, end up getting a photon counting CT. We have to find the space to put it, but we have it coming. But it's a lot more expensive than just a non-photon counting CT. At least that's what the company was telling us. So there's a price differential. So the questions are: if you're replacing, get another nuclear camera or CT, and if you're getting CT, do you have to get a photon counting CT these days?
Well, I will say that every leading heart hospital is going to need at least one really good CT, because it's not just for coronaries, it's for pre-EP procedures, and it's before TAVR and mitral valve interventions and congenital heart disease. So I think you just need to have a really good CT. So I would say CT, it's very versatile. It's used across the whole spectrum now of low, intermediate, and high risk. We no longer use the level of risk of the patient to decide between tests. It's more whether you can get good image quality. And if you have a photon counting CT, you can get good image quality in the vast majority of patients. I will say that if you are going to get a nuclear camera, not a SPECT, a PET is the way to go. PET, much more accurate, certainly not the topic of my talk today, but a PET would be the way to go. Of course, there's a downside. PET is more expensive than SPECT, and a photon counting is more expensive than a conventional camera, so it is an institutional investment. The the reality, there is a justification that could be made in terms of better patient care, better quality, fewer false positives, fewer false negatives.
Great. Yes.
Thank you for a very insightful talk. What do you think about in trying to further nuance and frame the risk of patients for having ongoing concern over plaque rupture, and especially when you see someone has what appears to be a high burden of plaque, plus or minus characteristics of plaque that might suggest that it might be unstable. The addition of things like high sensitivity C-reactive proteins and interleukins to try and further be a little more granular about someone's risk.
Yeah. I think, this is a very good question. I get asked this a lot by patients. I tell them, you have a very large amount of plaque, and then they say, well, should I be measuring homocysteine? Should I measure CRP? Should I measure? There's a lot of other things we can measure. And the question in my mind always is that going to change kind of what we already know? So I think once someone has a large amount of plaque, I want to treat them very aggressive. I want to use secondary prevention targets, get their LDL in my clinic well under 50 for folks who have large amount of plaque. I will put them all on antiplatelet therapy. I used to put some of them on colchicine as well, was the LODOCA-2 trials showing the benefit there. And certainly, I think that's a good question, big open question right now. Adding CRP, I think, is helpful a little bit for risk stratification, but I think it might not help once you know someone is truly high risk. Whether that's going to guide the use of colchicine or not, I think it would be reasonable to add it in that way. In the LODOCA-2 trial, CRP was not tested. It kind of did it on everyone, but certainly there potentially might be some room still for colchicine in some patients, certainly not the post-MI, post-ACS, post-PCI. And in those patients, if you're contemplating that, checking CRP, I think is reasonable.
You also mentioned interleukins, but those can, in most practices, be a little hard to test. I mean, they are upstream of CRP, but I think practically speaking, that might be tough. There's a question here as well that's related, so I'll just ask it. It says, from Dr. Mansour, in a primary care setting, do you recommend routine screening for Lp(a) at least once?
Yes.
Certain guidelines, of course, recommend that, the European guidelines, for example.
European, even in the US, the NLA guidelines, and I suspect future guidelines in the US would recommend it too. And the argument not to check it has always been, well, we don't have therapies available. But I would say even without therapies, it's actually a helpful marker just for risk assessments. I think for that reason alone, I would check it in everyone at least once.
Yeah, and there is a fair amount of data, I guess you could say observational, but from randomized trials like Odyssey and Fourier that show very intensely treating LDL, in that case with PCSK9 inhibitors, the respective monoclonal antibodies studied in Fourier and Odyssey, you get more bang for your buck. So if you've got high LDL and high Lp(a), even not that high LDL and high Lp(a), in those trials there was more clinical benefit, more absolute risk reduction. Actually, maybe Dr. Stegg will comment on that later. He helped lead the Odyssey outcome trial and many of those analyses. Question there?
Hi, thanks for such a great talk. Just wondering how much weight should we be putting on sending a patient in their mid-50s to early 60s for a cardiac calcium score? Based on the data you showed here, we could be either led or misled down the wrong route because we're missing soft plaque, lipid-rich plaque. If patients are on statins, sometimes the calcium gets higher when we reduce the lipids, and I'm just not sure how to use it or even if to use it, this quick, easy. Yeah. Cheap test.
Yeah, so my talk was on coronary CTA, but I actually think calcium score is actually a fairly good test for someone in their 50s and you want to know if to treat them or not. So I think it's most helpful as the guidelines state, if there's some hesitancy about whether to treat them or not. If you decide based on risk factors to already treat them, perhaps there's still a role for a calcium score if you're not sure about the intensity of therapy. So if the calcium score is very high, you're going to be more intense with respect to LDL lowering. Perhaps other therapies as well. The issue of whether statins, being on statins and converting some of that non-calcified plaque to calcified plaque, and that impacts things, I think that's the second part of your question. We know that calcium score is just as predictive in individuals on statins. So I don't, when I see someone who's on statin therapy and they have a large amount of calcified plaque, I don't blame that all on the statins. I say that they actually truly have plaque and they are high risk. So the use of statins doesn't affect how I interpret the test.
But do you find any value then in repeating a calcium, as sometimes people do, because of course it might have gone up because they're on statin, whatever, and though that practice occurs, do you think there's any value in repeating a coronary calcium?
I think it's a limited role. So certainly if you're a 0 and you decide to defer therapy, I will repeat it anywhere between 4 and 7 years, depending on your risk factors, because now I know if we find plaque, we're going to do something different. If you already have calcifications, perhaps if there's mild calcifications and finding some very rapid increase is going to cause us to treat someone differently. So I always pause and say, if I find an increase, am I going to do anything different? So if someone's already on good medical therapy, I say don't bother repeating it.
And this is somewhat related. Does statin have an effect on the epicardial fat? This is a question from Dr. El Rice.
Yes, there is some good data that statins actually lower the Phi score. There's several therapies that do it, but statins certainly have been shown to lower that.
Yeah, that being, Phi being the fat attenuation index. Well, did we finish with your question there? Because you were still standing, and I was just reading the questions.
I guess that 30-year-old smoker or something that you showed, I don't even know if he had calcium, but the guy had 800, whatever you said, units of lipid. So I think that's really my question. Like, how much are we misled by a 0 calcium and we say, oh, you're good, and then they have some high-risk vulnerable plaque?
Yeah, got it. So first of all, he did have some calcifications, so we would have caught him. The challenge is how often do people have what's called exclusively non-calcified plaque? They have a calcium score of 0 and you're missing plaque. And in asymptomatic cohorts, the largest one called SCAPUS, only about 10% of people with a calcium score of 0 have non-calcified plaque. So certainly if we do CTA, we will see more. We will see the stenosis. We'll see non-calcified plaque. There's no question that coronary CTA is better and gives more information. The big question is, what's the incremental advantage? Are you missing? How often are you going to miss something? And I think it's not a large percentage of the time, so maybe 10% of the time. There's only there's two downsides to doing coronary CTA in asymptomatic patients. That's a common question. Why not just do CTA in everyone? Well, number one is the cost. CTA is more expensive. It used to be radiation too, but the radiation difference now is becoming very small between the two. But in my mind, the biggest reason why I don't want to do CTA in everyone is inappropriate use of the results. And what do I mean by that? We do a coronary CTA in someone who's completely asymptomatic, and it comes back as a mild stenosis or moderate stenosis, and now it leads to a stress test, and now it leads to sending them to the cath lab, and they never needed all of that. So as long as we know how to use the test correctly and we don't refer to unnecessary testing, I think coronary CTA is a great test for asymptomatics, but that's my biggest concern there.
Yeah, there's an epidemic of that in New York City, I'll say much more so than in Boston. So yeah, we do need more data. The TRANSFORM trial is actually ongoing, just getting off the ground. Will be a site here as well as at Morningside. That's looking at high-risk primary prevention randomization to coronary CT angio or usual guideline-based care. So that trial will take a few years, obviously, but when it's done, it'll give us, I hope, a definitive answer whether we should or should not do coronary CT angio. David Marin from Stanford and I are leading that trial. Dr. Soni?
Can I ask a question? I have two questions. One, you mentioned about the antiplatelet treatment. This is in symptomatic patients or asymptomatic patients also with the plaque burden on? And this is one question. Second question is, the calcium score, how is the smoking affecting that? How accurate it is? And what is the age we recommend calcium score screening, over 40 or over 30? Today, Dr. Fuster said 30 over screening. Should we do calcium scoring after 30? And will it be accurate? And how about the smoking people? And statin does do regression, right? So
I think that's 6 questions. But
that was a lot of questions.
I'll do rapid fire on them. But I'll start with, when do you start? Generally, I would say men around 40, women around 50 if they don't have a lot of risk factors. And if you're very high risk and I'm concerned, I would say men 30 and women 40. I do start in women generally about 10 years later because they develop plaque 10 years later. You asked about smoking. Smokers do have more non-calcified plaque, especially young smokers, so that's important to know. Other question you asked is about, do statins regress plaque? The non-calcified plaque, there are studies showing that there's regression, both invasive studies with IVUS and with CT. The regression is very small, so I usually don't emphasize that a lot to my patients. I say that the goal of treatment is to stop your plaque from progressing. The amount of regressions are usually pretty tiny in most studies. But those studies are short-term, so nobody knows, maybe that short-term regression over several years. And I think the regression also happens if you start therapy earlier on before plaque is fibrosed and calcified, so reinforcing the concept that we need to start treatment earlier in life. I think I missed one or two of those.
Did that get all your questions? Okay. Well, at any rate, then I think we've got to move on. Thank you for a great presentation and really wonderful questions as well from both our online and live audiences. Let's move on now to a talk on a topic that is indeed complex, understanding the complexity of anti-thrombotic therapy in 2024. I think few things are quite as challenging as this in cardiovascular medicine, because there are so many trials and so many interpretations, and really can't think of anyone better to give this lecture than Professor Steg, who is the chief of the Department of Cardiology at Hôpital Bichat in Paris, France. I was fortunate a bit over a decade ago to spend a summer there in Paris with Professor Steg and his colleagues, learning structural heart intervention and just other fun topics in cardiology. Really a remarkable institution. Providing care is an important part of the public hospital system in Paris. He's also the vice president of research in that large Parisian network of public hospitals, a professor of cardiology at Université Paris Diderot, now Université Paris Cité. He's also a professor of cardiology at the National Heart and Lung Institute at the Imperial College in London, UK, and really has been a leader in the world of cardiovascular medicine. I think without a doubt he's Europe's leading academic cardiologist. I've had the pleasure of working with him on a number of trials in antithrombotics, going back to the Charisma trial that we worked on together, and most recently the Themis and Themis PCI trials that led to the expansion of ticagrelor's label into stable coronary disease. So a real pleasure having Professor Steg here.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I really want to thank Dr. Keeney, Dr. Sharma, and Dr. Bhatt for the invitation. It's truly an honor to be here. What I'll try to do in the next few minutes is to really address in a very compressed way several topics regarding antithrombotic therapy, and particularly a combination of antithrombotic and antiplatelet agents and various iterations of combinations of antiplatelet agents, and to give a perspective of what the totality of the trial and the data suggests, maybe not always what we're doing, but probably what we should be doing, and finally to try to look at perspectives for the future of where this field might be going, particularly with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease prevention, both in the primary and secondary prevention settings. These are my disclosures. So let me start with a simple topic, the duration of antiplatelet therapy after PCI and ACS. There's been an incredible amount of trial and studies looking at this, and so many iterations and combinations of strategies that can be used to manage antiplatelet therapy after PCI or ACS. And I would like to make this as simple as possible, and I believe it is actually quite simple. It starts with guidelines which generally have recommended a duration of 12 months of dual antiplatelet therapy after PCI or ACS. And this is true for the European guidelines. I could share the American guidelines, I could share the Canadian guidelines, the British guidelines, the Australian guidelines. They all recommend 12 months of duration of antiplatelet therapy. And interestingly enough, it's been pointed out that there was really no formal test of that conventional 12 months duration of dual antiplatelet therapy. If you look at the 3 original large-scale trials that have led to the recommendation that are often quoted, the CURE trial, the TRIDENT trial, and the PLATO trial, neither of them formally tested duration. They tested various combinations. And interestingly enough, the median duration of DAPT in all of these trials was never 12 months. So the 12 months really comes out of the blue. There's really no strong data to support the idea that 12 months should be the default duration of dual antiplatelet therapy. Now, there have been a myriad trials looking at various durations of dual antiplatelet therapy, and they've been recently reviewed by Marco Valgimigli in Circulation, and they can be summarized in this slide. And the message is very simple. If you try to use shorter durations overall across the board compared to longer duration of 12 months, there's really no difference in most outcomes except for major bleeding, which is totally expected. A shorter duration of dual antiplatelet therapy will lead to less bleeding. I'm not sure we should be applying the evidence that way, as you'll see in a minute, because what really drives everything seems to be the bleeding risk. And there are a myriad ways to assess, again, bleeding risk. There are various bleeding risk scores that are around. The latest iteration was published very recently in Circulation. It's actually an advanced publication on the Circulation website. It's the precise HBR bleeding risk score, which seems to outperform most of the other bleeding risk scores, and it's based, as unsurprisingly, on very standard items: age, prior bleeding, hemoglobin, eGFR, white blood cell count, use of oral anticoagulants, and various items from the ARC-HBR criteria. And as you can see, if you rank patients as a function of their HBR bleeding risk score, well, their actual risk of bleeding is very, very different. How can we put this to use to decide in whom to shorten and in whom not to shorten antiplatelet therapy duration? Well, Marco Valgimigli, in his recent Circulation review, has done this stratification, which is really interesting, looking at longer versus shorter adapt stratified by high bleeding risk. And you can see the impact it has on bleeding events on the top, on ischemic events in the middle, and on net adverse events, which is the combination of ischemic and bleeding events at the bottom. And if we start with high bleeding risk patients, as expected, high bleeding risk patients appear to favor short DAP because that leads to benefit in reducing bleeding without any clear difference on ischemic events, such that the net adverse clinical events are very favorable for shorter DAP in high bleeding risk patients. Conversely, and I think that's also interesting and often not quoted, in patients who are not at high bleeding risk, there's really no difference in bleeding whether you use short versus long DAPT, but there's a dramatic difference in ischemic events such that net adverse clinical events appear to favor longer DAPT in patients who are not at bleeding risk. So it's really your bleeding risk that decides and drives and should drive the duration of dual antiplatelet therapy. And that's been tested subsequently in large trials, such as the MASTER DAPT, in which abbreviated DAPT did reduce bleeding risk without increasing MACE in patients who were selected at entry for having a high bleeding risk. And I could say the flip side of this is really the analyses that were done from the THEMIS and THEMIS PCI trials that I had the privilege to conduct with Dr. Bott, in which diabetic patients with stable CAD not at high bleeding risk derive greater benefit from prolonged and protracted dual antiplatelet therapy with aspirin and ticagrelor compared to aspirin alone. So the message for duration of antiplatelet therapy after PCR or ACS is shorten for high bleeding risk patients and do not shorten for patients who are not at high bleeding risk. Another question is, what should we do long-term for these patients when we want to shorten? Should we go to aspirin after that, or should we go to P2Y12 monotherapy? Well, with advances in antiplatelet therapy, we've kept adding treatments to aspirin. We started with ticlopidine, and then prasugrel, and then ticagrelor, and then ticlopidine, then clopidogrel, then prasugrel, then ticagrelor. But maybe the foundation should not be aspirin. Maybe the foundation should be a P2Y12 inhibitor, and maybe we could do away with the aspirin. And that's been tested in a series of trials, and certainly one of the most interesting and well-done trials was the Twilight trial conducted by Dr. Maron, which was one of the very few trials that was placebo-controlled in a double-blind manner. And in that Twilight trial, patients who were even free 3 months post-PCI were randomly assigned to aspirin or placebo on top of ticagrelor, everybody being on ticagrelor. And as you can see, ticagrelor plus placebo did better in reducing bleeding compared to DAPT, with no effect on ischemic events on the right. So no price to pay for that reduction in bleeding. And that was true across the board in this trial, including in diabetic patients, including in patients who were post-ACS. So it seems that ticagrelor monotherapy 3 months post-PCI is a remarkable strategy and a very attractive strategy. That was not the only observation going that way. There were subsequent trials that went the same way. Global leaders, Smart Choice, STOP-DAP2, TICO, they've been pulled in this meta-analysis by Michel O'Donoghue, showing again really a clear reduction in bleeding and no signal of harm in terms of preventing MACE. In fact, if anything, MACE appears to be trending favoring monotherapy with ticagrelor. And then of these trials, there was an extraction that was done of the trials that specifically looked at ticagrelor monotherapy rather than P2Y12 monotherapy. And that's again been published by Marco Valgemigli in The Lancet. As you can see, Dr. Valgemigli has been remarkably productive in this space. And what the meta-analysis shows is that there's, again, as would be expected, great benefit of using ticagrelor monotherapy compared to DAPT after PCI in reducing bleeding, regardless of how you measure bleeding, whether you look at BARC type 2, 3, 5, type 3 or 5, or net adverse clinical events, bleeding plus the MACE. For MACE, there's really no difference. And for all-cause mortality, there's a signal favoring ticagrelor monotherapy, actually borderline statistically significant for ticagrelor monotherapy, again indicating that this is quite an attractive strategy. So I think that we should consider that maybe we can solve all of these problems about DAPT and DAPT duration and which strategy should you use by using as a default strategy ticagrelor monotherapy after 1 to 3 months post-PCI or ACS. Now, what about the very long-term strategy? Which monotherapy should we use long-term for preventive purposes in patients who have established coronary artery disease? Traditionally, it's been aspirin. And we know that aspirin is cheap, and it is quite effective as a cheap intervention, but it's not perfect. Do we get better results if we substitute a P2Y12 inhibitor for aspirin? Well, more recently, a provocative trial came out from Korea, the HOST exam trial, which looked at aspirin versus clopidogrel for chronic maintenance monotherapy. And as you can see here, in that trial, the surprise was that actually clopidogrel appeared to outperform aspirin everywhere. It outperformed aspirin for ischemic events prevention at the bottom left. It outperformed aspirin for bleeding on the right part of the slide. And if you combine ischemic and bleeding events into net adverse clinical events, then there was massive benefit of clopidogrel over aspirin for chronic maintenance monotherapy. This prompted us to go back with several investigators, including Dr. Bhatt and Dr. Valgemigli, and the Panther pooled analysis looking at individual patient-level data from all the trials that had looked at P2Y12 monotherapy versus aspirin in stable coronary artery disease. And this came out in JACC last year, and again shows that P2Y12 monotherapy outperforms aspirin for ischemic events on the left and for bleeding events on the right. Not statistically significantly so for bleeding, but certainly for ischemic events, it is statistically significant. So really, there's very little reason to continue to use aspirin as our default strategy now that clopidogrel has gone generic and has become much cheaper than it was in the past. So I don't think this is well realized by most people, and I don't think it's become yet the default strategy in most places. But the data actually points to P2Y12 inhibitor monotherapy over aspirin therapy for chronic maintenance antiplatelet therapy in patients with coronary artery disease. Another slightly different but somewhat related question is, what do we do in patients who have coronary artery disease who require long-term oral anticoagulation? Should we insist on adding aspirin or antiplatelet monotherapy to oral anticoagulation, or can we do away with the antiplatelet therapy and use oral anticoagulation alone? So the data we have is interesting because we have 3 trials, and I don't think we have a very, very clear answer yet. The first 2 trials have been published a while ago in 2019. Both were halted prematurely, and they're quite small. The first one was the OAC alone trial that suggested that OAC plus SAPT appeared to outperform OAC alone, but that was not statistically significant. The subsequent AFIRE trial done in Japan found the reverse, found that OAC alone was superior to OAC plus aspirin in preventing ischemic events. and led to reduced bleeding. This year, the EPIC CAD trial was presented and just published in the New England Journal of Medicine, comparing edoxaban monotherapy to dual antithrombotic therapy, and there was no significant difference in terms of ischemic events on the top, but there was a clear reduction in bleeding with edoxaban monotherapy compared to dual antithrombotic therapy. I think it's important to remember that all of these three trials had a very limited number of events, a small number of patients, but even smaller number of events, and they were all open label, which of course can be problematic in the assessment of these antithrombotic strategies given crossovers and so on. There's a fourth trial that I happen to be associated with, which is done in France, which is a nationwide trial called Aquatic. And the Aquatic trial is looking at all AF patients on oral anticoagulation therapy, whether or not they were on antiplatelet therapy plus single antiplatelet therapy, who have a history of stent implantation of more than 12 months ago. And they're randomized to aspirin or placebo in a double-blind manner, being stratified on whether they were on OAC alone to start with, or on OAC plus SAP, i.e. were they naive to antiplatelet therapy or not at the time of randomization. And that trial has concluded enrollment and will be presented in the next few months, and I hope it will help provide a definitive answer. We've already agreed with the investigators of the other three trials to do a pooled individual patient-level meta-analysis of the data. So the answer is we probably not need to add aspirin to CAD patients, but if you look at the confidence intervals for the ischemic events, they're quite wide, which I think explains why we need to wait for the results of the Aquatic ongoing trial. Finally, if we get now to anticoagulation, anticoagulation has made tremendous progress over the past decades. The factor 10 inhibitors and the direct thrombin inhibitors have been major advances in the space, but they have not been used in all the patients who require them, particularly because of the fear of bleeding. And we continue to experience substantial rates of bleedings in these patients. So these treatments are effective, but they're not as safe as we would like them to be. Can we have safer anticoagulants? Well, there's theoretical reason to believe that this may be true. And the reason this may be true is that maybe instead of inhibiting factor 2 thrombin or factor 10 or activated factor 10, we could achieve safer anticoagulation by inhibiting factor 11. And the reason for this is that factor 11 is dispensable for hemostasis. Hemostasis is what prevents us from bleeding when we cut our finger with an envelope. You know, we generally don't die from bleeding when we cut our fingers from an envelope because there'll be a platelet clot and there'll be a fibrin clot related to this hemostasis process, which is really from outside in injury, in which factor 11 actually is dispensable and the extrinsic pathway is activated by tissue factor, factor 7, factor 10, and thrombin generation, and quickly produces a clot that will save us from bleeding. Conversely, bad thrombosis, bad clots, are related to thrombosis, which is an inside-out process in which plaque disruption or activated leukocytes or microvesicles will release tissue factor, which will generate factor 7 activation and factor 10 activation, which then will undergo a massive amplification loop that involves the intrinsic pathway and factor 11. So factor 11 plays a key role in clotting, but not in hemostasis. And that generates the hypothesis that maybe inhibiting factor 11 instead of the other steps in the coagulation cascade may allow to uncouple hemostasis and thrombosis and thus provide safer anticoagulation. And interestingly enough, we have pretty strong animal data and genetic data to back this up. I won't bore you with a review of the factor 11 evidence, but let's just share this slide, which is an animal model of thrombosis on the left, in which there was a comparison of dabigatran and apixaban in red and green, and a factor 11 antagonist in blue. And as you can see, as you increase the doses of these various anticoagulants, you restore flow in this carotid blood flow model. And there seems to be similar antithrombotic efficacy between factor 11 inhibition, factor 10 inhibition with apixaban, or direct thrombin inhibition with dabigatran. In the right side of this slide, you now have a bleeding risk model, an animal bleeding model, kidney bleeding time, in which you look at the increase in bleeding that's dose-related for dabigatran in red, for apixaban in green, but absolutely a flat dose response curve for the factor 11 antagonist. As you increase the dose, you don't get increased bleeding. And that suggests that there may be a window where you're able to inhibit thrombosis and not generate bleeding. These factor 11 antagonists have so far mostly been tested, in fact, in phase 2 studies. There have been a few small dose-ranging studies done in orthopedic surgery, largely as dose-ranging and dose-finding studies. One of them was the axiomatic TKR study with milvexian, one of the oral factor 11 antagonists, in which milvexian at various doses was compared to the standard of care, which was deemed to be enoxaparin. As you can see, as you increase the doses of milvexian, whether you use it once daily or even better, twice daily, you're able to get rid of venous thromboembolism in a much more effective way than with enoxaparin and with less bleeding than with enoxaparin. And when you do an exposure response analysis, I think this is quite an interesting analysis from this same trial, you can see on the left the plotting of the risk of venous thromboembolism compared to the concentration of the drug in the x-axis. And as you increase the dose, the risk of VTE decreases dramatically. On the right, if you look at the probability of bleeding as a function of dose and exposure, actually the curve is quite flat. Again, confirming in humans what's been reported in animals, in the animal models I've just shared. Now, this year, the Oceanic AF trial, which was a comparison of asundexian, a factor 11 antagonist, to apixaban in atrial fibrillation for stroke prevention, was halted prematurely, and the results were just presented at the ESC in London and subsequently published in the New England Journal of Medicine. And what you may have heard is that in that trial, apixaban appeared to clearly outperform asundexian. Even though the rates of stroke and systemic embolism were low, 0.4% and 1.3%, there was a dramatic and statistically significant difference in favor of apixaban that led to premature termination of the trial. So that trial has been stopped. There's another trial with the same compound, asundexian, that is going on, which is not comparing asundexian to apixaban, to full-dose anticoagulation, but to placebo on top of dual antiplatelet therapy in patients with recent ischemic stroke. And that trial, with the same DSMB as the Oceanic AF trial, is going forward. And I suspect the reason this trial is going forward is that probably the dose of asundexian that was used in the atrial fibrillation trial was a little on the low side compared to what is being tested with other similar agents in the same setting. There's another large-scale clinical trial program of factor 11 antagonists going forward with milvexian, the other oral factor 11 antagonist, with 3 trials, one in atrial fibrillation, one in secondary stroke prevention, and one in ACS. And of note, the dose of asundexian that was used in Oceanic AF was 50 milligrams QD. The dose of milvexian that is used in Librexia AF compared to the same comparator of apixaban 5 milligrams BID is 100 milligrams BID, 4 times higher dose than in the Oceanic AF trial. And I think that this points out to the differences in dosing that may be critical to the success of preventing ischemic events or thromboembolic events in these trials. It's one thing to be safe, but if you're not effective, if you use too low a dose that is ineffective, of course, that cannot go forward. So can we have safer but effective anticoagulants? I don't think we have an answer yet. Factor 11 antagonists are being tested. One trial has been stopped. There are many other trials that are going forward. I think we'll get an answer starting in 2026. Finally, can we achieve safe dual pathway inhibition in CAD? And why would we want to achieve safe dual pathway inhibition? Because as I started off, dual antiplatelet therapy has been the mainstay of antithrombotic therapy in patients post-ACS and post-stenting. But we know that thrombin generation exists in these patients and is actually increased compared to the normal levels despite dual antiplatelet therapy, because of course dual antiplatelet therapy does not directly affect thrombin generation. And we know that this increased thrombin generation persists over time for at least 6 months to a year. There have been many trials that have tried to combine anticoagulants with antiplatelet therapy starting in the last century. For instance, the WARIS-2 trial in the pre-clopidogrel era tested aspirin plus warfarin compared to warfarin alone and aspirin alone. And if you look at sheer efficacy, well, actually, the combination therapy was the best. There was a lower rate of event in warfarin plus aspirin compared to warfarin alone or aspirin alone. The problem, of course, is that there was an acceptable bleeding. It was very inconvenient to use warfarin plus aspirin. Subsequent attempts to do this using factor X antagonist with, for instance, rivaroxaban, were also interesting. In the ATLAS trial, actually, rivaroxaban, very low dose, added to antiplatelet therapy, appeared to outperform placebo or a higher dose of rivaroxaban. But again, there was an increase in bleeding. But if you look at those patients who had clear myocardial infarction with elevated cardiobiomarkers and no prior stroke or TIA, which is a post-hoc subgroup of the ATLAS trial, there was not only a reduction in CVD, MI, stroke, but there was actually a reduction in cardiovascular mortality and all-cause mortality, suggesting that this is really a strategy that we should be looking at very carefully. Closer to us, the COMPASS trial looked at low-dose rivaroxaban versus rivaroxaban plus aspirin or aspirin alone in patients with stable atherosclerotic vascular disease, coronary artery disease or peripheral arterial disease. And many of you in this room, including Dr. Bat, have been intimately involved in this trial. And as you remember, this trial was prematurely terminated for overwhelming efficacy by the DSMB and the steering committee because the rivaroxaban plus aspirin arm came out on top, reducing more effectively these risks. There was even a lower mortality in the rivaroxaban plus aspirin arm compared to aspirin alone, although it didn't reach the pre-specified threshold of 0.0025 related to the alpha sparing strategy for that trial. It was 0.82 with a p-value of 0.01. So certainly an interesting signal of lower mortality. But again, in COMPASS and in other trials, there was a price to pay for the efficacy, which was increased bleeding. And I think that has largely contributed to prevent the widespread adoption of this dual pathway strategy. And I think that now that we're testing anticoagulants that we hope are as effective and safer than conventional anticoagulants, the factor XI antagonists, it's going to be really tantalizing to see whether we can combine factor XI antagonists to antiplatelet therapy strategies post-ACS. And there's a large ongoing trial called Librexia ACS. Again, Dr. Bat and I are involved in this trial. It's comparing milvexian to placebo on top of any background dual antiplatelet strategy that's deemed desirable by the investigators in ACS patients post-revascularization. Enrollment is going fast, and we're hoping to conclude the trial and provide results by 2026. So to summarize, well, we have some answers. Duration of antiplatelet therapy after PCI or ACS should be shortened in patients with HBR and longer in patients who are not at bleeding risk. Ticagrelor monotherapy after 1 to 3 months post-PCI is a very attractive strategy, although it's not caught yet a large span of the market, if I may say. I think it's actually very attractive, and the data pleads for that. Long-term antiplatelet therapy in CAD, we should consider P2Y12 inhibitor monotherapy over aspirin, given the data that's available. We probably do not need to combine aspirin with oral anticoagulation in patients who have CAD and have long-term anticoagulation, but it's going to be important to look at the results of AQUATIC coming up in the next few months. We may have safer but effective anticoagulants with factor XI antagonists, but that's a promise. We'll see whether it's kept. And finally, it might be possible, if the factor XI antagonists are effective, to achieve safer dual pathway inhibition in CAD. Librexia ACS will provide the answer. I'll stop here, and I'll be delighted to take questions. Thank you.
Really terrific lecture. A couple of questions have already come in from the internet, I think, or maybe it's people here. Dr. Galati has asked, do we need additional testing to know who's at high risk of bleeding prior to DAPT, or maybe even just for continuation or decisions about intensity of DAPT?
So we've looked for biomarkers. If I get the question is, do we have biomarkers, biological markers that could guide us? The answer is we do have biomarkers, but they're not very specific. One of the best biomarkers is GDF-15, and it's clearly clearly associated with an increased bleeding risk. GDF-15 in general is a marker of senescence and is associated with anything related to frailty. So unsurprisingly, frailty is, of course, a very strong predictor of bleeding. When we look at the latest iterations of the bleeding risk score, particularly the precise HBR bleeding risk score, which just came out in circulation, as you'll see, it's based on very simple clinical and biological criteria that are available in your electronic health record that you can enter at the patient bedside into a calculator, and that will provide you a fairly discriminant view of the risk of bleeding. And I'm not sure we need to have additional tests because we're already able to pretty effectively risk stratify patients for bleeding.
Yeah, I'm also, like you, involved with that, and maybe a bit biased, but I think that's the best bleeding risk score to date, the precise high bleeding risk score that just came out in Circ. How do you explain STEMI in a patient with clopidogrel as the antiplatelet treatment, diabetes on controlled meds and on rosuvastatin?
So first of all, we should remember that no therapy is totally effective 100%. The fact that we have patients that, quote, escape prevention with statins, with aspirin, with clopidogrel or anything else doesn't mean that these therapies are not effective, but they're not effective to the point that they prevent 100% of events. The second issue, of course, is we know that there's some variability in clopidogrel response, which is particularly marked in some ethnic groups, particularly Asians and Southeast Asians, which has prompted some desire to genotype patients or measure platelet response. I'm not sure it's actually useful in routine clinical practice. And finally, we should never forget that we prescribe drugs to patients, but we're never certain that they actually take them. And when you question patients who develop events despite antiplatelet therapy, it's always important to measure whether their platelets were actually inhibited. And in the stent thrombosis era, many studies have shown that patients who were supposed to be on dual antiplatelet therapy actually had not maybe been as adherent to antiplatelet therapy as we thought they had been, or had declared they had been, when you actually measured platelet reactivity.
Yeah, great points. Question?
Yeah, I have two questions about aspirin versus clopidogrel. So first, I know there's old data suggesting that a lot of the benefit of clopidogrel over aspirin was in smokers. So I was wondering whether the current analysis looked at that interaction. And second, in stable CAD patients who are on oral anticoagulation, where you are choosing to use an antiplatelet agent, do we have data on this relative safety of aspirin versus clopidogrel in those patients?
Yeah. So let me start with the latter. So the pooled individual patient level meta-analysis as well as host exam does not suggest increased bleeding risk with clopidogrel compared to aspirin, which is interesting because many of the non-cardiologists, particularly surgeons, dentists, are often scared of doing any procedure on patients on clopidogrel, whereas they're perfectly happy to do the exact same procedure in a patient who's on aspirin. And actually the bleeding risk, if anything, is probably a little higher on aspirin than it is on clopidogrel. But it's to the point where often when I have patients who are on chronic clopidogrel therapy and they have to undergo a procedure, I will switch them back to aspirin just for them to undergo that surgical procedure, and I'll go back to clopidogrel once they've undergone that prostate biopsy or dental surgery, etc. With respect to the smoking interaction, so that was a very clear, back from, again, the Charisma era.
And Capri.
And Capri, there was a strong interaction. In the latest Panther meta-analysis, I'm answering from memory, but I don't think there was a statistically significant interaction with smoking, so that the benefit of clopidogrel over aspirin appears to be in all patients, not solely confined to patients who are smokers.
There is research to suggest, is there any research to suggest geriatric patients, women versus men, should be treated differently when using antiplatelet therapy and aspirin?
So, as you know, there's been a tremendous amount of interest in this space in the past few years, as most of us have realized, that number one, we have fewer women than men in many of the trials and studies that we're looking at, even though women die from cardiovascular disease as much as men do, if anything, a few years later. But absolutely, cardiovascular disease remains a major killer in women. So there's been tremendous attention devoted to that. And really, we haven't seen a clear biological interaction between sex and the efficacy of anti-thrombotic therapies, whether it's anticoagulants or antiplatelet therapies.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely correct. What about also geriatric? How about older patients? Anything there?
So older patients are at much greater risk of ischemic events and traumatic events. But again, no hint that there's an interaction between the age and the selection of one agent over the other or dual versus single. But older patients tend to be frail, and because they're frail, they're at higher bleeding risk, which is a reason why many of these patients will be candidate for shorter duration of dual antiplatelet therapy.
Yeah, probably frailty is more important than age per se. Dr. Blankstein?
Wonderful talk. You talked about shorter DAPT, which is kind of where the field is moving when there's bleeding risk, but are there patients in whom you're recommending longer DAPT, like the high lipoprotein A or large amount of residual disease, or when should we do longer DAPT?
Absolutely. Again, in the interest of time, I didn't have the time to go into all of the subgroups, but as alluded to, I think the data clearly shows that if you have a patient who's at high bleeding risk, by shortening DAPT, you reduce bleeding dramatically and you don't pay a price in terms of ischemic event. But the same data actually also shows the reverse. In patients who are not at high bleeding risk, in patients who have a low bleeding risk, increasing the duration actually it reduces ischemic events without increasing bleeding. And that's exactly what we found in the THEMIS trial in diabetic patients with CAD. So I absolutely believe that there are subgroups in whom extended therapy might be beneficial. And if we go back to the Pegasus era, post-MI, in high-risk patients post-MI, if they're not at high bleeding risk, I think they're candidates for extended dual antiplatelet therapy. So I think there are subgroups. And Lp(a) is a very interesting subgroup because we are beginning to realize, thanks to your work and everybody's work in this space, that this is an extremely potent marker of risk, and of risk that's exactly at the confluence of thrombosis and atherogenesis. So it's a deadly and lethal combination to increase atherogenesis and thrombosis at the same time, which is what Lp(a) does. And there's some studies that do suggest an interaction between that and therapy, such that aspirin for primary prevention in patients with elevated Lp(a) actually makes a lot of sense.
Two great questions are coming in. Actually, there are a number of questions from our online folks, too. This is a really important point here from Dr. Arias. Is there difference between rivaroxaban 2.5 twice daily, which was used with aspirin in the COMPASS trial, and rivaroxaban 5 milligram once to improve adherence?
Yeah, so yes, BID versus QD is important. The peak to trough ratio can help optimize both the efficacy and the safety of an agent. This is, for instance, one of the reasons we elected to use the milvexian BID in the AFib stroke prevention program instead of a QD as in the asundexian program. So yes, I think lower dose BID is a better strategy. Of course, you pay a price because it's more difficult for patients to adhere to a BID regimen than to a QD regimen, but it's clearly more desirable when you want to optimize the benefit-risk ratio of the peak to trough concentration of anticoagulants.
Yeah, if you're using the COMPASS regimen, it really has to be 2.5. It's different from the AFib dose, for example. In normal kidney function, you give 20. That pretty much lasts the whole day. The 2.5 just isn't going to make it through half a day. Through a whole day. So you really have to do it twice a day, and the 5 won't get you through the whole day either. And the final question for this session here is, have studies comparing aspirin and clopidogrel looked at clopidogrel non-responders? Should we be testing for that before deciding on choice of monotherapy?
So the short answer is I don't think we should be testing for this. The long answer is there's been a tremendous amount of effort devoted at trying to identify these patients. There's no agreement on what is the optimal test, what is the optimal threshold to define a responder and non-responder. And probably we're starting to understand that a lot of this non-responder thing has to do with the initial dosing. But when you're in repeated dosing and you have repeated exposure to clopidogrel or aspirin, many of the people who are initially non-responders become responders, so that the clinical relevance of being a responder or non-responder when you have repeated administration becomes moot.
Yes, last question.
Yeah, sorry about the last question, Dr. Butt. Is there a benefit? There's been some data out that's been published looking at platelet hyperreactivity. Is there a benefit in patients who we think are high risk, for whether interruption or based on their coronary status, plaque burden, et cetera, to test for their platelet function from a hyperreactivity standpoint?
Yeah, so it's complicated to measure platelet reactivity because you have to do it on fresh platelets. Again, it's It's a little more of an art than a science, because everybody has their own assay, their own method to assess it, and their threshold to define what is hyperreactivity. What's interesting is that what correlates to hyperreactivity are very simple clinical criteria that we know. Diabetics have hyperreactivity, smokers have hyperreactivity, older patients have hyperreactivity. So I'm not sure we should embark on this complicated method of ex vivo testing of fresh platelets, rushing tubes to the lab to get an answer, when we can, based on simple clinical phenotype, identify patients who might derive benefit from more intensive or more prolonged antiplatelet therapy.
Yeah, though I totally agree with that, though there are still companies, physicians, scientists working on seeing if there are better ways of creating assays. Just some data that came out in JACC about a new assay from the University of Vermont. Well, we could probably keep going for a while. I mean, this is a very interesting, important, challenging, controversial topic, but thank you for synthesizing it so beautifully. All right, well, let me move on now to my own lecture. And if we can pull that up, which is to talk a bit about lipid-modifying therapies. And I'll go through this at a brisk clip just to get us back on time. And it's really been great questions from the internet audience and the live audience, though we will jettison our panel discussion at the end of this session that's on the agenda, just to keep things on time and make sure everyone is given a good lunch break. Disclosures relevant to my talk include research funding from the companies in Bold, Amarin, Amgen, Novartis, Regeneron, Sanofi, and 89bio. So let's start and talk a little bit about the guidelines. It's always a good idea to talk about guidelines. I picked the European guidelines, not that I have anything against the American College of Cardiology, American Heart Association guidelines, but they're a bit out of date and need updating, and those organizations are planning to do that. But here are the ESC guidelines, which I think are terrific. And really at the top here is a 1A recommendation for a LDL goal of less than 55 milligrams per deciliter in patients with chronic coronary syndrome. So that's patients with coronary artery disease. So that is more aggressive than the US guidelines. And furthermore, also then as a level of recommendation that they mention, if patients, while they're on intense LDL-lowering therapy, have a second vascular event within 2 years, there the guidelines actually allow the use of a target of less than 40. That is given a 2B level of recommendation, but I still think it's important to realize that it's there. I mean, in my own practice, I do, if the patient's already on intensive LDL-lowering therapy and still having events on that, despite being adherent, despite documented low LDL, then I do usually intensify. So I think these are really good guidelines, and would encourage you to read them. But regardless of what we're thinking or talk about guidelines, this is some recent work from one of my fellows, actually, Dr. Agarwal at Brigham and Women's Hospital, looking at the question of what are we doing in the United States. This is looking at adults with coronary artery disease. Just came out in JAMA about a year ago, and found that only 1 in 4 patients, adults with documented coronary artery disease, is meeting the ACC-AHA guideline of less than or equal to 70 milligrams per deciliter. If we went with the European guideline of less than 55, only 1 in 10 is meeting that goal. So that's pretty bad. And sometimes doctors say, oh, well, that's because these drugs are expensive and PCSK9 inhibitors are expensive. But the use of ezetimibe here was 7%. So that's a generic, well-tolerated, safe, cheap drug. So drug cost might contribute to some issues, but this is really more fundamental. It's even just generic statin and ezetimibe that are being underutilized. Well, perhaps one strategy to get intense LDL on board quickly would be to initiate PCSK9 inhibition in patients when they're with us with acute coronary syndrome, sort of like we do with aspirin and a P2Y12 inhibitor. Some people also initiate high-dose statins on presentation. Maybe we should be doing the same thing, if not on actual presentation, prior to discharge with the PCSK9 inhibitor. There's some pilot data certainly suggesting this is safe. But is it incrementally effective? Well, the EVOLVE trial is ongoing. One of our subsequent speakers, I don't think he's here yet, Dr. Banaka, will be talking about a different topic later today, peripheral artery disease, but his group, CPC, is helping coordinate and lead this trial. But at any rate, Evolve is taking patients with STEMI or NSTEMI, about 4,000 of them, and randomizing them to either usual care or starting the PCSK9 inhibitor evolocumab in the hospital prior to discharge. So potentially, this might show, at a minimum, better adherence than we've seen to PCSK9 inhibitors and intense LDL lowering strategies in general, and perhaps even incremental efficacy from starting sooner, either from just better adherence or really early potent LDL reduction in this context. So in a few years, we'll see what the results of this are. Moving beyond that very acute setting, some other trials that are worth keeping an eye on include the following. Victorian to Prevent, that Professor Stegg here is actually leading. This is a phase 3 trial of inclisiran versus placebo in the secondary prevention universe to see if it reduces major adverse cardiovascular events. And if it does, then it means we probably should be adding PCSK9 inhibitors to the usual mix in a very broad segment of secondary prevention. And a little bit less mature in terms of timelines is Victorian 1 Prevent that I'm happy to chair. This is a primary prevention study of inclisiran versus placebo, 14,000 or so patients. But we're also looking at major adverse cardiovascular events to see if people, maybe like many people in this audience that aren't overtly sick in any way, but have atherosclerosis brewing, so high-risk primary prevention, I would say, should be on more than just generally good medical therapy and statins and that sort of thing, and should they get an injection every 6 months to lower their LDL to very low levels, or in this lower-risk population, is a statin just good enough? So it'll be a few years before the results of this trial are out as well, but we'll hopefully expand our understanding about how aggressive we should or shouldn't be with respect to LDL in the primary prevention setting. And the final trial in this category I'll mention, one that just got launched a few weeks ago here at Mount Sinai. This is the other 2 or 3 trials I mentioned are all multi-center, multinational trials. This is just a Mount Sinai Fuster Heart Hospital trial that we're doing within our health system. This hospital and all our other campuses. This is the pre-CAD trial that Dr. Fuster is leading. And here the idea is taking young folks, as he was talking about in his lecture, and seeing if really intense preventive therapies, including inclisiran, help reduce plaque progression. Now, in young people, we can't do a trial powered for cardiovascular outcomes. I mean, we could, but it'd be, 10, 20,000 patients followed for 10 years. Hard to fund that sort of thing. So here, really the endpoint is using 3D vascular ultrasound, looking at the plaque and looking for plaque progression, or hopefully not, if they're on intense LDL and other risk factor modifying therapies. So just got off the ground. And for those of you that are in the Mount Sinai Health System, we'll further get the word out, and hopefully you can enroll your patients in this trial. Now let me move on from LDL to triglycerides. These are some data from the REDUCE-IT trial, which showed that icosapent ethyl reduced cardiovascular events in secondary and high-risk primary prevention, really broad population of patients, but all of whom had triglycerides greater than 135 milligrams per deciliter. Here's some subsequent data from that trial from our preventive cardiology fellow here at Mount Sinai, Dr. Gurvitz, looking at reductions in large MI. So it turns out icosapent ethyl does prevent the small MIs, but if anything, it also prevents the big MIs, with a hint that perhaps there's even greater effect sizes when you're getting into the larger MIs. And other data from REDUCE-IT as well, mechanistic data, a mediation analysis seeing how does it work. We studied patients with elevated triglycerides. The drug lowers triglycerides, but that's probably not the predominant mechanism of action. And this corroborates that statement. About 2/3 of the benefit of icosapent ethyl really is from the increase in EPA, or icosapentaenoic acid, and a corresponding decrease in arachidonic acid, reflected by the EPAA ratio. So that accounts for 2/3 of the clinical benefit. The reduction in triglyceride, or triglyceride-rich lipoproteins to be specific, also does account for some benefit, but it's a sliver of the benefit. And then a very, very small fraction of the benefit is due to just a bunch of other changes in biomarkers. And about 15% of the benefit is due to, we don't know, that is stuff that wasn't measured and therefore can't really comment. But the take-home message is of the 25% reduction in first events, the 30% reduction in total events, about 2/3 of that is just due to the EPA and not due to other stuff. So some insights about that. There's other work going on in the world of triglyceride reduction. That is, not every drug that reduces triglycerides reduces cardiovascular events, like icosapent did, the fibrates, other omega-3 fatty acids, mixtures of EPA, DHA did not. But nonetheless, there are a number of trials of totally different therapeutic approaches to reduce triglycerides, and one of those is looking at FGF21 analogs. I imagine many people in the audience haven't heard of FGF21, but it's involved in lipid and glucose metabolism. It helps regulate energy expenditure, effects on fat, muscle, the liver. And it has been studied in a phase 2 trial. We published this work recently in Nature Medicine that showed that pegozafermin versus placebo lowered triglycerides by a lot, by about 50 to 60% at these doses here. So a very effective drug for patients with really elevated triglycerides. Maybe useful to prevent pancreatitis or things like that. Maybe or maybe not useful for reducing cardiovascular events. It's a phase 2 trial, was empowered to look at clinical events. But we did, in a sub-study, look at patients on pegozafermin or placebo. It was an 8-week study, pretty short-term study. Shown here are MRIs of the liver at the top, placebo here, different doses of the drug on the right. And if you're not familiar with looking at this, green, yellow, red, orange are bad, blue is good in terms of fat content in the liver. So first of all, what we found, and these are truly representative samples, all the patients' images are published in the supplement, so I'm not just cherry picking the best images here. First of all, these patients with elevated triglyceride all had a ton of fat in their liver, something that really previously hadn't been well appreciated. So if you have patients with hypertriglyceridemia, obviously if it's above 500, there's a risk for pancreatitis. If it's above probably 100, there's a risk for atherosclerotic disease. But what really hadn't been appreciated is there's a risk for liver disease, fatty liver. So when you've got patients with high triglycerides, of course, think about pancreatitis risk, think about cardiovascular risk, also think about liver risk, because this, of course, is a silent process until it's not silent and the liver is fibrotic and cirrhotic, and at least historically we've believed then it's too late at that point. But at any rate, you can see what happened in placebo at the top and at the bottom after 8 weeks. It goes from green to green. There's no difference on placebo, of course. But here you can see with these different doses of pegozafermin, the liver over just 8 weeks goes from green to blue. So in vivo evidence that the liver is getting rid of fat because of this drug. Does this mean anything clinically? Well, this was 8 weeks. It was a small sub-study. We didn't really have the ability to look at clinical endpoints, but there was another trial published in the New England Journal of Medicine, same drug, where we did look at the liver. This was a trial led by liver doctors, and what was found in that study, as published in the New England Journal, was a significant improvement in fibrosis, and in a significant proportion of patients, even resolution of what used to be called NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. So this was over 24 weeks. So what previously many of us thought couldn't happen, that is, the liver's fibrotic, oh well, it's too late. It looks like it might be a reversible process and over a relatively short duration of time. Phase 3 testing is starting both for the triglyceride potential indication, but also in cirrhotic and fibrotic but non-cirrhotic liver disease. So hopefully we'll see in a few years exactly what this approach to lowering triglycerides could do, including for liver health. And I'm just going to quickly make a comment here because I think much like cardiovascular specialists have moved into diabetes, so to speak, that is, many of us care for patients with diabetes using drugs that used to be thought of as drugs only used by people directly caring for diabetes, becoming involved in trials of agents that historically have been thought of as diabetes drugs like the SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 agonists. I predict the same thing will happen to liver, where cardiologists encroach into that area in a good way for patient care and research, because there's a lot of overlap between cardiovascular risk factors and risk factors for fatty liver. And the terminology has changed. It used to be this NAFLD or NASH, and now it's MAFLD and MASH. The M is really referring to metabolic dysfunction-associated steatotic liver disease or metabolic dysfunction-associated steatohepatitis, MASLD and MASH, respectively. But more important than just the nomenclature change is really raising awareness of these conditions, because they're highly prevalent in patients with cardiovascular risk factors. I showed you, for example, with elevated triglycerides, basically. All the patients we studied had fat in their liver in a substantial amount. So I do think, much like we're doing a lot more in terms of prescribing drugs for diabetes as cardiologists, the same will happen with respect to assessing liver-associated risk. Let me move on now to Lp(a). I threw that in the category of lipid-modifying therapies because I thought it deserved to be there. And there are 3 trials that I'll mention that are ongoing. There are other trials as well, but these are 3 large trials: Lp(a) Horizon, looking at pelacarsen; Ocean-A, looking at olpasiran; and Acclaim Lp(a), looking at lepidosiran. And these are all trials randomizing patients to Lp(a) reducing drugs versus placebo on top of good background medical therapy. And you can see the estimated study completion. Some will report out hopefully in the next couple of years. Some are a little bit further along. And we'll see whether this strategy is indeed incremental to LDL lowering. Early on, for those of you that were here in the audience or online, we discussed the importance of really aggressive LDL reduction in people who have concomitant Lp(a) elevation. Of course, you should do that. But beyond that, should you specifically target Lp(a)? It's an independent risk factor for cardiovascular disease. But is it a modifiable risk factor? This series of trials will answer that definitively, so we'll know in a few years. But as was alluded to before, personally, as the European Society of Cardiology guidelines recommend, I think everybody should at least once have Lp(a) measured in their life because it's believed to be, highly genetically determined. Although I must say, in my own practice, I've measured Lp(a) for years. I've noticed when you repeat it in patients, and I'm not saying you should repeat it, the European guidelines just say measure it once, that there's a fair amount of variability in it. And there's just a publication about that a few weeks ago. So it may not be as fixed in time as we think. And probably like everything, sure, genetics matters, but maybe other things matter a bit too, like lifestyle. The National Lipid Association in the U.S. has also rather recently recommended Lp(a) testing in everybody. So something you should consider in your patients. To wrap up a couple of slides, I just want to summarize a few things. This is from not actually a guideline. It's sort of a white paper or a consensus statement that a bunch of endocrinologists and cardiologists and primary care physicians, other specialists put together, headed by Yehuda Handelsman, who's an endocrinologist. First of all, just saying that, we should monitor lipid levels probably about every 6 weeks or so until the target is achieved. I think a lot of times what happens, this is particularly prevalent in primary care practices, patient comes in, LDL's, elevated, and there's, let's try lifestyle for a few months and come back in, 6 months or a year or something. And that's good to recommend lifestyle, of course. Dr. Blankstein was endorsing a plant-based diet, as I would endorse as well. But in real life, that doesn't usually do the trick that patients actually lose weight and start exercising a lot and alter their diet drastically. Should still try, but oftentimes pharmacotherapy is needed, and it's important really to make sure that you follow up with the patients quickly, initiate pharmacotherapy when appropriate, but then follow up and make sure that the targets are reached. Some guidelines from years ago had done away with the LDL targets. That was a huge step backward. I think there's still folks in primary care that sort of learned the lesson from that guideline and then didn't realize the guidelines reverted and said, no, of course you need to measure and make sure that you're achieving targets. And different guidelines have different numbers. I showed you the European guidelines, but at least what we thought was that an LDL target should be less than 100 in folks that have 2 or more risk factors and a 10-year risk of less than 10%, diabetes or CKD, and stage 3 or more with no other risk factors, or a CAC score of less than 100. You know, in these sorts of folks, we still think of them as high risk, and said, you know, shoot for an LDL of less than 100 in these, what I'll call primary prevention patients. In folks that are very high risk, there we said, you know, go for an LDL less than 70. Here it's a 10-year risk greater than 10%. In diabetes or CKD, greater than or equal to stage 3 with 1 or more risk factors. CAC score greater than 100, so as you can see, going from sort of not that much in the way of risk factors to more risk factors. Also in here is heterozygous FH, but without atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Some people might be more aggressive there than that. And then for extreme risk, we said less than 55, so that's established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease of any of the vascular territories, not just the coronaries. CAC score greater than 300, which, you know, some observational data, I think Dr. Blanksy may have referred to that from Mason and other places, suggests CAC score greater than 300, probably that's putting you in a range of risk that's a secondary prevention type patients. Diabetes with target organ damage, again, CKD, 3 or more in terms of stage with albuminuria, heterozygous FH, with a family history of premature atherosclerosis. So, you know, in that sort of situation, we said less than 55. In extreme plus risk, we actually recommended less than 40, sort of akin to the European guidelines, where there's progressive atherosclerosis despite the LDL being less than 55. And, you know, lots of options for doing this, things like statins, PCSK9 inhibitors, the monoclonal antibodies in particular have outcome data, as do statins, ezetimibe, bempedoic acid, and the combination of bempedoic acid. So, you know, things that have outcome data, as well as things such as PCSK9 inhibitors with the siRNA approach, inclisiran, where there you do have the advantage of doing it every 6 months, but no outcome data yet. Though, as I showed you, lots of outcome data that are accruing. Have to see what it shows. You know, things like the bile acid sequestrants, probably no one in the audience is using, but, you know, other options in lipid specialty clinics. And then hypertriglyceridemia, finally, I'll mention. You know, I don't know that I necessarily call that a target for therapy for cardiovascular risk reduction per se as a general strategy. Certainly if someone's in the range of greater than 500, there's a risk for pancreatitis, and there, you know, you want to use things like icosapentaethyl, fibrates, could consider other omega-3 fatty acids at a high dose, 4 grams a day, or even niacin, though that's largely fallen out of favor because in other contexts it hasn't really provided cardiovascular protection and raises side effects. I mean, I would favor IPE here and adding a fibrate myself. Obviously, diet, alcohol avoidance, weight reduction, being on a maximally tolerated statin, all important in that particular setting. Now, in terms of reducing cardiovascular risk, say in folks with triglycerides between 135 and 499, or I'd say even higher, for the purpose of reducing cardiovascular risk, other than diet, weight reduction, maximally tolerated statin, the only evidence-based approach at this point in time is icosapentaethyl. Other things to consider for patients with insulin resistance, you might consider adding pioglitazone in patients with acute severe hypertriglyceridemia. There, if you're managing such patients, you'd consider insulin, maybe even apheresis in more extreme cases. And just to put into context what the expected decreases are in triglycerides, with statins, you get about a 20 to 30%, fibrates about a 30 to 50, omega-3 fatty acids about 30 to 50, niacin about 20 to 30, pioglitazone about 10 to 15. There are a lot of other trials, for the sake of time I'd include, that are looking at different triglyceride-lowering strategies. So I think in the future we might have additional therapeutics that target patients with elevated triglycerides that may or may not reduce cardiovascular risk and may or may not be working primarily through the triglyceride reduction. A lot of those molecules have multiple mechanisms of action. But in a nutshell, really those are the key points about LDL and triglyceride lowering. With that, I'd like to wrap things up. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, either from our in-person or online crowd, I'm happy to take them. This is a question from, I think, the internet. How do we get over the insurance hump for approval of PCSK9 inhibitors? That's a great question. You know, I think it was a bit of a problem when alirocumab and evolocumab came out with, I thought, you know, really good data, outcome data. One thing that they sort of did wrong was came out at a price point that was way too high. In fact, you know, I courtesy of Professor Stegg, led the economic analysis for alirocumab, as published in JACC. The people that did the math, the statistics, were folks largely from Sanofi and Regeneron, and we all collectively came to a cost-effective price that was below the list price. So even the physicians and scientists from the company thought that the drug was overpriced and eventually convinced their business colleagues and management that the price was just too high. By the time the prices came down to more reasonable levels, the well had been poisoned. Everybody was thinking, oh, prior authorization, painful, I don't want to go through that, not worth the hassle. But things have actually gotten a bit better with the prior authorizations. And I think importantly, health systems have gotten better in terms of how to do the paperwork. So, here we have a system in place so that an individual doctor isn't burdened with the paperwork. So I'd say, if you don't have such a system in place because maybe you're running a small sole office or something, then you're better off referring to a place that does have a preventive cardiology clinic where there are people assigned to dealing with the pre-authorization paperwork. I think the key thing isn't just throwing up your hands and saying, oh, it's just too much of a hassle, I'm not going to have my patient who might be an appropriate candidate benefit. As well, if you're in certain healthcare systems where you're serving indigent populations like Mount Sinai, there are pathways called 340B that can be helpful as well, with a number of different specialty pharmacy drugs that are pricey, but it can help with the pricing. But that's, I know, a good real-world question. Here's another question, are the effects of icosapent independent of triglyceride lowering? Should it be given to high-risk or established CAD, CVA patients, irrespective of triglyceride levels? It's a great question. Dr. Steng and I were involved with a lot of these analyses from REDUCE-IT, and as I showed quickly there, the benefit doesn't seem predicated on triglyceride reduction, nor does it seem predicated on baseline triglyceride levels. The 10% of the population REDUCE-IT that had normal triglycerides, by that I mean less than 150 at baseline, had same benefit as those with triglycerides above on a relative scale, I mean relative risk reductions. For absolute risk reductions, those were larger in patients with higher baseline triglycerides, because if you have high triglycerides despite diet and statin, you're a high-risk patient. The event rates tend to be very high. So should you use it in patients with normal triglycerides? You could. That would be off-label. I don't know that it would get reimbursed, so those would be practical issues. Even though in the U.S. there are multiple generics for icosapent, it still does remain a bit pricey because the cost of producing the drug actually isn't so cheap. So that's the practical downside. But if you did theoretically have a patient that's totally maxed out, LDLs, in the 20s, 30s, blood pressure, glucose, weight, everything else is as well controlled as you can, and they keep coming in with recurrent ischemic events, it's not a crazy thing to consider adding. But again, it'd be off-label. The patient would probably be stuck paying out of pocket. You'd have to weigh that against the small but real risks of increases in atrial fibrillation and bleeding. Let's go to the live question next.
Yeah, thank you for that comprehensive talk, Dr. Bhatt. I was wondering what you envision the extent of the role of genomic stratification will be for identifying differential responders to different lipid-lowering therapies?
I think it's a great question. A lot of folks are working on polygenic risk scores. This is very popular up in Boston, where Dr. Blankstein, Dr. Desai are. Lots of folks there working on various versions of polygenic risk scores, and they do seem to be predictive. I don't think anything quite really just beats risk factors right now. I stick with the simple stuff like what's your LDL, what's your weight, what's your glucose, what's your blood pressure. So I think those sorts of things are really very useful and easy to deploy in a health environment, in a public health setting. But I do think eventually, once everybody starts getting genotyped, once that becomes sort of a standard practice, once these polygenic risk scores are calculated automatically, they're available at the point of care to the patient, incorporated into risk algorithms, probably driven by AI, it'll just be part of routine practice. So we'll be able to much more, in a refined way, know what a patient in front of us's risk is. I think before all that happens, though, what's going to beat it to the finish line is what Dr. Blankstein was talking about, imaging. That is, maybe your LDL's 50, maybe it's 170, maybe you have good genes or bad genes, but nothing beats detecting plaque like looking at it, I think. So if you've really got plaque there, it doesn't matter that your LDL has just been 60. For whatever reason, if you have plaque, that's a bad thing. Needs to be treated. So I think before all that I mentioned, that more futuristic look at prevention, occurs, I think imaging will sort of be the answer. But ultimately, I think all those things, the imaging, the biomarkers, the genetics will all be incorporated along with demographic characteristics. Did you have a question, Dr. Soni? Or were you just, did you have a question? Oh, okay, I thought you were raising your hand. Yes, question there.
I enjoyed your lecture very much. You happen to be an
thank
excellent moderator. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Simple question. Someone with moderate to severe coronary artery disease that you just have on a statin maximum dosage, do we ever get into a situation where your total cholesterol LDL is too low?
Oh, it's a great question. It comes up all the time. Can you go too low with LDL? I guess it's been a concern. I mean, the Odyssey trial, the reason that we didn't have super low LDL is because there were some folks on the executive committee that were worried about that. I wasn't one of them, but and I know Dr. Stick wasn't one of them, but there was someone that was. But to the extent we have very low LDLs from Fourier and Odyssey for a long period of time, seems really safe. So I would say in the higher risk patients that are getting on very potent LDL lowering strategies, it doesn't seem to cause dementia or cognitive dysfunction, doesn't seem to increase hemorrhagic stroke, doesn't seem to cause any other badness that we can see. Nature's experiment with the PCSK9 mutations, that is people that are born with mutations that lead to lifelong very low LDL cholesterol, are able to get pregnant and exercise and don't seem to have premature dementia. And of course, there aren't millions of those patients, but at least the ones that have been studied, there doesn't appear to be any signal of badness there either. The data, some of which have shown correlations between LDL and cancer and hemorrhagic stroke and other things, all seem to be confounded because you can have low LDL just because you're starving or you have bad cancer or liver disease or sick. That's different than people who are otherwise healthy but getting statins or PCSK9 inhibitors or things like that and have a low LDL. As well, humans are born with LDLs of like 20 or 30, so a newborn with that level of LDL is still forming brain tissue and learning and healthy. So I think for adults, LDL is in the 20s, 30s, totally safe. I think for adults with atherosclerosis, probably LDL is even lower or better because it might be getting some of that lipid out of the plaque. So at least, for 5-10 years sort of follow-up in high-risk patients, it seems to be safe to get really low LDLs. The one risk that's been identified, I hate to say it because there's so much negative stuff about statins on the internet, and if you just say anything negative, then people seem to grasp it. It is true that high-dose statins are associated with a very, very small but statistically significant real increase in diabetes. I mean, that is there. But for sure, that's outweighed by the benefits. So in Jupiter, yeah, there's a slight increase in diabetes, but there's also a lower rate of all-cause mortality with rosuvastatin in that primary prevention population. So I wouldn't worry about it other than if someone has, pre-diabetes or diabetes, keep an eye on that. Make sure that patient that you're starting on a statin or other LDL-lowering therapy doesn't then say, oh, my LDL is great, now I can have another piece of cake, because then it'll backfire. They'll put on weight, they'll convert from pre-diabetes to diabetes. Most of the folks on high-dose statins in the trials that did develop diabetes were sort of destined for it. They already had metabolic syndrome. They already had a bunch of risk factors. The writing was on the wall. So yeah, the statin does seem to increase the risk a little bit, it appears. But I would just say in that patient that's getting a statin or other LDL-lowering therapy, make sure to keep saying lifestyle still matters. It doesn't matter that your LDL is low. That doesn't mean it does matter, but it doesn't mean that you can back off on the lifestyle modification. You've got to keep pushing it. Yes, question.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. That was excellent. Quick question about omega-3 icosapentaethyl and the risk for AFib. Do you give it to post-ablation patients that are in normal rhythm? How do you counsel patients?
Yeah, it's a great question. There was no increase in stroke associated with icosapentaethyl reduced, and in fact, there was a statistically significant reduction in stroke in the whole population. And even in patients with a history of AFib or who developed AFib in the trial, pre-randomization and a post-randomization subgroup, respectively. There was no increase in stroke. In fact, cardiovascular events were lower in those two subgroups I mentioned, not higher with icosapentaethyl. So I think it's safe to use in those contexts if a patient otherwise meets the criteria for it. Where I wouldn't is if a patient has uncontrolled AFib, they're popping into the hospital all the time. With it there, I wouldn't do it. But in somebody that had well-controlled AFib, if they otherwise were very high vascular risk, then I think it's safe to do it, as we did in the trial. That is, when patients were developing AFib in the trial, we weren't stopping the drug. So I don't think it's a contraindication to it in any way. But you do want to be cautious. And if you do have a patient that's sort of popping in and out of AFib and the AFib's problematic, I wouldn't start the drug there because you likely would increase that tendency. So do want to be a little bit cautious in that situation. But if it's well-controlled AFib, not problematic, they're not getting hospitalized for it, and they're at really high atherosclerotic risk, otherwise meet the inclusion criteria for the trial. In terms of triglycerides, I have done it and, would do it.
Concern about post-ablation, like AFib ablation?
Well, I can't say about that from the trial because we didn't specifically study that in the trial. There's data out there for omega-3 showing reductions in arrhythmia, increases in atrial arrhythmia. What is clear, though, is that high doses of omega-3s, whether it's pure EPA, as was studied in REDUCE-IT, or mixtures of EPA and DHA, are clearly associated with an increase in stroke. That's a class effect of omega-3s. At lower doses, it's less likely, but even there, probably if we studied 1 million patients, even a gram a day probably raises the risk. But for sure, 4 grams a day does. So, post-ablation, you'd have to give it some thought. There, if the patient was at really high atherosclerotic risk, I might still do it. If they weren't, and there were other ways to reduce their cardiovascular risk, I might go for that instead of icosapentaethyl. So, for example, if their LDL is 70 and they're super high atherosclerotic risk, maybe I just target that instead of adding icosapentaethyl. So, yeah, you just want to be a little bit cautious if your primary concern is all avoidance of all AFib. There, a strategy might backfire. Can you go to the mic, please?
No, I was just commenting on what you just said. Maybe the very high triglyceride and maybe the cholesterol, all of that giving atrial cardiomyopathy, and anyhow it is prone to atrial fibrillation and not the drug effect possibility.
It's possible. There was also a significant reduction in sudden cardiac death in the REDUCE-IT trial. So some had said maybe some of those patients, instead of dying from a ventricular arrhythmia, they're instead having atrial fibrillation. But I think ultimately it is actually a drug effect because it's been seen across a different series of trials, not just REDUCE-IT. It was also seen in the STRENGTH trial, for example. A mixture of EPA and DHA, there was a significant increase in AFib. So I think it likely is the drug. My guess is this would be really easy if any basic scientists are listening to do, to maybe have some effect on ion channels or something, and maybe differential for atrial and ventricular myocardium, because if anything, it seems omega-3 fatty acids, if you look back at the old literature, might reduce ventricular arrhythmias. As I mentioned, REDUCE-IT in a randomized trial, we saw a significant reduction in sudden cardiac death, but whether that was arrhythmic or plaque rupture, we couldn't really more finely characterize. A couple other questions I'll quickly address, and then I think we have to move on. In patients with elevated Lp(a), which should be the goal, LDL, lower would be better. I wouldn't say that there's any specific guideline to say that, but we know from analyses, in particular from analyses from Dr. Stegg's trial, Odyssey, there's a ton of Lp(a) analyses that have been done that will be coming out as well. And there's just no question you really do get a lot of clinical benefit if the Lp(a) is high, lowering the LDL really low. So I would go for as low as is safely achievable without side effects from the medicines and without too much expense. If the Lp(a) is high, that's the one thing you can do now prior to seeing if the ongoing trials are positive or not. Another question is, would you use bempedoic acid with or without ezetimibe over statins, even in statin-tolerant patients? No, if the patient's statin-tolerant, I would still start with that because there's so much data supporting statins and their cardiovascular efficacy and overall safety. So if the patient is not statin intolerant, I wouldn't jump to bempedoic acid. As far as ezetimibe, some folks are doing moderate intensity statin plus ezetimibe to try to increase the tolerability. Same concept as in hypertension, initial polypharmacy at lower doses to reduce side effects and improve adherence. So I don't think that's a bad thought. And certainly for folks that need lots of LDL reduction, a high-dose statin and ezetimibe seems to be a good way to go. All right, with that, I really think we have to move on to keep on time. And our next speaker is Dr. Kosibarud, who is going to talk about the impact of obesity medicines on cardiovascular care. That's a really hot topic these days. Dr. Kosibarud is the Executive Director of the Cardiometabolic Center Alliance. He's the Director of Cardiometabolic Research and Vice President of Research at St. Luke's Health System, Professor of Medicine and Cardiology as well at the University of Missouri, Kansas City School of Medicine. He's been a leader in this cardiometabolic space for a long time. He was interested in cardiometabolic medicine before there was cardiometabolic medicine. I mean, now it's a hot area. Everybody wants to get into it, but he realized early on that this interplay between obesity and diabetes and cardiovascular disease and atherosclerosis and heart failure was really important. So he's really led a number of trials and moved the field forward enormously, and it's a privilege to have him here speaking to us.
Well, thanks very much, Dr. Bhatt, for this kind introduction. Real pleasure to be here with you. It's actually especially a pleasure to be here at Mount Sinai, which is where I went to medical school. I was actually a graduating class of 1997 of Mount Sinai School of Medicine. So it's fantastic to be back here almost 30 years later. So we'll talk about, as Dr. Bhatt said, a very important topic, which is this interplay between obesity and cardiovascular disease and some of the emerging therapeutics that I think are going to revolutionize not just management of obesity, but importantly, management of cardiovascular complications of obesity. And we already have emerging data, which I will show you, but there is going to be an enormous amount of data that will be emerging over the next 5 to 10 years in this space as well, so lots to watch out for. These are my disclosures reflecting predominantly leadership in clinical trials. The proceeds from all of this go to my institution. And the trials that I will talk about today, predominantly STEP-HFpEF, which is a trial program I led, was actually investigator-initiated programs that was done in collaboration with Novo Nordisk. Okay, so let's get started, and I will kind of kick this off by showing you what I think is actually the paradigm shift that we all need to think about in regards to the role of obesity in driving many cardiovascular complications that we deal with. I think even today, if you were to look at a clinical note from a cardiology clinician in a patient who has significant obesity, typically what you will see is that obesity is acknowledged as a comorbidity, but there isn't really management of obesity that in the treatment plan. And that's how we've been thinking as a community for a long time about obesity. It's just something that coincidentally happens to coexist in our patients with cardiovascular disease. But what I'm going to try to show you is that that thinking needs to change, and the emerging concept, which I think we're getting more and more data to support, is that in fact obesity, visceral adiposity, and insulin resistance that comes with that are actually the root causes of many of the complications that we see increasing in epidemic proportions over the past 20 years, with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease and especially heart failure being key complications, but certainly many, many others. And so kind of think about it, that volcano of cardiometabolic disease, you have these root causes: obesity, visceral adiposity, insulin resistance. That's kind of the magma at the bottom of the volcano. And as it starts to erupt, it essentially triggers many of these intermediary mechanisms, which are inflammation, vascular damage, volume or fluid retention, fibrosis, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and many other things that come with that. And then you have these downstream effects, which are all the complications we typically think about as being associated with obesity. So every single one on this list has been increasing in epidemic proportions, just like the obesity has been increasing in epidemic proportions over the past 20 years. So type 2 diabetes, heart failure, especially heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, atrial fibrillation, ASCVD, sleep apnea, NAFLD and NASH, or what we call now metabolically associated steatohepatitis or MASH, chronic kidney disease, right? So the way to think about it is root causes and downstream effects. We've been concentrating for 20, 25 years now on treating the downstream effects without thinking about the root causes.
And I think the real revolution that's happening now is really starting to think about it as treat the root causes concomitantly or even first before you start dealing with the downstream effect of those complications. So this concept of think about obesity and think about it early is really, really important, and it will become, again, increasingly important as the number of therapies to target obesity is increasing, and also the evidence that targeting obesity with those agents improves outcomes is continuing to mount. So that's a nice concept, you can say, but do you actually have any data to back it up? Is there any data that targeting obesity can actually reduce its downstream effects, these complications, including atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease and heart failure? In particular, we hear at the heart conference, of course, that will concentrate on cardiovascular complications, but there's certainly a lot going on looking at the other complications I showed you, including liver disease, kidney disease, sleep apnea, and many other things. So, and we do now have actually already pretty significant body of evidence showing that that concept is actually correct and that targeting obesity does improve cardiovascular outcomes. And I will briefly talk about ASCVD and the SELECT trial and kind of what's to come, and then we'll shift to heart failure, which is the work that I've been involved in most heavily. So SELECT is really a remarkable trial, and it's especially remarkable when you think about when it started, which was almost a decade ago, when this concept really didn't exist. And the hypothesis that was tested in this very large cardiovascular outcome trial was that if you take patients who have obesity and established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, but without type 2 diabetes, and why no type 2 diabetes, I'll come back to in a minute, and you target obesity with the weight loss dose of semaglutide, 2.4 milligrams once weekly, you can reduce the risk of MI, stroke, and death of cardiovascular causes, a 3-point MACE. So why no people with type 2 diabetes is because by the time SELECT trial was kicked off, there was already evidence that semaglutide and GLP-1 receptor agonists in general provide cardiovascular protection and reduce major adverse cardiovascular events in people with type 2 diabetes. So the remaining kind of gap in knowledge was really people without type 2 diabetes that have obesity but don't have type 2 diabetes. So over 17,000 patients with established ASCVD, a very classic definition of ASCVD, prior MI, prior stroke, or symptomatic peripheral artery disease, so very hard definition of ASCVD, randomized, and overweight obesity randomized to either semaglutide with a target dose of 2.4 milligrams once a week or matching placebo, an event-driven trial with a primary endpoint of traditional 3-point MACE. You could get into this trial with a BMI of 27 or above. So what did the trial show? A pretty convincing, I think, very clear answer here in terms of primary endpoint, which is on the top left, a 20% reduction in major adverse cardiovascular events, highly statistically significant, with a very early divergence of Kaplan-Meier curves, as you can see here. Not only was the primary endpoint reduced, but there were favorable effects on a number of other endpoints. Now, the next in the hierarchy of testing was cardiovascular death. And as you can see, there was a numerical reduction in cardiovascular death that almost met statistical significance but didn't. And so all the subsequent endpoints were tested only for nominal significance and can be considered exploratory. But with that acknowledged, you can see that there was a lower risk of a composite of CV death or hospitalizations for heart failure. Now, most patients in the trial did not have heart failure, so it's predominantly a heart failure prevention signal in people with obesity, overweight obesity, and ASCVD. And on the bottom right, you can see a very compelling reduction in all-cause mortality of nearly 20% as well, with a 95% confidence intervals excluding Unity. The safety, by the way, in the trial looked quite favorable as well. Fewer serious adverse events with semaglutide, fewer cardiac disorders, fewer infectious disorders. Actually, a theme that seems to be pretty consistent in trials of these types of therapies, that you actually see benefits well beyond cardiovascular disease, again, going back to that root cause that we've talked about. And here you see the safety data, so significantly fewer serious adverse events, significantly fewer cardiac disorders, significantly fewer infectious disorders, and really no imbalance in anything except for nausea, not as a serious adverse event, but any adverse events of nausea were higher with semaglutide, which is, of course, not surprising. We all know that these medications are associated with dyspepsia, nausea, vomiting, and gastrointestinal adverse events, as has been widely publicized in lay media, not just in medical media. So that's ASCVD, that's what we have now, and there is a lot more coming from SELECT that will be published in the coming months and presented at medical conferences. So let's shift for a minute to another epidemic that we've been dealing with, which is heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. And this is a really fascinating topic because if you look at the epidemiology, so I can tell you when I was a cardiology fellow in the late 90s and early 2000s, I almost never saw a patient with heart failure who had heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. Nearly every patient with heart failure we saw at the time had heart failure with reduced EF, and nearly everyone with heart failure and reduced EF had it as a complication of coronary artery disease. So HFpEF was actually for the first time described in 1982 and was essentially a non-entity until relatively recently. And over the past 20 years, 25, 30 years maybe, it's now more than half of all cases of heart failure, not just in the US, but globally. And the prevalence of HFpEF continues to go up by 1% every single year. So 10 years from now, 60% of all cases of heart failure will be HFpEF. 20 years from now, 70% of all cases of heart failure will be HFpEF if the epidemiology continues to go on as it has been. Of course, the question is, this is a dramatic shift in epidemiology within a short period of time. Why is this happening? And there are lots of different explanations. We know that people with HFpEF on average are about 10 years older than those with HFrEF. And so it's a disease of older people. The average age of a HFpEF patient with HFpEF is in the early 70s. And as the population is getting older, that of course increases HFpEF prevalence. The other conditions that are risk factors for HFpEF, like hypertension and CKD, have been going up as well in their prevalence. But one of the questions that really has not been addressed, which seems almost obvious, is whether obesity epidemic could have potentially contributed to this rising prevalence of HFpEF. Because if you look at the rates of obesity over time and the rates of HFpEF over time, they're superimposable. And if you look at what's going on in the United States, in the US, where HFpEF is even more prevalent compared to the rest of the world, 80% of all people with heart failure and preserved ejection fraction also have overweight or obesity. So 4 in 5 patients. So the question to ask that really has not been asked and answered until very recently is, perhaps it's not a coincidence that 4 in 5 people with HFpEF have overweight or obesity. Perhaps it doesn't just accidentally happen to coexist in these patients. Perhaps obesity is what's actually driving and causing development and progression of heart failure in these patients. And maybe we should be targeting obesity as one of the key treatment strategies for HFpEF, both for prevention and for management of those who already have it. So, I guess a natural question to ask then is, well, how could obesity actually cause heart failure? Is there a pathophysiologic mechanism through which obesity can cause heart failure? And what you see here is a work that's been predominantly done by Barry Borlaug and his group at the Mayo Clinic. He's done a lot of the fundamental physiology behind it. And what you see here are the comparisons that he's published looking at people with obesity-related HFpEF or HFpEF in the setting of obesity compared to people that have heart failure with preserved ejection fraction without obesity. And there are a few things here that are worth mentioning or highlighting. One is these tend to be younger people, and importantly, they have this expanded plasma volume and blood volume, and that's absolutely critical because that's one of the key mechanisms of how obesity can actually cause heart failure. So it's actually relatively simple when you think about it. As one gains weight, the body surface area goes up. When the body surface area goes up, there is a commensurate increase in plasma volume and blood volume. That just kind of, from a physiologic standpoint, has to happen. Now, a lot of that blood volume actually is not circulating blood volume. It's not in the systemic circulation. It's in the periphery. And it will stay in the periphery unless there is some kind of a physical stimulation, like physical activity, walking a block or going up a flight of stairs. So when these patients start exercising and doing physical activities, that stressed blood volume, as we call it, the blood volume, extra blood volume sitting in the periphery, actually goes into the systemic circulation. Now, obesity also drives higher blood pressure. That's been well established, and so a lot of patients with obesity-related HFpEF have hypertrophied left ventricle and stiff left ventricles. There is also inflammation and fibrosis there as well. You can see higher levels of CRP and blood pressure. So you're pushing that extra stressed blood volume from the periphery into systemic circulation, and it goes into the left ventricle that is hypertrophied and stiff. And what would happen when you push extra volume into a stiff, non-compliant chamber? Well, of course, the filling pressures are going to go up, and that's what we call exercise-induced pulmonary hypertension, also known as a version of heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. Now, interestingly, these patients also have lower natriuretic peptide levels. We'll come back to this anti-proBNP phenomenon. It's been very well described as the obesity, as the BMI goes up and there is greater degree of obesity and visceral adiposity, it appears that adipocytes actually cause increased clearance of anti-proBNP and reduced production of natriuretic peptides, and so the natriuretic peptides appear to be artificially suppressed. Importantly, these people with obesity-related HFpEF have much greater burden of symptoms and physical limitations due to heart failure than their counterparts that don't have obesity. And finally, what I will show you is that treating people with obesity-related HFpEF is also very difficult. So that's also work from Barry on the bottom right here, and it shows that when you try to use loop diuretics in people with obesity-related HFpEF that don't respond to diuresis as well, and when you do diuresis with loop agents, their eGFR goes down much more than their counterparts without obesity. So not only are these patients more symptomatic and physically impaired in the setting of obesity-related heart failure, they're also much more difficult to treat with conventional therapies like loop diuretics. So that's the systemic effects of how obesity can cause heart failure, but there are also local effects as well. So what you see here is a cardiac MRI from a patient that comes in with severe symptoms of heart failure, has a BMI north of 40, and normal natriuretic peptides. So very commonly what we see in clinical practice, that patient would be dismissed out of hand. This patient would be told that they just need to eat better and exercise more, and of course they can't exercise more because they have heart failure, but that's what they would be told because the ejection fraction is normal and the natriuretic peptides are normal. But you can see on a cardiac MRI there is this extensive deposition of adipose tissue in the epicardial space. Now, epicardial space is a fixed volume space. What that means is that when you start depositing things in that space, you run out of space very quickly and then the pressure goes up. And so if you look at the cardiac echo in this patient, this is an apical four-chamber view. You can see this very prominent diastolic bounce of intraventricular septum, consistent with constrictive physiology, but this is not, of course, a typical pericardial constriction that we would see in somebody with constrictive pericarditis. This is pericardial constriction due to extensive epicardial adiposity. And as I said, this is somebody who has very high BMI but normal natriuretic peptides. So you can dismiss a patient's symptoms of heart failure just because the natriuretic peptides are normal, especially if the BMI is significantly elevated. So bottom line is there are both systemic effects and local effects of obesity that can actually directly lead to both development and progression of heart failure, especially heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. Now, the ultimate proof of this hypothesis that obesity is actually causing heart failure, and by targeting obesity you can improve heart failure outcomes, is, of course, by doing a randomized clinical trial to specifically test hypotheses that targeting obesity can improve heart failure outcomes, which is what we did in the STEP-HFpEF program. Now, the reason we did this program with semaglutide is because we already had data by the time we started this program in 2018, 2019, that semaglutide is an agent that can promote clinically meaningful weight loss, but GLP-1 receptor agonists like semaglutide were also very attractive pharmacologic option because in addition to weight loss effects, they also have a number of non-weight loss related effects that we thought could be beneficial in a setting of obesity-related HFpEF. So the hypothesis was that when you lose weight with semaglutide, you will essentially reverse many of these effects of obesity that I just mentioned. So reduce plasma and stress blood volume, reduce visceral, including epicardial fat, reduce demand for high cardiac output, reduce filling pressures, but also have some potentially non-weight loss related benefits like vascular protection, improved myocardial structure function, energetics, improved insulin sensitivity and metabolic efficiency, reduced inflammation, and so on. So we ultimately designed this program. As I said, it was investigator-initiated programs that we did collaboratively with Novo Nordisk, and it included 2 trials, STEP-HFpEF that you see on the left, and STEP-HFpEF diabetes. So both trials, very, very similar design. The only difference between them is that in the STEP-HFpEF trials, these were people with obesity-related HFpEF, but without type 2 diabetes. And on the right, in the STEP-HFpEF diabetes trial, exactly the same phenotype, but also presence of type 2 diabetes. And you can say, well, why did you do 2 trials? Why couldn't you just do 1 trial with both patient populations? And the reason is predominantly because we already knew at that time that people with diabetes lose less weight with GLP-1 receptor agonists than people without diabetes. It's a phenomenon that's not very well understood, but has been very well established. And because we felt that weight loss was an important component, we wanted to do 2 separate trials. So we had a clean answer in people without diabetes and a clean answer in people with diabetes. So in order to get into any of these trials, you had to have a BMI of 30 and above and clearly documented and phenotyped HFpEF. And there were 2 primary endpoints, which I will talk about shortly. So the first of these dual primary endpoints was change in the KCCQ clinical summary score, which is a gold standard of evaluating heart failure-related symptoms and physical limitations. And you can see that in the STEP-HFpEF trials, there was a very large improvement in KCQ clinical summary score of nearly 8 points. You can see the p-value, certainly highly statistically significant. And in the STEP-HFpEF diabetes trial, we saw very similar findings, a 7.3-point improvement. And you can say, well, what does it mean clinically, 7 to 8 point improvement in KCQ? You know, how does it compare to other treatments? And what I can tell you is that not only is it statistically significant, but this is numerically the largest benefit we've seen with any pharmacologic intervention on this particular outcome in any previous trial of HFpEF, or for that matter, any previous trial of pharmacologic treatment in all of heart failure. So this is very, very impressive findings, not only statistically significant, but very clinically meaningful. The second dual primary endpoint was change in body weight, and not surprisingly, people lost a lot more weight with semaglutide than with placebo in both trials. But what I will point out is, as expected, there was about a 40% less weight loss with semaglutide in the diabetes trial as compared to the trial of people with obesity-related HFpEF without diabetes. So 40% less weight loss in the diabetes trial, yet identical heart failure benefits. So if you were to postulate that the mechanism of benefit is purely weight loss, you would have said, well, there is 40% less weight loss in the diabetes trial, and there should be 40% less heart failure benefit as measured by KCQ, but that's not what you see at all. You see essentially identical heart failure benefits, even though there is a lot less weight loss. So now we're beginning to understand that this may not necessarily be all about weight loss. There may be some independent direct effects of semaglutide, and I'll show you a lot more data to support that hypothesis. So SGLT2 inhibitors, by the time we started the trial, were not yet standard of care in HFpEF, but they became standard of care by the time we finished. So we pre-specified that we were going to look at the subgroup of patients treated with SGLT2 inhibitors, and we did not see any statistically significant heterogeneity in terms of effects on KCCQ. The heart failure symptoms and physical limitations improved to a similar extent, regardless of SGLT2 inhibitor use, even though the extent of weight loss was somewhat less pronounced with semaglutide in people that were on background of SGLT2 inhibition. All right, what about other endpoints? So now I'm going to show you both trials combined, because the only heterogeneity between the 2 trials was on weight loss, and all the other endpoints looked exactly the same. So here is a 6-minute walking distance, objective measure of exercise function, and you can see that there is a 17-meter improvement with semaglutide versus placebo that starts early and is sustained through the duration of the trial. And again, you can say, well, what does it mean clinically to be able to walk for 17 more meters within 6 minutes? What does it mean clinically? Is it meaningful? And I think the best reference I can give you is a HF Action trial. So HF Action was a trial of supervised structured cardiac rehabilitation therapy in people with heart failure. So essentially now a class 1 indication in the guidelines, and we prescribe cardiac rehab to anybody who is hospitalized with heart failure. The improvement in 6-minute walking distance in HF Action with structured cardiac rehab for many months was 16 meters, right? So what you see here is a similar efficacy with the medication that what you would get with structured cardiac rehabilitation program in people with heart failure. Pretty impressive in that regard. All right, what about other things? 40%, roughly just over 40% reduction, or just under 40% reduction, excuse me, in inflammation measured by high-sensitivity CRP. We subsequently showed in secondary publications that this actually happened independent of weight loss. So there is a direct anti-inflammatory effect of semaglutide that's not all driven by weight loss. And that, of course, may have something to do with the mechanisms. And there were a number of other things that I will get into shortly. So pretty impressive data, and some of the important questions, probably most common questions, were being asked when we presented the trials, both of which were published in New England Journal of Medicine, was, is it the weight loss or is it the drug? So in other words, what we're seeing is simply mechanical unloading from weight loss, or is there some independent direct effects of the drug that may be making heart failure better, meaning is semaglutide essentially a disease-modifying drug for heart failure, or is it just something that makes people lose weight, and you would get there the same way if you lost weight through lifestyle intervention or bariatric surgery? So is it the weight loss of the drug, and does it matter how you lose weight? So let me show you some data to start answering some of these questions. So these are subgroup analysis from pooled data across the STEP half-path program, so both trials together, looking at the change in KCCQ clinical summary score, so symptoms, physical limitations due to heart failure. And you can see multiple subgroups, and if the estimate is to the right of the unity lines, that means semaglutide is better than placebo. And if you just take a cursory look at this, you can easily see that people get better with semaglutide regardless of any of their background characteristics. So everybody improves with semaglutide versus placebo, but some patient subgroups do better, even better, than the rest. And who are those subgroups? Well, first is NT-proBNP. So the higher your NT-proBNP at baseline, the better you get with semaglutide, the more benefit you get with semaglutide. So about twice as much benefit as if your NT-proBNP is lower. So people with more severe heart failure seem to do even better with semaglutide. And you can say, well, look, you did bajillion subgroups, and you're showing me one subgroup that happens to be statistically significant. This could be just due to a play of chance, and that's a fair point, but I'll show you three other ones, all of which are factors suggesting that people with more severe heart failure get more benefit, looking at other patient characteristics. So people with higher NYHA class get a lot more benefits than people with lower NYHA class. People who have atrial fibrillation at baseline get almost triple the benefit than those that don't have atrial fibrillation. People that are on loop diuretics at baseline get twice the benefits as those without loop diuretics at baseline. So every measure of heart failure severity, the more severe the heart failure, the greater the benefit. Even though these patients that have more severe heart failure lose exactly the same amount of weight as those with less severe heart failure. So there is this disconnect between the groups that benefit the most and the amount of weight loss. And to show you even more compelling way, in the secondary analysis we published in JACC subsequently, is what you see here is the continuous comparison, continuous variable of NT-proBNP at baseline on the x-axis, change in KCCQ or body weight on a y-axis, and you can see a very strong relationship. The higher the NT-proBNP, the greater the benefit on improvement in heart failure symptoms and physical limitations, linear relationship, highly statistically significant, and yet absolute flat line on the relationship between NT-proBNP and body weight loss. So people with high NT-proBNP lose exact same amount of weight, but get a lot more benefit. So really can't be all about weight loss, most likely. Now, the other really remarkable finding from this program was the effects on NT-proBNP itself. So semaglutide significantly lowered NT-proBNP by about 20% as compared with placebo. This was statistically significant, but the importance of this is that this is not what you would have expected. What you would have expected when people lose a lot of weight is that NT-proBNP would go up. Why is that? It's because this relationship between adiposity and NT-proBNP clearance and production that we've talked about before. And in fact, in other trial of weight loss therapies like lifestyle interventions or bariatric surgery, in fact, NT-proBNP does go up as people lose more weight. When we dissect this data even more, this again from the same JACC publication, you can see that what happens when the NT-proBNP data is stratified by the extent of weight loss during the trial. So in the semaglutide group, NT-proBNP goes down regardless of how much weight people lose. So even people who lose no weight at all or very little weight have a pretty substantial reduction in NT-proBNP. In the placebo group, even though there are very few people that lose a lot of weight, there appears to be this trend with NT-proBNP actually going up as people lose more weight, kind of similar to what we've seen before. And for every subgroup that is matched between semaglutide and placebo, you can see that semaglutide reduces NT-proBNP as compared with placebo, regardless of the degree of weight loss. So regardless, and one could say maybe despite weight loss, you can see this significant reduction in NT-proBNP. So, I've talked about other interventions, doesn't matter how you lose weight. So here is the data from Look-Ahead trial. This is a trial of lifestyle intervention in people with diabetes and overweight or obesity, sponsored by NHLBI. And you can see that those patients that were assigned in that trial to intensive intervention lost more weight, especially at year 1, compared to usual care or educational intervention. There was no effect on heart failure outcomes, and there was actually an increase in NT-proBNP with weight loss in a Look-Ahead trial. And when you look at bariatric surgery, these data are kind of in reverse because of how they calculated the NT-proBNP. They essentially divided the follow-up NT-proBNP to baseline. So kind of these estimates should be to the right of unity line, not to the left. But what I can tell you based on this data, this is a meta-analysis of bariatric surgery trials, is as people lose more weight, the NT-proBNP goes up as well. So it probably does matter how you lose weight as far as heart failure is concerned anyway. A couple of other quick things that we've demonstrated in the program. We didn't tell the investigators what to do with loop diuretics, but we did look at loop diuretic use during the trial. And as you can appreciate, there was a substantial reduction in loop diuretic use with semaglutide versus placebo. And the odds of dose increase were substantially lower, and the odds of dose decrease were substantially higher with semaglutide versus placebo when it came to loop diuretics. And finally, even though these were not outcome trials, there was this very strong signal towards fewer clinical events, adjudicated events of heart failure hospitalizations and urgent visits with semaglutide versus placebo. And we subsequently did a follow-up analysis that actually showed this even stronger. That's coming up in just a couple of seconds here. The safety looked really good as well. There were fewer serious adverse events, fewer cardiac disorders, and no difference in deaths between the treatment groups. There was more nausea with semaglutide, again, not surprisingly. So since then, we've done a combined analysis trying to address this one remaining gap, which is if this hypothesis, again, is true, you would expect that if semaglutide is disease-modifying, it should really reduce the clinical events of heart failure hospitalizations and urgent visits. And what we did here is we pulled patients with HFpEF from SELECT, which I already talked about, FLOW, which is a kidney outcome trial of semaglutide, and a STEP HFpEF program, and looked at clinical events with semaglutide versus placebo. And here you see the composite endpoint. This was just published in The Lancet. Composite endpoint of cardiovascular death or worsening heart failure events, and you see a 31% relative risk reduction, a very large treatment effect, highly statistically significant with very early divergence of curves. So this is kind of where we are now. I'll just spend maybe 10 seconds on what's coming up in the future. This was announced in a press release just a couple of months ago. It's being presented at AHA in about 2 weeks. It's called the Summit trial with tirzepatide, a dual GLP-1 GIP agonist, obesity-related heart failure population, both with and without diabetes. And what you saw here as a primary endpoint here is cardiovascular events. This trial was converted to primary outcome being clinical events after the investigators saw our result from STEP HFpEF, original STEP HFpEF trial. And as you can see, that was reduced by 38% with tirzepatide, highly significant. And there was also a large benefit on KCCQ to a very similar extent to what we saw in the STEP HFpEF program. And there is enormous amount of additional data that's coming out, both on ASCVD and heart failure from these agents. There is about $100 billion being invested across pharmaceutical industry and novel anti-obesity drugs. So we're going to be seeing more and more of this. So to summarize, I think what we know today is obesity is a key driver of multiple cardiovascular disease complications, including ASCVD and heart failure, especially HFpEF, and many other things, by the way, as we've talked about, liver disease, kidney disease, and so on. In people with obesity and ASCVD, semaglutide leads to a compelling reduction in major adverse cardiovascular events, as shown in the SELECT trial. In people with obesity-related HFpEF, semaglutide leads to large improvements in heart failure-related symptoms and physical limitations, as well as exercise function, in addition to greater weight loss. There is effect on lowering NT-proBNP, reducing loop diuretic requirements, and fewer clinical events, so worsening heart failure, strongly suggesting disease-modifying and at least partially weight loss-independent effects on heart failure pathobiology. And collectively, these landmark data represent a real paradigm shift from obesity as a comorbidity to obesity as a root cause and a target for intervention. And I guess the last thing I will say is that these two trials, SELECT and STEP HFpEF program, were actually selected, pardon the pun, to be highlighted by the Science magazine in 2023 as a scientific breakthrough of the year, because essentially the theme of that was we're going beyond just weight loss here. It's not all about weight loss. It's a lot more about reducing complications of obesity, which is probably the most important public health threat and chronic disease of our time. So with that, I will close, and thank you for your attention.
Well, this was really fantastic, and I'm sure there are a ton of questions here. But for the sake of time, instead of talking about obesity, I'm going to promote it and let us break for lunch. So there's a terrific lunch out there. It's pretty heart healthy, actually. It shouldn't cause obesity. It's a Mediterranean-style lunch. Anyone that has any questions about this great talk, please come up. Dr. Custerbrod will stay up here for any questions, so just come up here for that. It's 11:45, so please come back at 12:15. That's when we'll restart with Dr. Trivieri's lecture that Dr. Sharma will be moderating. So 12:15, please come back in the room. For those of you that are on the internet, we'll resume in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Sorry, I know I went.
No, I just went a little bit.
You did call me yesterday.
Yeah.
It's however you did yesterday. Not today.
Yesterday. I was a little late in the first month.
What happened with that hour?
Which one?
You texted me regarding to see if you can changes because I haven't seen him since the original PCR. Mohammed Allah. You kept him.
Today. Today I think we're doing
When?
Yeah, so I think later. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we are getting ready. Yes. Always good, my friend. Always good to see you and shake hands.
Always my pleasure. Really, really nice. Thanks.
5 topics. All right, good afternoon. While people are trickling in after the anti-obesity lunch, was very careful, drafted good food, and we start our afternoon session and hopefully to replicate what the morning session has been. As you see, we have 5 outstanding speakers, and then will be my lecture. So we start with the first one, with the latest approaches to pulmonary hypertension. The lecture will be given by Dr. Maria Giovanni Triveri. She's career has a strong academic foundation based on the broad-based multidisciplinary and international training. She received her medical degree and PhD from University of Pisa and subsequently completed her residency in internal medicine and fellowship in cardiology in University of Toronto, and board certified, and then she came to Mount Sinai with all the rest of the training and has taken up the very important and the key role and the leadership role in the pulmonary hypertension. This is the area which we all struggle, what to do. There's very limited medicines and only expert can take care of it. So anytime we have pulmonary hypertension, we write down in our cath report, call Maria Triveri for management of the pulmonary hypertension. With that note, I'll just ask Maria to come and give us the latest approaches to pulmonary hypertension. And again, want to emphasize any questions you have, just keep sending it or come to the mic or send to the barcode and from your text message. With that note, Maria.
Thank you so much.
Good,
thank
good.
you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, and thank you, Dr. Bhatt, and thank you also, Dr. Keeney, for organizing this meeting. It will be my pleasure to present on the latest approaches to pulmonary hypertension. And I think Dr. Sharma is right. Compared to the other topics that were discussed previously, pulmonary hypertension remain, I think, still a niche field. So a lot of people refer to as patients for management, but I think it is important to understand where we are with the management of this disease and what are the things that are important in terms of deciding which therapy to give to the patients. So over the next 20 minutes or so, my objective will be to review basic diagnostic criteria of pulmonary hypertension, and this is a key element because we actually need to provide information about the right heart cath when we request therapies for patients, provide you with some risk stratification tools that you can use in your daily practice to have an idea of where the patient is in terms of risk profile, and go over some therapeutic options for PH, including novel disease-modifying therapy, and go over a quick case just to give you a sense of the complexity sometimes we are facing with the approach to this condition. So to start, I think a it is fundamental to begin by going over the hemodynamic criteria of pulmonary hypertension, because as I was mentioning earlier, this is something we actually need to provide when we request approval for therapy. And the guidelines have changed over the years. So what do we define as pulmonary hypertension? By definition, pulmonary hypertension is any mean pulmonary arterial pressure greater than 20. And by the way, this slide was taken from the latest ESC guidelines, which were published in 2022, which are the leading guidelines that we use for managing these patients. So again, mean pulmonary arterial pressure greater than 20. And then once we have a patient with this, again, meets this criteria, we need to distinguish whether or not the patient has isolated precapillary pulmonary hypertension or isolated postcapillary pulmonary hypertension, and whether or not there is a combination of precapillary and postcapillary. And it is important to know that because, again, we have specific therapies that go with each of the specific conditions. So we talk about precapillary pulmonary hypertension anytime we have a mean pulmonary arterial pressure greater than 20, but the wedge, by definition, has to be less or equal than 15. And then we want to see a PVR greater than 2. We talk about isolated postcapillary pulmonary hypertension anytime we have a mean pulmonary arterial pressure that is greater than 20, but the wedge is more than 15, and the PVR typically is less than 2. We talk about a combination of precapillary and postcapillary with comorbidities usually. Anytime the mean pulmonary arterial pressure is greater than 20, but the wedge is more than 15, and the PVR is more than 2. And in the latest sort of guidelines that were published in 2022, they also reintroduced the concept of exercise-induced pulmonary hypertension, which had disappeared from the guidelines in 2015. And now they define exercise-induced pH based on the slope of the changes in mean PA pressure and cardiac output at rest and with exercise. Having said that, even though we know how to define exercise-induced pH, still we have no targeted therapy for this condition. So it's hard to know exactly what to do with these patients that have this isolated form of pH, aside from monitoring them closely. As just to review quickly, the guidelines that were recently published updated the definition that we used to use up to 2022, essentially, where pH was defined as a mean pulmonary arterial pressure of greater than 25. So we went from mean pulmonary arterial pressure of 25 to 20. And the reason why that was done is because in looking at the average population, the mean PA pressure tends to be around 15. So it was always felt that 25 was too high. So they lowered the cutoff from 25 to 20. In addition, the new guidelines have removed what we used to adopt to distinguish isolated postcapillary from combined postcapillary and precapillary pulmonary hypertension, which is the DPG. So previously, we used the DPG to distinguish patients that had isolated postcapillary pulmonary hypertension, essentially pulmonary hypertension due to left-sided heart disease, from the patients that had a combination of arterial and venous pulmonary hypertension or precapillary and postcapillary based on the DPG, which is a diastolic pressure gradient. And we used to indicate that actually in our requisition for the medication, but right now with the new guidelines, we don't do that anymore. In addition to distinguishing patients based on hemodynamic criteria, we also classify patients based on etiology, and we have 5 different groups of patients. So every time, again, we care for a patient, we need to sort of know where it belongs, whether it belongs to a group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the reason to do that is primarily because we have specific therapy essentially for each one of the conditions. So the classic form of pulmonary arterial hypertension, which is associated to vascular remodeling that you can see here, is called group 1 pulmonary arterial hypertension. And you can see this form of arterial disease in the artery of the lung in patients that have idiopathic, meaning, again, as you all know, we can't find a cause for the disease, or they have a gene, they've inherited a gene that causes the disease, or they have pulmonary arterial hypertension associated to conditions such as connective tissue disease very often, or congenital heart disease. The most common form of congenital heart disease that lead to group 1 PAH are a PDA or an ASD and a VSD. And then we have the group 2 form of pulmonary hypertension or associated to left heart disease. And you can see here that in this category, we have the isolated postcapillary, where, again, the wedge is more than 15, but the PVR is less than 2, and the combined pre- and postcapillary form of pulmonary hypertension, where we have a mean PA pressure that is greater than 20, but a PVR that is greater than 2. And it is important, again, distinguish these two categories, because while we typically don't know what to do, or we treat with heart failure therapy patients that have isolated pulmonary, left-sided, postcapillary pulmonary hypertension with heart failure medication. Sometimes we treat with pulmonary specific therapy, vasodilatory therapy, patients that have a combination of pre- and postcapillary pulmonary hypertension. And then we have group 3 of PH associated to lung disease. Typically, this form of PH tends to be non-severe, but there are cases where it's very severe and people actually need to be treated similarly to patients with idiopathic or group 1 pulmonary hypertension. Group 4 is a condition that is probably very underdiagnosed. It's called chronic thromboembolic pulmonary hypertension, and is associated to recurrent or we believe repeated pulmonary emboli, leading then to vascular remodeling. And then we have this mixed bag of group 5, where we essentially have a number of different conditions that can lead to pulmonary vascular disease. At the bottom, you can see the different prevalence. So the most common one is group 2 pulmonary hypertension, followed by the group 3 form of pulmonary hypertension and all the other forms. So the traditional form of pulmonary arterial hypertension, which is the group 1, is actually quite rare. And if you look at the entire spectrum of the population, and you take all comer, actually pulmonary hypertension in itself, regardless of the group, is a very prevalent condition, affects up to 1% of the general population. The basic workup you're very familiar with obviously involves doing an echo, doing a CT, to exclude chronic thromboembolic disease. Clearly, radar cath is a key. VQ scan is something we have to do, even though the CT is negative, because it has a higher sensitivity compared to the CT, and lots of blood testing to exclude, for example, connective tissue disease, HIV, or liver disease, other conditions that might be related to PH. And very recently, we've also been doing a lot of genetic testing to exclude genetic form of PH. So I tend to now incorporate that pretty regularly in my assessment. So again, group 1, so just quickly, we have genetic form that I mentioned, BMP mutation, ALK1 mutation, and I'll go back to that again at the end when we talk about some disease-modifying therapy. We have the form associated to connective tissue disease. Those are the ends. This is a pictorial of a patient with scleroderma or a patient with lupus. I tend to see many of these rheumatological cases in my clinic, or HIV, liver disease, congenital disease with clubbing, and commonly is ASD and VSD, and drug and toxin. It's not as common, group 1 PH associated to drug and toxin, at least for what I can see, but I know there are some parts of the country, especially in Arizona, and I think primarily Arizona, where it's very highly prevalent to have this form of pulmonary hypertension associated to drug and toxin. Left-sided heart disease, again, very prevalent. It is estimated that up to 50% of patients with heart failure, preserved ejection fraction, have pulmonary hypertension, which by definition is due to left-sided heart disease, so the wedge tends to be high in this patient. And it is present in up to 70% of patients with severe symptomatic mitral disease and up to 50% of patients with symptomatic aortic stenosis. And it's overall the most prevalent form of the disease. And among the different causes you can think of is obviously untreated hypertension, ischemia, and all form of valvular disease. They tend to essentially lead to left ventricular dysfunction, and as a result of that, elevation in wedge pressure and elevation in pulmonary pressure. Obviously, heart failure with preserved ejection fraction falls into this category, and it's often associated to pulmonary hypertension. The form that we see with lung disease, again, tends to be usually not very severe, typically It's, the mean pulmonary arterial pressure is around 35 to 40. Besides COPD, which includes obviously emphysema and COPD, and bronchitis, we also have some form of group 3 pulmonary hypertension that we see with the interstitial lung disease or hypoventilation syndrome. And I wanted to take a moment right now to say that one of the reasons why we actually have to do these classifications and to group patients into different categories is, first of all, because it helps us with clinical trial designs, and second of all, because we don't have a way of actually looking at pathology in this patient. We don't do biopsy of the lung, so we don't know exactly what is the situation in the vasculature of the lung. And I'm saying that because there is actually histologically an overlap between patients that have group 3 disease in terms of arterial vascular remodeling compared to group 1. But again, it's not something that in clinic we do. The only thing we can say is associated certain diagnosis with a certain anticipated form of pulmonary hypertension. So, group 4 is anytime we have chronic thromboembolic pulmonary hypertension. So it's the speculation is that those clots that migrate to the lung obviously lead to vascular remodeling to the point that there is formation of this thick material that lines the vasculature. And it is actually the only form of pulmonary hypertension where there is a surgical approach. And the surgeon, what he would do if there is involvement of the proximal part of the pulmonary tree, would go in and slide off this material, removing the obstruction and technically fixing the pulmonary hypertension. It is much more complicated if the obstruction involves the more distal vessel, in which case what is being proposed right now is to do balloon pulmonary angioplasty, essentially. Some centers are very skilled at that, and they perform quite a few of these balloon pulmonary angioplasty, especially for this distal disease that would not be amenable to surgical intervention. And then we have, obviously, the very distal disease where surgical approach is not possible. And group 5 is a miscellaneous combination of various different conditions that leads to PH, such as sickle cell disease, sarcoidosis, and end-stage renal disease. And again, we don't look at the vasculature, so we don't necessarily know which patient has which form of disease, but typically they're considered the arterial form of pulmonary vascular disease, including end-stage renal disease. So aside from diagnosing PH and obviously knowing which category the patients belong to, we also have to risk stratify the patient to have an idea of the aggressiveness of the therapy. And most of the slides that I will show are taken from the latest guideline published in 2022. And the way we risk stratify is by taking in consideration a number of factors and then dividing patient into low, intermediate, and high risk profile. And the objective of initiating therapy is essentially to move people or patients across category of risk. So if we see a patient that falls into intermediate risk, our objective starting therapy is to move him from the category of intermediate risk to the category of low risk. And again, all the factors that we take into consideration include the symptoms of the patient, whether or not there's been a history of syncope, how far they can walk. 6-minute walk test is a thing in pulmonary hypertension we use very much. Or the functional class. We can also do more advanced testing such as CPET. We can do echocardiography, cardiac MRI, and hemodynamic. And the other thing that is very easily done in clinic is to check the BNP level. And we really follow the BNP level very closely in the pulmonary hypertension literature, and it's somewhat different than heart failure. Obviously, in heart failure, we do monitor the BNP, but for us, it's actually a very important determinant of, again, therapy escalation. And you can see that the cutoff that we use to determine normalcy, to define somebody as having a low risk is much actually lower than normal. Actually, to be in a low-risk category, for the BNP level alone, the value has to be less than 50, which is typically much lower than normal value, which is around 100, at least for our standard measurement. So again, BNP is probably the things, in addition to functional status of the patient, that I use the most in my clinic, and it really helps with risk stratification and decision to treatment. And because there was a concern that the three-risk approach was actually somewhat mixing patients in the intermediate risk, and wasn't as accurate in distinguishing those that were low, intermediate low from intermediate high. The newer guideline also incorporated the 4-risk strata assessment, which you can see is a little bit more refined and use a point scoring system. But again, the variable that I use are functional class, 6-minute walk testing, and BNP or anti-BNP, and all things that you can do in clinic essentially to decide whether your patient falls into a low, intermediate, or high-risk category. And the other risk score that we can use is called the REVEAL risk score. Was published by Dr. Benza's group, and it looks at the REVEAL registry, and it takes into consideration a variety of factors, and then comes up with the score. And again, the score just defines patient into belonging to a low, intermediate, or high-risk category. And important to also underline the fact that even though we do all this risk assessment and we know where the patient is in terms of the status of his disease, very often there are a lot of limitations to actually reaching the target, which is the low risk. And those limitations are because the patient is not compliant, or the patient cannot tolerate the therapies. The therapies can have a lot of side effects. Or there is an issue with cost. Very often, I have to say, cost becomes less of a concern because all the major companies have actually a very good patient assistance program. So let's move on to therapy. I think with the appearance of the new disease-modifying agents, I think what we now are doing is dividing, our approach to pulmonary hypertension in old approach versus new approach. And the old approach is essentially based on the use of agents that are primarily vasodilator. They target the endothelin pathway. And in this category, you might be familiar with bosentan, ambrisentan, and macitentan. There are the 3 drugs that we typically use. Bosentan is falling off sort of favor because it actually it's a medication that you need to take twice a day, and it does require actually liver monitoring of liver enzyme, which is not the case for ambrisentan and macitentan. Then we have the nitric oxide pathway that we target again, the main mechanism of action being vasodilation. But we know that they also have other action on the vasculature, but primarily vasodilation. This category includes tadalafil, sildenafil, and riociguat. Riociguat is considered stronger compared to tadalafil and sildenafil because it acts directly on the guanylate cyclase, so it's not subject to tachyphylaxis. And I'm saying that because sometimes people that have been on tadalafil and sildenafil, if they don't reach their goal or their targets, are switched to riociguat, and they find that this change, even though the drug belongs to the same class, makes a difference in the functional status. And then we have the prostacyclin, which include the remodulin, and we have different form of remodulin. Remodulin can in fact be administered IV, sub-Q, or in an inhalation form. The inhalation form is called Tyvaso. Flolan and Beletri are the epoprostenol, and they are essentially 2 different variants of the same drug. And then we have selexipag and orenitram, which are the oral version of the prostacyclin. Orenitram is essentially a remodulin oral. Selexipag is a different drug that acts again on the prostacyclin pathway. The novel agent that has been introduced in the market a few months ago is called sotatercept, and compared to the old agent, is a disease-modifying agent, meaning it's supposed to modify the vascular remodeling within the lung structure. It is an antibody that targets the activinin, and in binding the activinin, it changes the balance between anti-proliferative and pro-proliferative mechanism within the lung vasculature, and is expected to really modify the substrate within the lung. So this is the new agent that we started to use essentially a few months ago. How do we escalate therapy? Again, it's all based on risk assessment. And the first thing we do is to look at all these criteria that I showed you earlier in terms of patient symptoms, functional class, NT-proBNP, BNP, echo. And based on that, distinguish the patient into a low, intermediate, or high risk. If the patient is low intermediate risk, might be enough to just start with oral therapy with an ERA, endothelin receptor antagonist, and a PDE5, sildenafil or tadalafil. This is called actually for the audience, the AMBITION protocol, because it was studied as an upfront combination therapy in the AMBITION trial. If they are high risk, typically then you would want to consider going directly to the prostacyclin. Either oral or IV, sub-Q or inhaled. And then you redo an assessment of the patient after a few weeks, depending on the severity. Based on how the patient has responded at the reassessment, you decide whether you can continue on the current therapy or you need to escalate. So what the guidelines recommend is close, essentially, monitoring of this patient to decide whether or not they're really moving across category of risk or remaining into a high-risk category. And a few of the key paper and highlights about therapy for PAH. I would say this in the group 1 category is the seminal paper that was published in 1996. It was conducted out of Columbia by Robin Barst, and it is the first study where they actually looked at the use of prostacyclin in group 1 pulmonary arterial hypertension. And it's the first study that up to today has shown an improvement in survival in patients with pulmonary arterial hypertension. So we consider that our seminal study, and nobody has replicated to that extent, because right now it was conducted against placebo, and we cannot obviously do a placebo-controlled trial given that we have prostacyclin available. This is instead in the group 1 population, the study that was just published in 2023 on sotatercept, which is the new disease-modifying agent to treat patients with pulmonary arterial hypertension. In this phase 3 trial, which was a follow-up on the prior study, which was a phase 2 and was called, not the stellar, anyway, so this is the study. The prior one was a phase 2. So they randomized patients to receive sotatercept versus placebo on background medical therapy. They had approximately 160 patients in each of the group, and duration of treatment was approximately 24 weeks. And all patients that were included at the group 1 pulmonary arterial hypertension, that was classified as idiopathic, irritable, related to drug and toxin, or connective tissue disease or congenital heart disease, but they had to add repair shunt. So there were many different forms that were not necessarily included and definitely not group 3, definitely not group 4, so it was all targeting group 1 patients. And they had functional class 2 to 3, and most of them were already on triple therapy, and 40% of those were on parenteral therapy. And what they noticed was that essentially at the end of the trial, they were able to see in patients that were treated with sotatercept up to 84% reduction in mortality. There were, however, some side effects from the sotatercept use that included epistaxis and telangiectasia, as well as an increase in hemoglobin level. In fact, one of the things that we need to do when we initiate this therapy is to monitor the hemoglobin and ensure that it doesn't go above a certain cutoff. The issue of telangiectasia is something that is concerning to the PH treating physician, and it has to do with the fact that this antibody are targeting a pathway that has been linked to another condition which leads to PAH, which is called hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia. So our fear is that the use of this therapy long-term could cause development of more telangiectasia and the patient could develop a form of PH similar to patients that have HHT. Again, it's all to be seen. The study was conducted over 24 weeks. There is an open label extension, which is still ongoing, and it seems that even at 2 years, the benefit of sotatercept is maintained. So we have started using this medication since June of this year, and we'll have more information on real life, real-life patient soon. And quickly going over other seminal study in group 2, this was a study which was paradoxically called the first study, and it was also the last, looking at the use of epoprostenol in group 2 patients. Despite the fact that in this patient population, treatment with epoprostenol resulted in improvement in some parameters like cardiac index, reduction in PVR, it seemed that the outcomes were not as good, so the study had to be terminated early. And following this bad experience with the use of prostacyclin in group 2, there weren't really other attempts at studying this group 2 population. So there has been a few studies in group 2, but none that has really changed our approach to this form of disease, which is primarily, for now, targeting left ventricular dysfunction. Just pointing out that because there isn't a lot of data regarding group 2 patients, what the guidelines say is that when you have actually somebody that has what we call out of proportion to group 2 pulmonary hypertension, meaning there is very high PVR, even though the wedge is elevated in this patient population, you might consider using parenteral therapy or other therapy that we normally use for group 1, because there is really lack of evidence. Moving quickly in group 3, there are 2 seminal studies that were done, one using inhaled treprostinil, which is the inhaled version of Remodulin in patients with interstitial lung disease. It was a positive study. So it showed an improvement in actually walk distance that these patients were able to perform. So we now use in group 3 patient Tyvaso. Interestingly, and I was involved in this other study, when we did the same thing but in COPD as opposed to ILD, what we did see is that actually patients that were received inhaled treprostinil compared to the ILD population had the worst outcome. We don't really know exactly why the study was terminated early, because there was higher mortality in patients that were receiving inhaled treprostinil and had COPD. I've had some of those mortality, and the feeling that all of us participating was at the end is that one of the major problems with the COPD population, which is different from the ILD population, is the number of comorbidities. So many of these patients have a lot of comorbidities. They've been heavy smoker in the past. They have coronary artery disease. They have a lot of diseases that were not necessarily represented in the ILD population. And lastly, and then I conclude, the calcium channel blocker. We have been using at the beginning calcium channel blocker to treat patients with pulmonary hypertension. To start this therapy, you need to demonstrate that the patient is responder to vasodilator challenge. And to do that, typically you give some inhaled nitric oxide in the cath lab, and you look for a reduction in the mean pulmonary arterial pressure. And by definition, this reduction is to be greater than 10 to a mean PA pressure of less than 40. So if the patient is responder, then you can consider giving calcium channel blocker. But the dose that we give are much higher. You can see amlodipine, for example, up to 30 milligram per day. And what the guidelines say is that if you consider giving a calcium channel blocker, then it is important that you assess patients from the point of view of the risk profile and consider adding on the other therapy if you don't reach your goal. Quickly over a case, which I think is interesting, and it brings upon some of the issues that we are now facing with the novel therapy. This is a patient of mine, 55, with a history of atrial septal repair and paroxysmal atrial fibrillation. That had a diagnosis of PH in 2002. She was initially started on sildenafil and was lost to follow-up, which is not infrequent, because a lot of time when patients have a repair of an atrial septal defect, then this is considered a curative procedure, and very often patients don't follow up with providers. So this patient was actually lost to follow-up and then presented in 2018 in acute and decompensated heart failure. And at that point, she was in a high-risk profile category. I started her on Remodulin and titrated up to 70 nanograms per kilo. And then added on to do triple therapy and combination therapy and endothelin receptor antagonist, as well as I switched her from the sildenafil to the riociguat, which is considered a much more powerful and stronger agent compared to sildenafil. With this change, the patient now is doing well, is functional class 2, but the RV remains moderately dysfunctional. So the question that I think I'm still struggling to answer is whether at this point I need to increase the dose of Primordial, because technically you have to look at Primordial as essentially insulin. There is no upper limit that we can use. We can go as high as the patient can tolerate. So I know the patient is in the intermediate risk category, so at this point I don't know whether I should go up on the Primordial, maybe start sotatercept, do both at the same time, or just wait and see what happens. The patient is only 55, so she will need to be on whatever therapy I decide for a long period of time. So I don't know whether we have the answer to this question. I probably would consider starting sotatercept, but I would be very concerned about her being on this medication for 5, 10, 15 years. So I don't know whether maybe best option would be to do a combination of Primordial and sotatercept. And with that, I conclude, and thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I think maybe we can have some questions later on, right? So we'll be better as a group.
Okay.
So I think that will be
Thank you so much.
Great. All right. So now we go to next. In the topic is the novel drugs for hypertension and for heart failure. Will be given by Dr. Akshay Desai. He is the Associate Professor of Medicine at Harvard Medical School, a very dynamic guy, and have been here before in our meetings, and is presently cardiovascular medicine specialist and the director of cardiomyopathy and heart failure program at Brigham and Women's Hospital. He received a medical degree from Harvard Medical School, completed internal medicine residency and fellowship, and of course stayed more in the Boston. Now, his clinical interests include advanced heart failure, cardiomyopathy, and many others. And as you can see here, which will give us the latest update, new drugs for hypertension. We just hear the pulmonary hypertension, now for the rest of the hypertension. Okay, welcome.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and happy Diwali to all of you who might be celebrating that. And thank you to the organizers, Dr. Bhatt, Dr. Sharma, for pulling such great light to so many key topics in cardiovascular medicine in the spirit of the holidays. So my challenge in the next 25 minutes is to really tell you a bit about innovation as it relates to hypertension, which is maybe a tired topic for many of you, but I want to show you that that may have changed, and then talk a bit about innovations in heart failure that you haven't yet heard about in some of the earlier talks, and then happy to take questions at the end. These are disclosures, some of which may be relevant to the content I'll present. There are really three objectives here. The first is to outline the need, because we certainly have a lot of antihypertensive therapy for more effective antihypertensive treatments. I want to talk a bit about emerging pharmacologic strategies for management of hypertension with a focus on the opportunity that's presented by newer therapies that target RNA and have very long duration of action. And then I want to switch gears and talk a bit about heart failure management, and we'll focus on newer therapies for HFpEF, which overlap nicely with the hypertension region. So we'll get right into it, and I think the first question that you should all ask is, gosh, do we really need new drugs for hypertension? We certainly have many strategies available, and I think the problem is that despite available therapies, as you can see on the slide, there still remain about 1 billion prevalent cases of hypertension worldwide if we define it at a cut point of 140 millimeters of mercury. The prevalence is rising in the population, as you see in this now dated graph on the left of the slide, probably related to secular trends in our success with and improving outcomes in patients and extending longevity, but also related to secular trends you've heard about in the incidence of diabetes and obesity. I think we know that hypertension is still a huge contributor to the rates of cardiovascular death worldwide. It's the leading contributor to the incidence of heart failure, the greatest population attributable risk, and it's still a major contributor to disability-adjusted life years that really lengthen the aging that Dr. Fuster mentioned in our population. 10% of global healthcare expenditure is related to hypertension, and diabetes patients suffer disproportionately, as do patients with chronic kidney disease. And the problem is that despite an arsenal of therapies available to treat hypertension, only about 20% of patients in most global surveys are controlled to guideline recommended targets, and we don't do any better in the US than we do elsewhere in the world. So why don't we do a good job with treatment of hypertension? Well, the first is that many patients don't access the healthcare system, and so we don't have an opportunity to diagnose them, and that is a social issue we must address. There's also a lack of education and awareness of the importance of hypertension in our patient communities, and there's another barrier to cross. As I mentioned, there's a failure to diagnose hypertension in the clinic. If you look at the number of ambulatory encounters in our healthcare system at Mass General Brigham, where there was an opportunity to measure a blood pressure, but that opportunity was not taken, it is an extraordinary number. And that means there's a lot of missed chances to augment any hypertensive therapy in many treatment settings. And then even when we see it, we don't treat it. There's always the concern about adding medications or augmenting doses, the complexity that introduces, the need for longitudinal follow-up and laboratory surveillance that intrudes. And so in general, it's much easier to ignore it, call it white coat hypertension, and then send the patient out and hope it goes away. So the final thing is, even when we prescribe the drugs to the patients, we know that many of them don't take them as they should. The number of pills our patients are on, particularly the elderly, is so large that adding additional pill burden is often a challenge and compounds the problem of treatment adherence. And then finally, there are a fraction of patients who, even with our therapies, are resistant to the available antihypertensive therapies. So I think there is an argument that we need a better approach, and maybe some of that will come in the form of new therapies. So what new therapies are available for treating hypertension? Well, I'm going to show you a few different classes that have come to light with new clinical trial evidence in the last year and a half. It's important to remember that up to about the last 2 years, there hadn't been a new drug approved for the treatment of hypertension since 2007, but we now have a few drugs that are coming to light, some of which have been recently approved and others on the horizon. So this is really an important time of innovation in hypertension treatment, both on the pharmacologic side, where I'll focus, and on the device side, where you may hear more in later meetings. So we're going to talk about aminopeptidase A inhibitors. The paradigmatic drug there is Foribistat, dual endothelin receptor antagonists like aprocitentan, aldosterone synthase inhibition, baxdrostat, lorundrostat are two examples, angiotensinogen inhibition, which is an RNA-targeted approach with zilebesiran, and then nonsteroidal mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist, finerenone. So this is a big agenda for a short conference, so I'm just going to give you a flavor of some of the most recent data, and we can pick up any topics that are of interest to you in the Q&A. So aminopeptidase A inhibition is a strategy that's been employed for treatment of hypertension on the premise that this central system, in which the enzyme APA is responsible for the conversion of angiotensin II to angiotensin III, which is an important potentiator of angiotensin II's hypertensive effects. So this is a brain-related pathway that's important in activating the hypotensive effects of angiotensin II. There are some preliminary data from the New Hope study that suggested that in obese hypertensives, if you gave an APA inhibitor, the drug crosses the blood-brain barrier and reduces blood pressure. And so there was systematic study then in a resistant hypertension population in the FRESH trial of patients with blood pressure between 140 and 180, despite two classes of medications. You can see the demographics of the population on the slide. And in that slide, the treatment of Foribistat, a potent APA inhibitor, compared to placebo was no different. And this lack of treatment benefit, despite promising preliminary results and science, really has killed this drug class, and clinical development has been halted. So there's not much more to say, at least about this particular agent in trials. Another approach, though, that has had interest, you've heard a bit about the role of endothelin receptor antagonism in pulmonary hypertension. ETA and ETB receptor antagonists also have effects on systemic blood pressure. The early trials of ERA antagonists in hypertension were limited a bit by the effects on pulmonary edema, on volume retention. And so the thought was that balanced ETA and ETB receptor antagonism might be a more effective antihypertensive strategy with more tolerability. And indeed, aprocitentan is one such agent. It's been studied now in a hypertension trial of 730 patients with blood pressure that was uncontrolled despite 3 conventional agents called Precision. And in that trial, there was a signal of dose-related reduction in blood pressure with aprocitentan compared with placebo that endured over the full 24-hour interval in ambulatory blood pressure monitoring. So there is some impression of benefit here. Note the significant placebo response in this trial, and this is a theme that will recur, where you can see that patients in trials do tend to take their meds a little better, and we do see reductions in pressure from baseline. And so the incremental benefit of approach 1010 here is about 3 or 4 millimeters of mercury, which is statistically important, clinically important, but maybe not as dramatic as we would hope. And at the higher doses, there is still fluid retention and edema at the max dose, but nonetheless, the FDA has approved this drug for commercial use as of March of this year. Another class is the aldosterone synthase inhibition class, and as you know, aldosterone plays an important role in regulation of blood pressure. It's a key effector of the renin-angiotensin system, and we all know that for many of our patients with resistant hypertension, addition of a mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist like spironolactone is quite effective in augmenting blood pressure reductions over standard agents, perhaps because of residual hyperaldosteronism that is unattended with standard therapy. And so this is the early experience of baxdrostat, a potent aldosterone synthase inhibitor for treatment-resistant hypertension. This drug is quite specific for aldosterone synthase and does not interfere with the action of 11-beta hydroxylase, which is the key enzyme in cortisol metabolism that has a lot of homology to the aldosterone synthase, so a very specific aldosterone synthesis effect. And when you give an aldosterone synthesis inhibitor in this phase 2 BRIG hypertension trial, in patients with hypertension on 3 or more drugs, you can see, again, very nice stepped dose-related reductions in blood pressure, as you might expect with inhibition of this pathway. And this has really fueled more interest in this class of agents as strategies for augmentation of antihypertensive treatment. There's a second agent called lorundrostat that was studied in patients with uncontrolled hypertension, the majority of whom had suppressed plasma renin and elevated aldosterone levels. And when you looked at the placebo-corrected change in blood pressure with lorundrostat compared to placebo, there was an incremental reduction of 8 millimeters of mercury with the lorundrostat group, sort of very similar tolerability and efficacy profile to the baxdrostat data. But I think the story is not quite so simple, because if we look at the recent data that Dr. Bhatt presented now about 1.5 years ago with at the ACC from the HALO trial, looking at now that same agent, baxdrostat, in an uncontrolled hypertension population, blood pressure more than 140 on either an ACE inhibitor or ARB, in addition to a diuretic or calcium channel blocker, there was a sort of this peculiar result, which is that the placebo group dropped by about 6 millimeters of mercury, and there wasn't much incremental blood pressure reduction in the baxdrostat group. Certainly a blood pressure reduction, but no incremental reduction once corrected for the placebo change, which was quite substantial in this trial. And I think the question here then becomes, is the Hawthorne effect of participation in the trial, where the placebo patients take their meds and have an unexpected blood pressure reduction from baseline that may then attenuate your opportunity to see a treatment benefit. Is that playing a role? And then I think Dr. Budd also pointed out in that presentation that the adherence to treatment in the highest dose group was actually quite poor, with about a third of patients who had very low drug levels. And so perhaps that also confounded the effect. And indeed, if you looked at the effect in the adherent patients, those with detectable drug levels, you now saw the expected dose response with baxdrostat. And I think this data is compelling enough that the drug is moving on for further studies in adequately powered clinical outcome trials in phase 3. So what else can we do beyond inhibiting familiar parts of the renin-angiotensin system? Well, I think one of the things that all RAS inhibitors have in common that are commercially available is that they activate standard feedback pathways and that are inherent in the regulatory system that is the RAS system. And the feedback loop that is activated is to increase circulating levels of plasma renin. And the primary substrate for renin is angiotensinogen. And if you continue to have available angiotensinogen and renin levels rise, then over time, the treatment effects of many of these RAS inhibitors is overwhelmed and you have angiotensin escape. And so if we could deplete the substrate for renin, then even in the face of hyperreninemia, it's possible that we might maintain treatment effects or even augment them over time. And there are two approaches to suppression of hepatic angiotensinogen that have been explored. One is a GalNAc conjugated antisense oligonucleotide, and the other is a GalNAc conjugated small interfering RNA. So let me show you a bit about how these approaches differ. So we have two different approaches to silencing the message for angiotensinogen in the liver. One is to give a small interfering RNA. These are double-stranded oligonucleotide or DNA compound or RNA compounds that are taken up through an asialoglycoprotein receptor in the hepatocyte that recognizes this GalNAc moiety that is conjugated to the drug. The drug is taken up, dissociated by an enzyme into a guide and a passenger strand. The guide strand is an antisense strand for the target RNA that then binds the target RNA in combination with this RISC complex that then signals that this mRNA is due for degradation. So you then essentially degrade the mRNA that would otherwise be translated into the angiotensinogen protein. And then the other approach is an antisense oligo approach where a single strand of oligonucleotide is taken up in the hepatocyte through a similar mechanism, binds the target RNA, activating a different degradation pathway through RNase H1, but essentially leads to the similar result. Now, I'm going to show you more about the RNA-based pathway because we have a bit more data there, although the preliminary data with the ASO is quite similar, although slightly lesser suppression of angiotensinogen and weekly dosing. So here's the preliminary data about from phase 1 with zilebesiran, the first agent in this class of small interfering RNAs targeting hepatic angiotensinogen. And what you can see is after administration of a single dose subcutaneously of zilebesiran, patients have dose-related reductions in angiotensinogen within 2 to 3 weeks. There is a 90% reduction from baseline. And that reduction in plasma angiotensinogen levels persists all the way out to about 6 months after a single dose. So this is now sustained suppression of angiotensinogen message with a single subcutaneous dose of a small interfering RNA targeting angiotensinogen. You can see the placebo response in purple above. So any dose here really exceeding about 100 milligrams achieved pretty effective reduction of more than 90% in plasma angiotensinogen. I will come back to the implications of that for safety in a moment, but what we do see is what you might expect, which is that with that reduction, we see dose-related reductions in blood pressure, and the proof of that is in this KARDIA-1 trial, which is now a prospective randomized trial of 400 patients with hypertension defined by ambulatory blood pressure monitoring who were washed out of their antihypertensives and then randomly assigned to placebo or escalating doses of subcutaneous zilebesiran. And you can see that with that dose-related suppression in angiotensinogen, there is dose-related reduction in ambulatory blood pressure as much as 12 millimeters of mercury compared with placebo in the peak group. And the blood pressure reductions, when we look at office blood pressures, as a least squared mean difference from placebo are even more pronounced than they are in the ambulatory blood pressure data. We also see that much as with some of the agents I showed you before, this is an enduring effect and a consistent effect over the full 24-hour interval and even between visits. We know that in patients with hypertension, the volatility in blood pressure, that visit-to-visit or intra-visit variability in blood pressure further contributes to cardiovascular risk. And so it might be the case, we don't know, that blunting that variability with more consistent blood pressure reduction, avoiding the extremes of blood pressure, the floating of blood pressure up and down, may actually translate into clinical benefits, but that's yet to be proven. And then more recently, we at ACC, we presented the data from this phase 2 trial of now zilebesiran as add-on therapy to patients with uncontrolled hypertension despite standard agents. And in this design, patients with uncontrolled blood pressure were washed out of their existing antihypertensives, randomized to one of 3 background treatment strategies in an open label fashion, a thiazide diuretic, indapamide, amlodipine, or a high dose of an angiotensin receptor blocker, 40 milligrams once daily. And that those that were taking their meds and who still had high blood pressure after the run-in period are then randomized to either placebo or zilebesiran 600 milligrams, one dose, and then followed for 3 and then out to 6 months. And in the 3 to 6 month interval, there was role for antihypertensive therapy to be added on. The primary endpoint here is measured at 3 months, and it's the change from baseline in ambulatory pressures. A number of other pressures were a number of other endpoints were examined, as was the frequency of adverse events. And what we can see in this experiment is that patients regardless of background therapy, who were allocated to zilebesiran had important reductions that were incremental to placebo in systolic blood pressure at 3 months. And in most cases, these persisted to 6 months, even in the face of add-on therapy to treat residual blood pressure elevations. And these are pretty important blood pressure reductions. You can see compared to indapamide, 12 millimeter reduction, compared to amlodipine, a 10 millimeter reduction, and even against olmesartan, active in the same pathway, a potent ARB at maximal dose, an incremental 4 millimeters of reduction. And those changes in ambulatory blood pressure are amplified when you look at office blood pressure, which was reduced even more compellingly, even by 7 millimeters of mercury in the olmesartan group. So potent evidence that the addition of this angiotensinogen-targeted approach may augment the effects of standard antihypertensive therapies. Now, all of you are asking, do I really want an antihypertensive that acts for 6 months? What happens if the patient becomes septic or bleeds? And these are important questions to ask. The security we have is, in the preclinical experience at least, the effect of angiotensinogen inhibition can be rescued with standard pressor agents like angiotensin II or norepinephrine or other vasoconstrictors. The other issue is that high salt loads will also, as with other angiotensin or renin-angiotensin system inhibitors, will antagonize the treatment effect. And so it does appear possible to rescue the treatment effect in clinically important circumstances that would be expected. But fortunately, at least in these trials of relatively low-risk hypertension patients, we haven't seen a signal of serious adverse events. There are more adverse events in the zilebesiran-assigned patients compared to placebo, but very few cases of hypotension, though more in the zilebesiran-treated patients. Some excess of hyperkalemia defined at this treatment threshold, but in most cases, episodes of hypertension and hypotension and hyperkalemia resolved spontaneously and did not require intervention. And in fact, for the laboratory abnormalities, a second check of the number often yielded a normal result. There was also a subtle change in creatinine that was higher in zilebesiran-assigned patients. And so I think overall, the sense is that the safety profile is acceptable, but there is an excess of mild hypotension, hyperkalemia, and renal function, as you would expect with an agent active in the renin-angiotensin system that still needs to be attended in this treatment paradigm. So more to come. I think what we know at this point is that suppression of AGT using a GalNAc-conjugated small interfering RNA is an effective strategy for lowering blood pressure, either alone or in combination with other medications. This approach has the opportunity and the advantage of a single dose with a very prolonged duration of action that might allow for biannual dosing of an antihypertensive agent for tonic background control on which you could layer additional antihypertensive therapy. And that opens the door potentially to office-based treatment of blood pressure on a periodic basis that would overcome some of the challenges with daily patient adherence to oral antihypertensive drugs. Although these trials are not yet powered or sufficiently long in duration to address long-term safety, the preliminary safety signals are reassuring, and there is an ongoing phase 2 trial called KARDIA-3 that will explore this treatment effect in a higher-risk hypertension population, including patients with CKD, that'll yield some further evidence about safety, and then we look forward to outcomes trials to follow. So with that, I'm going to shift gears and talk a bit about the long-term consequence of hypertension, which is the development of heart failure. And I think amongst heart failure in hypertensive patients, the most prevalent form would be heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. You've already heard a bit from Mikhail and others today about how important this clinical problem is in patients with obesity. And I want to talk about the treatment strategies for this population and how they've evolved. I think this is a piece that we wrote in JACC Heart Failure of last year that was looking at the time at a synthesis of available data regarding treatment, and it's echoed in a JACC consensus panel statement that was released around the same time. And the concept is that we now know, based on 2 trials, DELIVER and EMPEROR Preserve, that SGLT2 inhibition is effective for treatment of these patients with symptomatic HFpEF, regardless of their symptom burden and regardless of their ejection fraction. We also know that exercise and weight reduction are valuable in this population for improving clinical outcomes, and so those are recommended for everybody, as are diuretics if patients are congested, but probably not if they are not. We have data from Paragon-HF that suggests that angiotensin receptor neprilysin inhibitors may be effective, particularly for patients with HFpEF and subnormal ejection fraction, less confidence about the higher end of EF. And then MRAs at the time, we knew had only data from the TopCat trial of spironolactone suggesting a signal of benefit with regard to prevention of heart failure hospitalizations, particularly amongst those patients randomized in North America, and that gave the US guidelines a 2B recommendation for use of MRAs. So that's as of last year. So since then, we have data now from a new approach, which is a non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist, finerenone, that has been studied in patients with hypertension, but also more prominently in 2 trials of patients with diabetes and proteinuria and chronic kidney disease. These are the Fidelio and Figaro trials, which showed a pretty potent signal of prevention of renal disease progression and also incident heart failure events in a DKD population. So we now extend these treatment effects to a heart failure with preserved EF population in fine arts. This is a randomized prospective trial, placebo-controlled, of finerenone in patients with heart failure and mildly reduced or preserved ejection fraction, defined at a cut point of 40%. You can see the exclusion criteria listed on the slide, which included recent use of an MRA. Patients had to have elevated natriuretic peptides. They had to have structural heart disease and use of diuretics in the 30 days prior to randomization. And importantly, there were patients in hospital and recently hospitalized that were permitted to be included in this trial. So 6,000 patients validly randomized with a target dose of 40 milligrams depending on renal, or 20 milligrams depending on renal function. Primary endpoint, the composite of cardiovascular death and total heart failure events. I suspect you've seen these trial results, which are really quite impressive, that over the course of the 2.8-year follow-up of the trial, there was an important reduction of nearly 16% in the primary composite outcome with finerenone compared to placebo. That was highly significant. And this effect was driven primarily by an effect on total worsening heart failure events, heart failure hospitalization in particular. Now, that treatment effect was consistent across all of the subgroups examined in the trial, and importantly, in the subgroups defined by ejection fraction, which I'm showing you on this slide. So regardless of the EF 40 to 50, 50 to 60, more than 60, there seemed to be a consistent treatment effect for all of the endpoints that were examined in the trial. That's distinct from the signal we saw in Paragon, but similar to the pattern seen in the SGLT2 inhibitor trials. And the other issue is that if we looked at the treatment effect as a function of background treatment with an SGLT2 inhibitor, again, no variation, suggesting that the effects of finerenone in HFpEF are additive to those of an SGLT2 inhibitor. And then if we pool this data then with what we already know from the prior trials of spironolactone, we start to see a pretty compelling signal that MRAs, and in this case finerenone in particular, seem to be effective for treatment of heart failure regardless of ejection fraction, certainly higher point estimates for benefit in the lower EF population than in the higher EF population, but nonetheless a compelling treatment benefit in HFpEF. And I think this may advance the recommendations in the next set of guidelines for recommendation of MRAs in this population in addition to SGLT2 inhibitors. So I think that moving forward, I think we've learned a little bit more about this. We know, I told you that patients in this trial could be enrolled in hospital or out of hospital, and the treatment effects in the recently hospitalized patients were pretty dramatic and maybe even more compelling than those in those without a recent hospitalization. And this is that treatment effect as a function of time from worsening heart failure shown in the slide for the primary and also for a key secondary composite outcome. And you can see that the absolute risk reductions are particularly pronounced in those patients enrolled in hospital or right after a hospitalization. And this may then be an important target for identifying patients who are suitable candidates for MRA treatment in clinical practice. I'm going to close with a brief note on a lifestyle modification and weight loss. You've already heard a lot about this, but just to remind you, we know that exercise and weight reduction are important in improving functional capacity in patients with heart failure and preserved ejection fraction, and we should be recommending it to all of our patients. But since weight loss is not always achievable in this population that may be functionally limited and in the ability to exercise, I think the strategies that Mikhail outlined for use of pharmacologic therapies to reduce weight are very exciting. And this is the data that he's already shown you from STEP-HFpEF and STEP-HFpDM, highlighting the effects of the weight loss dose of semaglutide on clinical outcomes, including functional capacity and quality of life. in patients with HFpEF and the obesity phenotype. And I think we've heard the top-line data from Summit already mentioned that it met its primary endpoint, and we hope to see those data in a few weeks at the American Heart Association meetings. And so the conclusion here is that there are many new options emerging for treatment of both hypertension and heart failure, but we have a lot of work to do in implementing the therapies we have and deploying them effectively for our patients. These strategies targeting angiotensinogen that are RNA-based are exciting and offer an opportunity for overcoming some of the adherence barriers and maybe introducing a new paradigm for hypertension treatment that may simplify strategies for our patients if the drugs prove to be safe and effective in larger scale trials. I think you should walk away with the message that there is now guideline-directed medical therapy for HFpEF, much as there is for HFrEF, and that definitely begins with an SGLT2 inhibitor and may include a mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist, perhaps finerenone, and perhaps in the obese patients, a GLP-1 receptor agonist, in addition to an ARNI in selected patients and exercise and conditioning for all. And finally, the effect of MRAs in fine arts was additive to SGLT2 inhibitors, suggesting that we can't substitute the effects of one class with another, and it's really the comprehensive approach, slightly different from HFrEF, but similar in strategy that really matters in this population, and we must carry forward. So thanks for your attention, and with that, I'll close and take any questions you may have, or we're going to go to the, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. Fantastic. Okay. So now we go to the new world of diabetes in the CAD patients, and this will be given by Darren McGuire. He's a professor of medicine, the Department of Internal Medicine at UT Southwestern Medical Center, and a member of Division of Cardiology. He's the director of Parkland Hospital Cardiology. He earned his medical degree at Johns Hopkins University, and he then received advanced training in cardiology through fellowship at Duke, and where he also conducted research for 2 years, working on a number of large-scale international trials with the Duke Clinical Research Center. He joined the cardiology faculty at UT Southwestern in 2001, and main interest has been on long-term prevention and risk modification for cardiovascular disease. As you see, most of the topics today are on these general issues which we encounter, and we try to get the best in those fields. And with that note, Dr. Darren McGuire will present in field of the diabetes.
All right. Good afternoon. Apologize for my voice. I'm apparently allergic to something in the fall in the Northeast U.S. So I woke up congested. I don't have COVID, I promise. So I'll talk for the next 30 minutes on a body of work that I've been contributing to along with many others in the field, in the interdisciplinary field of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, where we, over the last 15 or so years, have generated an abundance of evidence for cardiovascular effects of these novel anti-hyperglycemic therapies and expanded them from being anti-hyperglycemic therapies to being cardiovascular therapies, and oftentimes for certain indications independent of the presence of diabetes. So I've spent 30 years doing large-scale international clinical trials in the cardiometabolic space, working with drug companies to design and conduct their clinical outcomes trials, phase 3 and sometimes phase 4 trials, to bring drugs to market with novel indications, focusing primarily initially on cardiovascular safety of antihyperglycemics, and ultimately, as you know, we've proven some efficacy, incremental efficacy, not just for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, which is where we really started the focus of these cardiovascular safety assessments, but also in the domain of heart failure and kidney disease. So just as a reminder, it was December 2008 when the FDA and at the same time the European Medicines Agency flipped the switch and said from this day forward, every new drug for type 2 diabetes has to undergo formal cardiovascular safety assessment before penultimate approval and permanent approval for marketing. And what that meant was before this guidance in 2008, you could bring a diabetes drug to market with as little as 250 patient years of exposure in humans. You only had to have 100 people treated for 1 year with the drug. So we were bringing drugs to market effectively not having studied them in humans. And of course, when we do that and they get exposed to millions of people around the world, we see a number of adverse effects that we would only have seen had we done large-scale randomized trials. So this changed the paradigm. This increased the patient year exposure required for approval from 250 to 15,000. So a 70-fold increase requirement for resources and money, and recruiting the patients was felt to be a challenge at the time, but as we see looking backwards, we met all of those challenges. We were able to fund the trials, the sponsors were able to conduct the trials, we were able to find the patients, and in fact, all of these diabetes trials, I'll show you, virtually every single one of them enrolled ahead of timelines, which I have never seen in my cardiovascular clinical trials experience in other domains. So let's start with the classes. So we first embarked on these cardiovascular outcome safety assessments with the first class of medicines that were on the table at the time, the dipeptidyl peptidase 4 inhibitors. These are once daily tablets. They inhibit the endogenous degradation of GLP-1. It's a lot like sacubitril in Entresto. Sacubitril inhibits BNP degradation and potentiates its action. In this case, these drugs inhibit DPP-4 and potentiate GLP-1 action. And so by doing so, GLP-1 axis affects glucose-appropriate insulin secretion. So these drugs met several of the challenges we'd had for decades with the sulfonylureas, is that these drugs do not have associated hypoglycemia, and they're weight neutral, or if anything, maybe slightly weight negative, so overcoming the obstacles. So these were widely embraced by the endocrine and primary care community to effectively replace or take over for the sulfonylureas. And then we did the trials. We have 4 randomized trials of 4 different once-daily tablet DPP-4 inhibitors, and they're ordered from top to bottom in the order in which they were completed. So the first was SAVOR-TIMI 15. This was a 14,500 patient trial. This was the largest diabetes trial ever conducted at the time. I was on the executive committee, we studied saxagliptin versus placebo in persons with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or ASCVD risk. And the primary outcome for all of the trials I'll be talking about, the primary outcome was cardiovascular death, MI, and stroke triple composite. And all of these trials I'll show you were primarily designed to prove non-inferiority, that is to claim safety of the compound. And to claim safety, the FDA set the bar that the upper confidence limit of the point estimate, the upper confidence limit has to be below 1.3. And so you can see all 4 of these trials have an upper confidence limit below 1.3. So all 4 of these trials were positive. By the way, they were primarily designed, but they were positive for non-inferiority. They had absolutely no efficacy increment. And if you do a meta-analysis across these trials, you end up with a hazard ratio of 1.0, meaning we spent about $2 billion to prove that these are perfect placebos. They do absolutely nothing for cardiovascular risk. So we presented a sub-study of the TICOS trial of sitagliptin. Again, all of these had a point estimate almost of 1.0. So I was on the executive committee of TICOS. We presented a heart failure sub-analysis at the European Society of Cardiology, and you saw Gabriel Steg this morning speak, and Gabriel was the discussant for our late-breaking clinical trial presentation. And after we presented our TICOS data showing that sitagliptin had no effect at all on heart failure, Gabriel got to the podium and said, we have to stop doing what we're doing. We're completely wasting our money. We're not moving the field forward. We're not proving incremental efficacy. Of course, he had no good ideas how we would do it differently, but he complained about how we were doing it at the time. And so I'm deputy editor of Circulation, which means I get to commission content. So Gabriel's a very close friend, and I went up to him after his discussant presentation. I said, Gabriel, I disagree with everything you just said, but if you want to write it up, we'll publish it. And so we published his tirade in Circulation, 1,200-word criticism of how we were doing things and perhaps some ideas how we might do them better. About the same time, I think it was actually the same month, in Diabetes Care, the similar criticism was published, and this is interesting because it was by Rob Smith, Allison Goldfein, and Will Hyatt, and these are 3 of the key advisors to the FDA that recommended doing the non-inferiority assessments to begin with. So these people advised the FDA to do this, and now they're saying that we probably should stop doing it. Well, let me remind you, when we do 15,000 patient-year observation studies, we find all kinds of things we never anticipate, and it doesn't have to be cardiovascular or cardiometabolic. So I was on the executive committee of these 3 trial programs. The first one, the top one, taspoglitide. Taspoglitide was the first once-weekly GLP-1 receptor agonist developed by Roche Pharmaceuticals. And we were 600 patient years into our 7,000 patient trial. We saw nausea. We expect to see nausea with the GLP-1 receptor agonist. We saw some vomiting. That was all anticipated. But what we did not anticipate is 50% of the participants exposed to tezpoglatide developed antibodies, and we had anaphylaxis and anaphylactoid reactions, and it killed the compound. That took 600 patient years of observation to detect that signal. So in the old days, bringing a drug to market with 250 patient years, we might have brought this drug to market and exposed millions of people to it, and only had to pull it off the market later, maybe after several deaths had occurred. Aliglitazar, the Ali Cardio trial, this is a dual PPAR alpha gamma agonist in the single tablet. PPAR alpha, like a fibric acid, lowers triglycerides, raises HDL, lowers LDL a little bit, and PPAR gamma, like a thiazolidinedione, like pioglitazone, improves insulin sensitivity. So we were 14,000 patient years of observation. We had enrolled 7,000 patients into a 14,000 patient planned trial. We had a median follow-up of 2 years when the DMC recommended halting the trial, and they saw a signal of upper GI bleeding, a 41% increased risk for upper GI bleeding. How a fibric acid TZD causes upper GI bleeding, we have no idea, but we believe it was true. The curve separated early, and they continued to diverge to where they had a very robust p-value of safety concerns, so killed the class, killed the compound. Fasiglofam, this is a GPR40, a G protein receptor 40 agonist. This is an insulin secretagogue effectively. We were 2,000 patient years into our 6,000 patient trial when we found a clear signal for liver injury, 10-fold increased risk for LFT abnormalities, killed the compound and killed the class. We would have never seen these adverse effects had we been bringing drugs to market without these so-called cardiovascular outcomes trials. We're finding in these large patient year exposures things that have nothing to do with diabetes or cardiovascular disease, but things that kill drugs. And if we don't keep them from the humans, they will kill people. So getting back to the diabetes space, we discovered in this SAVOR a very surprising finding that saxagliptin increases heart failure risk by 27%. Now, to the credit of all of the drug companies we've worked with, I've worked on most of the trials I'll be talking about today. To their credit, the drug companies took our academic advice and agreed to collect heart failure outcomes, even though the FDA did not require it and it wasn't in the prioritized hierarchy of testing in most of the trials. They spent the money and made the effort and collected heart failure outcomes and centrally adjudicated them. So these are bona fide heart failure events, as legitimate as anything we would have in a heart failure-based trial. And then with saxagliptin, we're completely convinced this is a real problem and a 27% increased risk. And on the same day, at the same meeting, the examined trial of alogliptin, I was not involved in this trial, another DPP-4 inhibitor was presented and had a safety signal of concern of a 19% increased risk for heart failure. This did not achieve nominal significance, but it looks more similar to than different from the SAVOR trial. So we think we have a problem with heart failure in the DPP-4 inhibitors. So I was on the executive committee of TCOS that was ongoing at the time these trials were reported, and I was the chair of the Carmelina trial. And so in those two trials, since they were ongoing and blinded, we were able to prospectively plan and file with the FDA a statistical analysis plan for heart failure-based outcomes. So unlike dredging a database and finding some spurious findings like we may have done with the SAVOR trial, although I don't believe we did, when you don't pre-specify analyses and outcomes, you can actually find things that aren't true, alpha error or false positives. So what we were able to prove with prospectively planned heart failure collection and analysis, that there is absolutely no safety signal with sitagliptin, and if anything, linagliptin goes in a favorable direction. We wouldn't claim that linagliptin reduces risk for heart failure, but it's certainly safe from a heart failure perspective. So all of this to say, if you're a cardiologist, I think most of us in cardiology are not treating hyperglycemia per se, and we don't have much use for these drugs. But if you inherit a patient on a DPP-4 inhibitor, I would strongly encourage it to only be sitagliptin or linagliptin from a cardiovascular perspective. So that's the glass half empty part of the talk. Now we go to the glass half full, where we have really revolutionized the care of patients with type 2 diabetes with two novel classes of medications that you all have become familiar with and hopefully are becoming familiar with prescribing. So the SGLT inhibitors, and I take the SGLT2 out of here because we now have an approved SGLT1/2 antagonist, sotagliflozin. So these are SGLT inhibitors. They inhibit reabsorption of glucose that's filtered in the glomerulus hairless. And so they cause urinary glucose excretion, and by doing so, they lower blood glucose. They were initially brought to market to treat hyperglycemia, but as you all are aware, in the cardiovascular outcomes trials, we have seen consistent and robust clinical benefits on both atherosclerotic-based cardiovascular outcomes and, most importantly, in this class, heart failure-related outcomes, as Akshay and I think Mikhail probably mentioned as well. These have revolutionized the care of patients with heart failure and those at risk for heart failure, achieving a level 1A indication. This is a meta-analysis. These are all trials that were placebo-controlled in patients with type 2 diabetes with or at high risk for atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. They all had cardiovascular death, MI, and stroke as the primary outcome, which is represented here in this meta-analysis that we published in the wake of the final results of the last of the 4 or 5 trial programs, the Virtus CV trial of ertugliflozin. So we have IMPA-REG outcome, the very first positive clinical outcomes trial in the history of diabetes research. This happened in September of 2015. There's never been a type 1 diabetes clinical outcomes trial that's been positive, and this was the first type 2 diabetes trial that was positive for real clinical outcomes that patients experienced. So empagliflozin improved risk for cardiovascular death, MI, and stroke by 14%, and then soon to follow was the CANVAS trials program, 2 different trials combined for one analysis of canagliflozin versus placebo. And talk about scientific replication. Look at these point estimates and confidence intervals. To the 1,000th decimal point, the CANVAS program reproduced the IMPA-REG outcome program for 3-point MACE, cardiovascular death, MI, and stroke. So what we have is a pooled estimate of the class of a modest 10% relative risk reduction for ASCVD-based events and some heterogeneity within the class. So ertugliflozin in the Virtus trial and dapagliflozin in the DECLARE trial failed to achieve statistical significant improvement in 3-point MACE. But what all of these drugs do, and do consistently, absolutely 100% consistent across trials, is this 32% relative risk reduction in heart failure-related outcomes. Now, these are trials of people with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, not heart failure per se, although there were people with heart failure entering these trials. This is predominantly a primary prevention, high-risk patient population to develop heart failure, and we are preventing it with these drugs by 32%. And again, this is added on top of contemporary excellent clinical care for cardiovascular risk mitigation in persons with type 2 diabetes. So this is just a graphical summary of what we've seen across the platform of these SGLT2 inhibitors, and what I've added here at the bottom now is the SOLOIST trial. This is an acute decompensated heart failure trial randomizing patients with heart failure of any etiology and type 2 diabetes to the dual SGLT1/2 antagonist sotagliflozin. And in parallel, we conducted the SCORE trial. Deepak led these trials along with Gabriel Steig and I. And the SCORE trial was a high-risk ASCVD patient population, also treated with sotagliflozin versus placebo. The sponsor pulled the funding for these trials. We had to stop these trials before they were completed, and actually probably only about 50 to 60% of trial completion for patient exposure, but we got lucky. This is a very good drug, and we were able to achieve statistically significant demonstration of statistically significant reduction in cardiovascular outcomes despite having an underpowered trial data set because we had to stop the trials early because of a business decision of Sanofi. So we've published these data. They now have FDA approval. Sotagliflozin is approved for the treatment of acute decompensated heart failure and chronically, and it's also approved for the use in people with type 2 diabetes to reduce cardiovascular risk. And so we now have sotagliflozin, empagliflozin, and dapagliflozin with pretty robust data and pretty similar data. And we believe that even outside the product labeling, all of the drugs in this class or this mechanism, all of them similarly affect heart failure outcomes. So my practice is to pick the drug I think is best, but also pick the drug that the patient can afford. And sometimes that's a drug without evidence base, like bexigliflozin has come to market to treat hyperglycemia. It has favorable point estimates of cardiovascular, but it hasn't rigorously assessed cardiovascular disease and does not and will not get a cardiovascular indication. Then we'll flip the switch. You heard just a little bit towards the end of Akshay's talk and with Mikhail, the GLP-1 receptor agonists are really permeating into many aspects of our cardiovascular care. And we have 3 drugs on the top here: liraglutide, once daily injections; semaglutide and dulaglutide, once weekly injections. These all 3 have proven cardiovascular efficacy, have product labeled indication by the FDA. Just 10 days ago, I chaired the SOUL trial, co-chaired with John Buse, of oral semaglutide. So oral semaglutide semaglutide versus placebo, and we have top-line results presented just last Monday by the company. We demonstrated a statistically significant 14% relative risk reduction with oral semaglutide. So we have yet another formulation of a GLP-1 receptor agonist that will get a product label indication and will also enter the guidelines. On the bottom here is tirzepatide. This is a dual agonist of GLP-1 and GIP. Tirzepatide is being studied in several trials. I'm on the executive committee of the cardiovascular outcomes trial called SURPASS, CVOT. That's ongoing, and we'll probably have results about tirzepatide cardiovascular safety and efficacy in about a year from that trial. But just to summarize here, these are the 3 trials in red boxes that have led to product-labeled indications: the LEADER trial for liraglutide, the SUSTAIN-6 trial for injectable semaglutide, and the REWIND trial for dulaglutide. And this is the company announcement I just mentioned about the SOLD trial of 14% reduction. And importantly, in this trial, the company chose to pick one data point in addition to the primary outcome to put in the press release, which always bothers me that they're presenting data in a press release. But we had about 50% of patients were treated with SGLT2 inhibitors during this trial. And so we're going to have an ability to look at the interaction of the 2 drugs combined. This is not a randomized treatment of SGLT2, so it will be observational comparative effectiveness research, but we have a very sophisticated plan to analyze this, and this is the largest patient population where we have concomitant treatment with the 2. And I'll come back to the importance of that comment later. This is the design of the SURPASS trial. I think it's curious. This is the first active controlled trial in the diabetes space, so we got to a point where it's no longer ethical to do placebo-controlled trials, and it challenges trial performance if people are randomized to placebo when they can get open access to a GLP-1 receptor agonist. So we took a swing for the fence and negotiated with the FDA a very creative statistical analysis plan. So we've planned to prove a non-inferiority against dulaglutide, and if we succeed there, we will use an imputed placebo event rate to claim superiority against a placebo. It's a very creative, I have to say, and we'll see. The FDA has bought it. We'll see if the advisory committee does. So look, where has this gotten us in the guidelines? And so the American Diabetes Association has lagged behind the data about 5 years, and so they've slowly updated their guidance year over year, and finally in 2023, and here's the 2024 Standards of Medical Care, they have finally gotten it close to right. And so what you see on the left is if a person has type 2 diabetes and they have either atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease on the top left, in the middle, indicators of high risk, so age 55 with 1 or more additional cardiovascular risk factors. In the red, if they have heart failure, and in the brown, if they have chronic kidney disease. If they have any of these comorbidities, you start with a GLP-1 receptor agonist or an SGLT2 inhibitor. What you don't see anywhere in this panel is the drug metformin. So no longer is metformin first. If a person has these comorbidities, it's a GLP-1 receptor agonist. So here the ADA gets it right. Pick one or the other and start it. Here's where the ADA gets it wrong. There's nothing about A1C that we're treating. We're treating cardiovascular risk. We don't need to measure the A1C and then decide to add the other one. We need to just add the other one, and I'll come back to that. And then they say, for patients on GLP-1, consider adding an SGLT2. For people on an SGLT2, consider adding a GLP-1. You really need to consider those both. We don't do this with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, that you choose a beta blocker or an MRA or, I mean, that's just nonsense, right? So we need to get past that. And interestingly, they have put back into their primary algorithm and ahead of metformin, pioglitazone. They say TZD because they're chicken to name a drug, but pioglitazone is the TZD. And I think that's interesting. And that's interesting because the European Society of Cardiology presents guidelines, and they update their guidelines more commonly than the American societies. And on each guideline writing committee, they're privileged to have one single non-European member. And so I got to be the one single non-European member on this guideline. And I got to write the anti-hyperglycemic chapter in the European guidelines. And this is where I make the point, is we have taken a step ahead of the ADA, and we are endorsing independent of A1C present, independent of A1C target, and independent of background therapy, including independent of metformin use. You start a GLP-1 receptor agonist and an SGLT2 inhibitor. I prefer to start the SGLT2 inhibitor first. Nothing to titrate, nothing to monitor, and very well tolerated. What you don't want to do is start them at the same time. The person gets nausea with the GLP-1 receptor agonist, and they want to stop both the drugs. And so I would encourage you to start one, and then within a week or 2 or 3, start the other. The other thing we see with the SGLT2 inhibitors is the effect on heart failure emerges extraordinarily early. So you don't want to waste a day not treating for the heart failure risk. And then we put metformin above pioglitazone, but we also added pioglitazone independent of A1C to consider for cardiovascular risk mitigation. And so we need to be using these drugs as cardiologists. They are cardiovascular medications. They now have level 1A indications in the cardiology guidelines. They need to be part of our routine use, just like a statin. So you saw Mikhail this morning. I commissioned him to write this provocative piece about whose responsibility is it to prescribe these. Now, this was published in 2018, and we were slowly, as cardiologists, coming on board to this. But he uses the parable of who's going to bell the cat. And so there's a story about this family of mice living in a house, and they're living happily in the house, and then the owner gets a cat, and they're scared to death. How are we going to know when the cat's coming around? And somebody has the brilliant idea, well, let's put a bell on the cat's neck so we can hear it coming. And everybody's celebrating and excited, and then they got quiet and said, well, who's going to put the bell on the cat, right? So whose responsibility is this to bell the cat or prescribe these medications? Again, commissioning content. I got my buddy David Cherney, a nephrologist, diabetes-based nephrologist, and Jay Udell, a cardiologist at University of Toronto, to give us a 1,200-word primer for dummies, for cardiologists. Here's what you have to think about. Here's what you need to recommend and counsel patients when you're starting SGLT2 inhibitors. And similarly, in Circulation, we published this by the endocrinologist Ildi Lingvei and Larry Leader, a primer on how to prescribe GLP-1 receptor agonists. These take some time. You have to counsel the patient. Everybody's going to get nauseated at the first dose. You need to start at the lowest dose and not titrate until the nausea is gone. For some people, that's 2 weeks. For some people, that's 2 months. But don't titrate until the nausea is gone. So with that, we have an abundance of evidence because the regulators required it, and now our patients are benefiting from this huge body of work that's happened over the last 15 years, proving first cardiovascular safety and ultimately efficacy of these novel classes of medications, pulling them squarely into the cardiology toolbox. And so we really need, as a cardiology community, to embrace these drugs and use them for patients who have access to them and have indication. So with that, I'll finish. Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Great, great update. A lot of learning points. So now we little switch. We actually the topic next one will be Dr. Mark Bonacca has arrived. Yes, the peripheral artery disease, the new data and new guidelines. And then will be followed by Dr. Keeney. So she'll come by then. As you know, Dr. Mark Bonacca, he is the executive director of the clinical research, director of vascular research, Associate Professor of Medicine, Cardiology in University of Colorado School of Medicine, Aurora. And he is a cardiologist with vascular medicine specialist who serves as the Executive Director of CPC, Clinical Research, and CPC Community Health, which is an academic research organization created by affiliated with the University of Colorado, and has quite a bit experience and involved in various vascular research studies. Was here in June also, and on strong demand, has come back for part 2. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
All right, well, it's an honor to be here. Only regret, I don't like following Darren McGuire, but I'll try to do a good job here. So, so there's a lot going on in the world of peripheral artery disease, much as you heard from HFpEF, from Dr. Design, and diabetes, and many of these overlap. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the latest iteration of the guidelines and some of the data behind them. And I do want to acknowledge that Dr. Bhatt here was one of the authors of the guidelines. These are my disclosures. A couple of points. These aren't new points, but they're emphasized, is the growing prevalence of peripheral artery disease. This isn't just a phenomenon of more diagnosis, but it's an aging population with more cardiometabolic disease. And so it's estimated that over 12 million Americans have peripheral artery disease, and this rate is going to continue to grow. The guidelines do differ from the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force on the notion of screening, the ACC and AHA. And as you can see from these data from Alan Hirsch, when you look at people who are above 70 years of age or 50 to 69 with a history of diabetes or smoking, 1 in 3 have PAD. And so as you think about your clinical practice, there's a lot of disease out there that's not being detected. Now, why does it matter? One of the notions is cardiovascular risk, that identifying it identifies patients at very high risk. They may not be symptomatic for coronary disease. And you can see here in data from the Fourier trial that those patients with peripheral artery disease were actually at much higher risk of MACE than patients who had had a prior MI or a stroke. But that's not all the same, and I think one key take-home from the guidelines is heterogeneity of risk. I learned the term polyvascular disease from Dr. Bott from the REACH registry and other data sets, and on the right side of the slide, you can see that when you stratify, those in yellow with PAD are still higher risk than those with an MI or prior stroke, even if they've never had an MI or stroke. But it's the patients that have both, what Alan Hirsch used to call metastatic atherosclerosis, that are the highest risk patients. So knowing whether someone has PAD is helpful for risk stratification for MACE. And it's not just MACE. Actually, we looked in one of the large atherosclerotic data sets with a TIMI study group at incident heart failure in patients with atherosclerosis. And actually, patients with peripheral artery disease are at a much higher risk of incident heart failure than patients with prior MI or prior stroke, obviously driven by shared comorbidities. It's also important to note that PAD is actually the most frequent first manifestation of cardiovascular disease in patients with diabetes. And so as Dr. McGuire was talking about all these exciting new drugs, do any of them modify PAD outcomes? And that's something that we'll talk about. So traditionally, the guidelines have been focused on MACE reduction, noting that people with PAD have atherosclerosis. And more recently, we've evolved to really think about limb outcomes. Now, any of you that do peripheral procedures or see these patients know that the morbidity is driven by limb symptoms, functional decline, amputation, acute limb ischemia. But often in medical therapy trials, we don't look at these outcomes. And that's been a major evolution, I think, both in the research space and in the guidelines. But traditionally, we've sort of looked at things like amputation, which is something we do to people. It's not actually a biological outcome, and thinking that a one-size-fits-all is going to approach. And for many years, we had no effective therapies, not recognizing that actually there's a lot of heterogeneity in what drives amputation. So these are data from the DECLARE trial. You saw data from Dr. McGuire about dapagliflozin. Here we looked at amputation because of a signal from the CANVAS trials. And I think the take-home is that if you have diabetes and PAD, you have very high rates of amputation, but also limb infections, ulcers, and so on, and that the dominant driver of amputation in PAD and diabetes, or diabetes alone, is infection, not ischemia. So you can't just fix conduit arteries and think that you're going to prevent amputation. And that has brought around a novel notion. This is not just the ACC/AHA guidelines, but also the SVS Wi-Fi concept of assessing wounds based on the wound, the ischemia, but also the degree of foot infection to adequately heal. You can't just improve blood flow, but you have to treat the entire spectrum of disease. And then one of Dr. McGuire's collaborators at UT Southwestern, Josh Beckman, who's a close friend, he published this great data set here showing that microvascular disease is an independent driver or predictor of amputation. And when you put together the two, which is the same as sort of these patients with diabetes, microvascular disease, and PAD, have very high risk of amputation. And so there's more to the biology than just the traditional sort of atherosclerotic risk factors. So as we sort of think about treatment, what are the goals of treatment in PAD? And traditionally, it's always been the far left, to reduce the risk of heart attack or stroke, which is, of course, important. There's always been this notion that if you have PAD, you have CAD, and you're likely to die of ischemic heart disease. That's sort of true, although there's a lot going on in that population. But what we've recognized in the more recent guidelines and others is that it's major limb outcomes and functional limitation that really are the dominant morbidities in these patients, and that leads to some differentiation in the guidelines on how we think about therapies. All right, so these aren't new data, but they're sort of foundational to the guidelines, which is lifestyle modification. Healthy diet. On the left, exercise really does work, supervised exercise. And my colleague who passed away a few years ago, Will Hyatt, drove a lot of the data for exercise therapy. It's as effective as stenting, and together they're very effective for symptoms. So exercise therapy and then smoking cessation. These are, you can't randomize people to smoking, of course, but observational data that people who continue to smoke after surgery do really poorly. The problem with supervised exercise, and just to be sort of transparent about it, is that we talk about it and it works, but nobody's doing it, even though Medicare covers it. And so this is an analysis by Sanjay Divakaran at the Brigham, who looked at about 130,000 people. This is after Medicare coverage for supervised exercise therapy, and about 99% of people aren't doing it. And so this then has opened discussion in the guidelines and other places around home-based exercise and what does it mean and how can you do effective therapy or exercise therapy. The reality is that if you don't do exercise to the point where you develop pain, it doesn't actually improve your walking function. Now, quality of life is different. People who exercise but don't feel pain, they don't walk better, but they think they're getting better. And it's actually different for people that are walking better because they repeatedly feel pain. They don't feel like they're getting better. And that's part of the coaching aspect. And so maybe new technologies will help us do supervised exercise at home. The other is revascularization, which is not emphasized in the guidelines because for claudication, it's really for symptoms. It's not a class 1 indication, but I'll say it really does work. These are data from Voyager. On the left, the ankle brachial index. In the middle, the WIQ, a PRO for walking function and PAD. And on the right, the Rutherford scale, physician-assessed scale. And all of these show dramatic improvements when you revascularize for claudication. And so there's a lot of it happening, and you can understand why. People want to feel better, and they are functionally impaired. So this was the sort of sum total of randomized trials that drove guidelines, and largely the 2005 and 2016 iterations, and they were all really therapies focused for MACE. At the top, you can see the ATT, which was the data for aspirin, a meta-analysis showing it reduced MACE by about 20%, 23%, increased bleeding, but there was no limb outcome benefit. Capri showed that clopidogrel was a little better than aspirin, maybe more so for patients with PAD, no limb outcome benefit, but it was actually FDA approved as a monotherapy. HOPE showed that ACE inhibitors were good for MACE, and the HPS or heart protection study showed statins were good. And so that was PAD therapy for many years, aspirin, statin, ACE inhibitor, maybe use clopidogrel as an alternative to aspirin. Efforts for DAPT or warfarin did not show benefit, showed a lot of bleeding. In the middle, there were really no effective therapies for post-revascularization adjuncts for medical therapy, one agent for symptoms, which was cilostazol. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about some of the new data, and I think the first is really lipid lowering or cholesterol lowering. And while we know that that works for MACE, and there are now many options out there, we haven't had as good of a sense of what it does in the periphery or for the lower extremities. And a lot of people ask, well, why would cholesterol lowering reduce the risk of acute limb ischemia when that's really a clotting problem? In fact, Dr. Narula, when here, showed that there were clots below the knee in a lot of patients with CLTI, no athero, which is a clotting problem. Well, the truth is that likely, and we've learned from Dr. Fuster, that athero develops in the aortoiliacs, and there's a lot of non-calcified plaque here. And the theory is that there are interval sort of plaque ruptures, distal embolization, which lodges below the knee and progresses disease, if not acute limb ischemia, chronic limb-threatening ischemia, and that's what they showed in their article. We've also done some analyses from a core lab out of the Voyager trial showing that you can quantify the amount of non-calcified plaque, and it's an independent predictor of acute limb ischemia below the knee. And so validating Dr. Fuster's notion there. And so I think that lipid lowering is different in the coronaries and the periphery, but what we're doing is stabilizing plaque in the aortoiliacs and reducing distal embolization. So does it work in the clinic or in the trials? Yes, so this is data for evolocumab. These are major adverse limb events in patients with PAD from the Fourier trial, and you can see that there was a reduction in major adverse limb events, pretty dramatic. And I'll say the hazard ratios, as you look across the trials, are greater than for MACE because there's just more plaque to modify, and you can see consistent findings across the components of the primary endpoint. So when you put it together for a patient with PAD, PCSK9 inhibition isn't just a MACE reduction, which was about a 15% reduction in the overall trial. It's MACE or major adverse limb events, and you can see for that population, because there's so high risk and there's so much plaque, that at about 2.5 years, the number needed to treat was 16. Now, there's some controversy about what drives this benefit, although we observed that there was a linear relationship with the achieved LDL. So lowest is best for MACE. It's also true for limb outcomes. And so getting patients with PAD to a very low LDL is important. It is probably going to evolve, I think, in the US guidelines. The European guidelines endorse lower cut points for LDL, and I support that. So, this was one trial. It was validated then in a second trial called Odyssey with alirocumab, and you can see on the right side of this slide, the polyvascular patients, again, the highest risk with the greatest benefit. But you can see that for limb outcomes, the exact same pattern of benefit as we saw for Fourier with a hazard ratio of 0.59. So these are very effective plaque stabilizing drugs for patients with PAD. And while they are a class 2 in the guidelines, I think that the majority of these patients are going to need combination therapy to reach their LDL targets. What about other drugs? Well, these are data for ezetimibe, a relatively weak LDL lowering therapy. These are data from the IMPROVE-IT trial. And again, we saw that there was a reduction in PAD type events, worsening limb symptoms or critical limb ischemia. And you can see in the patients with PAD actually a notable absolute risk reduction. So it's not just PCSK9s, but whatever you can get the patient, and ezetimibe is relatively easy to get now to add to a statin. There are other lipid modifying drugs. So Dr. Bhatt led this trial looking at icosapent ethyl and this analysis for patients with PAD. And you can see, again, higher risk and a greater benefit. So this is another lipid modifying therapy to consider in patients with PAD. Our surgeons still at the University of Colorado have a tick box for PAD patients on a statin, and our median LDL in our health system is probably around 90 to 100 in patients with PAD. And I think the take home from this is that the majority of patients are going to need multiple therapies, and we really should be pushing below 55 milligrams per deciliter. And it really does matter in terms of not only MACE, but major adverse limb events. All right, well, what about diabetes? Dr. McGuire gave a beautiful talk there on all of the different therapies, so I won't belabor those. All of these large trials had PAD subgroups, many written up by Subodh Verma, a close colleague and friend, and here's one of his analyses at the top for SGLT2 inhibition in patients with PAD and diabetes, and then GLP-1s, and their consistent benefits in all of the cohorts. So as you think about ASCVD, and the ADA guidelines actually don't call out PAD specifically, but we should be using drugs in this class for MACE reduction. But I think what's really exciting, and probably what's next in the sort of area of PAD, it's not in the guidelines yet, is limb outcomes. Now, GLP-1s not only reduce weight, MACE, other things, direct vascular effects, but they're potent, reduces a CRP and inflammation as well. And there was an analysis out of the LEADER trial in the upper left, which looked at amputations. And these aren't major amputations like, acute limb ischemia amputation. These are diabetic foot ulcer infected limb amputations. And there was a significant reduction there with liraglutide. This spring, the FLOW trial, so semaglutide in patients with chronic kidney disease was published, and one of the exploratory outcomes was major adverse limb events, and you can see a strong trend there. It wasn't a PAD trial, but I think there's a signal there. And on the right side of this slide, there is an ongoing trial which should report hopefully at ACC, looking at semaglutide and walking function and quality of life in patients with PAD. So it looks very much like STEP-HFpEF, but for the patients with PAD, and this is very early stage PAD. These are Fontan 2A patients, so they have mild claudication. And I think what's really striking is that the baseline function is terrible. They don't think they're that bad, but when you look at them, most of them can only walk about 100 meters, and normal would be about 600 meters. So they're severely impaired. And when you look at the quality of life in the bottom panel here, in the blue, almost all of them have at least a mild, but most moderate or severe impairment. So I think this is an important take-home, is that most patients who have functional impairment from PAD aren't going to walk in the office and tell you that. They might say, I'm getting old, I'm slowing down, I have arthritis. There's a million reasons why they're not walking well, but they're really not walking well. And unless you look for PAD, you're not going to find it. SGLT2 inhibitors have had sort of a mixed sort of response in PAD. They clearly have benefit for heart failure, kidney complications, and MACE for all the things that Dr. McGuire said. One trial, Canvas, did show a pretty consistent amputation signal, about a twofold risk, highest in patients with PAD. This was not consistently replicated across any of the other trials, although there were some, different signals, higher or lower. I think that most of us don't feel there's any issue here. In fact, I would encourage you to use SGLT2s as you should in patients with PAD. I think for some, if you have a patient with critical limb-threatening ischemia in front of you with a wound, the SVS guidelines would say that's maybe not the best time to start the SGLT2 and to stabilize the limb and then start it. But don't deny patients with PAD these therapies because they have important benefits. All right, so then the last part's anti-thrombotic therapy. So I told you about the aspirin being a class 1 monotherapy for MACE reduction. These are the data from Capri, which really drove clopidogrel for PAD, and that was based on this plot on the left, which showed a really big benefit in patients with PAD. This has never been replicated. I'm not sure that this is a true finding, and it's also, whenever you look at analysis of heterogeneity in a trial, if you're getting more benefit for someone, you're getting less for another group. And so if you see MIs kind of leaning the wrong way, and as we migrate to more P2Y12 monotherapy for coronary disease, and we have many trials showing that that's a good strategy, I think this is probably a play of chance. But regardless, the trial was positive, and clopidogrel monotherapy is a reasonable strategy. In terms of post-revascularization, we haven't had a lot of positive trials. This is on the left side, dual antiplatelet therapy in the CASPR trial, so DAPT in PAD, and on the right, warfarin. And neither of these strategies have worked in PAD, despite the frequent use of dual antiplatelet therapy after endovascular revasc. We don't have any prospective data to support it, and we have a lot of bleeding. Nonetheless, it is a 2A in the guidelines. But that doesn't mean DAPT doesn't work. And so I've worked with Dr. Bhatt on a number of these analyses with aspirin and ticagrelor. This was from the Pegasus trial. And if you have polyvascular disease and you have a patient with PAD, actually continuing dual antiplatelet therapy with a lower dose of ticagrelor not only is efficacious for MACE, it's labeled for that, but there's a greater benefit in patients with PAD. This was the most positive and cost-effective subgroup in the trial with the trend for mortality. But I think for PAD, what is also very important is those adverse limb events. And you can see both Pegasus and the Themis trial showed significant reductions in major adverse limb events. So while we'll talk about dual pathway inhibition, there is a role for DAPT if you have chronic coronary disease or PCI post-MI patients. If they're on aspirin and ticagrelor, that's not an unreasonable strategy, although it's not endorsed by the guidelines. For PAD, is for CAD. I think the big surprise in PAD was the Euclid trial, which after Plato, which showed that ticagrelor was better than clopidogrel, it's a more potent, less variable P2Y12 inhibitor, it seemed like a no-brainer it would work for PAD. There's certainly a lot of risk. Nonetheless, it was not superior to clopidogrel here, and there was a signal in those who had concomitant CAD. There was an interaction, but that's, I think, exploratory. The guidelines don't recommend ticagrelor, but I'd say these curves look pretty similar, and it's not a bad option if you're going to choose a monotherapy and they can't get clopidogrel. They could use ticagrelor, but that's not highly recommended in the guidelines. Nonetheless, it wasn't superior, and I think that really told us the story that inhibiting the platelet's not the answer for patients with PAD alone. And really, we've talked now in a series of trials, and I'll cover some of the data about dual pathway inhibition. And so aspirin blocks platelet activation on the left, as does clopidogrel or ticagrelor. But we know thrombin's a particularly bad actor in lower extremity peripheral artery disease and acute limb events. And so this notion of combining the two, it's actually an old notion because we tried it with warfarin, but the bleeding was just too high. And now there are newer agents that are safer where we can use dual pathway inhibition. I will stress that the dosing is critical. There were two sort of programs that looked at arterial disease. There was the Appraise program with apixaban, and they just kind of went for it with the therapeutic doses of apixaban that were used for atrial fibrillation. And we all think it's a really safe drug. I mean, it is in the right population, but it's a reminder that you need to understand the dosing in a different disease state. And even for a safe drug on top of dual antiplatelet therapy in patients with ACS, there was no benefit on the left. And the trial was stopped early for intracranial hemorrhage risk on the right. And so apixaban, even at the 2.5 milligram dose, is just too much anticoagulant for patients with PAD. In contrast, this was the Atlas trial led by Jess Mega and Mike Gibson at TIMI, and they did a very large phase 2 trial, which gave sort of an unexpected answer that for 10A inhibition in PAD and CAD, that lower is better, both for efficacy and safety. And they arrived at a dose of 2.5 milligrams twice daily, about 25% of the total daily dose for atrial fibrillation. You can see in Atlas here, there were reductions in MACE, CV death, all-cause mortality, and even stent thrombosis on top of platelet inhibition. And so this sort of raised this notion of dual pathway inhibition using a very low dose of a 10A inhibitor for disease. Now, the first trial to report, although this wasn't by design, it's because it was halted early for overwhelming efficacy, that was the COMPASS trial. And you can see the primary results on the left side of this slide, where there was a reduction in MACE and mortality, about a 70% increase in ISTH major bleeding, but a net benefit. And you can see benefit in the limbs as well here for male and major amputation, and then particularly robust benefit in patients with diabetes as well as major adverse limb events on the right. And so Voyager was the post-revascularization trial partnered to COMPASS, and it was different than COMPASS for two reasons. One, it allowed dual antiplatelet therapy, so about half the patients were on triple therapy. And it also elevated limb outcomes to the primary outcome. So it was a 5-point composite of irreversible harm events of the heart, limb, and brain. It was a very positive trial with an overall net benefit, and then was the first drug to be approved based on these data for the reduction of acute limb ischemia and amputation, opening a new pathway for development for drugs. And while there's more bleeding, there was a clear net benefit. You can see about a 6-to-1 benefit-risk ratio on the left, even in a broad population. And there have been multiple subgroup analyses showing consistency even for fragile patients, elderly, and others that we tend to undertreat. People have really struggled with what to do after endo. We're really wed to DAPT, and this is the first 90 days of treatment. You can see there's a very early benefit. So while some have promoted a staged approach, use DAPT for the first 1 to 3 months, and then switch to dual pathway, you're clearly losing efficacy by delaying the start of rivaroxaban. And when you look at just the top two boxes here, when you look at male on DAPT or not on DAPT, the efficacy is the same. There's no effect modification. So doing DAPT alone really isn't enough, and you should do triple therapy for 30 days, and then we would suggest dropping the clopidogrel. What about CLI? You can see here there was benefit in critical limb ischemia. On the left, this is including all-cause mortality and bleeding net benefit. So we haven't had a drug show efficacy before for CLTI, and this is now an adjunct to revascularization. And this is unplanned limb revascularization, which was the driver of the benefit in BEST CLI, and you can see a treatment effect there as well. Okay, I do want to talk a little bit about BEST and BASIL. These are the two revascularization trials that recently came out. They're in the guidelines. They tell you different answers. These are strategy trials about your first approach to someone with CLTI. In BEST on the left, surgery was superior. Surgery with a good vein was superior to endo. On the right, BASIL, endo is superior to surgery. These were very different patient populations. The ones on the right really had below knee disease, where on the left it was sort of more proximal disease. And there are a variety of reasons why these look different, but the take home is the guidelines do recommend a team approach and assessment for suitable vein in somebody with CLTI. Okay, so the guidelines in a nutshell, I've covered most of the data. In the red, I've highlighted sort of the new things that have been added. So we have the first drug on the left for MACE in male. So the aspirin, rivaroxaban are class 1 in the guidelines. It's recommended people get GLP-1s and SGLT2s or SGLT inhibitors, but they're not for PAD-related events. They're really for the other outcomes that Dr. McGuire talked about, and then intensive lipid lowering. Whether semaglutide shows benefit for function in PAD, we'll probably prioritize that over other agents in this population. This is the very complex diagram on antiplatelet and antithrombotic therapy. I already explained the data, but you can do aspirin, clopidogrel, or dual pathway. All are class 1. It's sort of difficult to know how to weigh those things then in the guidelines, because some reduce MACE in male, and largely I think the differentiator is bleeding risk. And if somebody's a high bleeding risk, monotherapy is probably safer. Otherwise, you'd favor dual pathway. Two quick comments I want to make. The guidelines really are beautiful in the acknowledgement of the complexity of this population, both the contributors to health disparities, on the left, and all of the risk amplifiers on the right. So these patients don't have one problem. They have many problems, and so we have to think about the context of their disease and the contributors to health disparities in order to optimize outcomes. And I do think that multi-specialty care team is now more important than ever, and that we have multiple medical therapies revascularization approaches, and these are really high-risk patients that we need to work as a team, and that, I think, is evolving at many institutions. This is a little bit of a busy slide, but we published this in Circulation, the take-home from the guidelines, and you can see at the bottom, you should stratify their limb symptoms. How functionally impaired are they? How high risk are they for critical limb-threatening ischemia across the bottom? You need to think about the risk amplifiers. Do they have polyvascular disease? Do they have diabetes, chronic kidney disease? And then the sort of different axes of risk that you can modify with lipid lowering, diabetes, anti-thrombotics, and blood pressure, with the foundation being lifestyle modification, exercise, diet, smoking cessation. Just two good comments on the future. I think overall anti-thrombotics are underutilized, and certainly aspirin, rivaroxaban are. They've about doubled since 2021 in use, but majority of patients aren't getting them. Bleeding's part of that. There is a new generation of blood thinners out there, the factor XI inhibitors, and this might be an exciting option in patients with PAD. The other area that's very interesting is LPA. There's several outcomes trials. Horizons will be the first to report next year, and it has a PAD subgroup. This is Greg Schwartz's work showing that there's a greater benefit of PCSK9 inhibitors in patients with a high LPA. So if you check it now, and you should, you might favor a PCSK9 inhibitor, and this may be a novel therapy for patients with PAD. The other is fibrates, although many would say, is the story over for fibrates? Paul Ricker and his group published data from Prominent, which validated data from field that there's a reduction in diabetic foot ulcers. And so there may be specific microvascular benefit for this population. The last comment I want to make, there's a trial that Dr. Bott's leading looking at coronary imaging in asymptomatic patients and treatment with the notion that we should stage and treat disease rather than waiting for people to become symptomatic. I've sort of struggled with the ankle brachial index as the screening tool for PAD, although it is cheap and underutilized. Many patients with a normal ABI actually have terrible disease, and this is disease that could potentially be modified. So should we be thinking about imaging plaque as well as ABI, which is a hemodynamic measure in terms of earlier use of preventive medications? All right, so I'll summarize. Medical therapy for patients with PAD is really evolving quickly. There's a focus on limb outcomes. We now have FDA approval pathways for modifying limb outcomes, and hopefully we'll have a new therapy for function in PAD. I think this will force future guidelines of how to prioritize drugs, whether they have PAD-specific effects or not. Focus on LDL. It really works. Get your patients' LDLs very low. Most are going to need combination therapy. Don't wait too long to titrate. You can lose a lot of patients that way. Measure LPA, and there should be new data coming. I think the role of inflammation as a risk driver is clear, but I don't really know of any effective therapies other than GLP-1s, which lower CRP. And after TCT, I'm not sure what to think about colchicine, and there's an ongoing study in this population. There are unmet needs, safer anticoagulates, drugs for calcification, drugs for microvascular disease. So I think there's a lot of exciting work that's ongoing. For patients with CLTI, the outcomes from both BEST and BASIL are terrible, no matter what conduit is used, and really unacceptable. Patients are so sick, I wonder whether earlier detection and prevention is really the answer rather than just novel therapies for CLTI. I do think the complexity in this disease mandates a team approach, and I guess the final thing I'll say is that drugs don't work unless we use them, and we need implementation across diabetes, cardiometabolic disease, and so on. But PAD is consistently the worst treated population when you look at large cohorts, and we really need implementation science in PAD. All right, thank you.
We'll bring you up in a few minutes. Clearly, as highlighted, the more and more discussion of the complex disease is not isolated, that interventionalist or cardiologist or surgeon doing it as a team approach. Okay, we take the last, before the last, I would say, lecture on update in transcatheter tricuspid valve intervention by Annapurna Kini. As you know, the tricuspid valve has been forgotten, so we thought we emphasize on it because in the past we had done for the aortic valve, for the tricuspid. As many of you know, Dr. Kini is the Director of Cardiac Catheterization Laboratory and Director of Structural Heart Program for the system. and Director of Interventional Cardiology Fellowship Program, which is the largest in the United States. Of course, very expert in imaging, with the yellow trials, which have been presented as a late breaking, and working on more. Another, her specialty is making apps. You decide, any of the disease process, you think about it, and the app for disease will come out. So we already have like 17, 18 apps which has been done by her. But today, she will talk about transcatheter tricuspid valve intervention, and maybe we'll make some app about it. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. The last talk means I have to make sure everybody will stay awake. Having done a lot of prevention and medical therapy, maybe we can talk about how to take care of disease process when it really gets to the end stage, which is intervention. So we all know there are 4 valves in our body. So I have aortic, mitral, I will just go over, and my today's discussion will be just tricuspid. So we know way back started in 2010. TAVR is now the preferred, safe, and effective option for treating severe aortic stenosis across all the risks. So there is low risk, intermediate, and high risk patients. And this is when the patient's age is above 65, and outcomes are comparable, and many times it's actually superior to SAVR. So that was aortic. So that we know they are getting percutaneous treatment. What about mitral? So for mitral regurgitation, the first one was the primary mitral regurgitation, where the treatment was again clip that came out first in 2013, and then 2019 was for a secondary mitral regurgitation, where compared to mitral regurgitation, in certain patients who already are on optimal medical therapy, you can do clip procedure. Actually, Reshape was presented in ESC 2024, another mitral clip trial. So going to tricuspid, where are we and what is happening to this? So just to give you an prevalence of the tricuspid, if you see here, as people get older, especially you see the presence of tricuspid regurgitation increases. Almost the prevalence is similar to aortic stenosis. This is combined all disease, but it becomes higher as they become older. And always the saying is it is a forgotten valve because people more focused on aortic stenosis and mitral regurgitation. And isolated tricuspid regurgitation, if you see here, if you leave them alone, mortality is very high when you follow them up. And similarly, if you see here, trivial, mild, moderate, severe, survival is very low if they are without any treatment. So what are the treatments available and what is happening out in the community? So prevalence about 2.4 million, but look at the amount of patients who are getting surgery. Is only about 0.5% of the tricuspid patients are surgically treated. So there are a lot of patients who are not getting the treatment. So just to go over, how do the patients present and what are the guidelines in diagnosing tricuspid regurgitation and when should they be referred to the center? So we all know that the symptoms are most often shortness of breath and pulsation in the neck, decreased exercise tolerance. And this is what we see that. An important clinical finding is always holosystolic murmur on the right side. You have a CV wave and increased jugular venous vein, Kussmaul signs that was taught to us in our medical school if people are still doing physical exam. So if we go to the recommendation is the same, it's a class 2A on what's the first thing once the diagnosis is done that you need to treat them. And the only treatment that is available for just tricuspid is diuretics. And of course, they will often have concomitant other disease process, which is hypertension and other things that has been discussed. So we have to make sure they are on good medical therapy for everything. Most patients also, what we see, has atrial fibrillation. So very important, atrial fibrillation also is treated. And pulmonary hypertension already has been discussed, and that also need to be managed. How do we diagnose once you're done a clinical assessment is, of course, a transthoracic echo that has to be done to understand what is the etiology for tricuspid regurgitation. So again, it's the same thing, primary or secondary. So if you see here, primary is very rare. 95% of the time, the cause for tricuspid regurgitation is secondary regurgitation. So if you come to secondary regurgitation, what is the most often cause is the left-sided problem. So if you see here, left-sided problem, left ventricle has issues, pulmonary hypertension, goes back and gives you tricuspid regurgitation. Very rarely primary, and there is one thing that's called as isolated tricuspid regurgitation, where you know your pulmonary artery pressure is lower than 50, normal EF, and no left-sided disease, they just have tricuspid regurgitation. So it's very important. So echocardiography is important to make the diagnosis. What is the etiology? So based on etiology, then you can make the diagnosis. Going back to the anatomy, why anatomy is important? Because that is how you will then decide what is the treatment we can do to this patient. Most important is AV node is very close to the tricuspid valve. So you have a septal leaflet, anterior leaflet, and you have posterior leaflet. Why this is important for us as interventionalists, we need to know where is the issue happening when it's happening to tricuspid regurgitation, and where do we have to place the clip if at all it's needed. And subsequently, that is why many of these patients will then end up with conduction problem because of this particular issue. So if you see that, septum is the last one to dilate. It is usually the free wall that will dilate when you see tricuspid regurgitation, and then of course you see the atria also dilated. So this is what happens in gradual stages. So assessment, diagnosis, and treatment. Of course, we said left-sided heart disease is the most important cause for tricuspid regurgitation, and severity. Severity also depends in the echocardiogram when you're done your annular diameter as well as the coaptation length. This is the echocardiographers who are going to tell us. So if you see here, you only have B, C, and D. So we are focusing on C and D, which is severe tricuspid regurgitation, asymptomatic, and symptomatic. So if you have severe C and D, and which is left-sided issues, and you think you're going to take care of left-sided problem, and there is tricuspid regurgitation, during surgery they will take care of it. Otherwise, just secondary TR that you have made a diagnosis, what do you want to do is treat them medically, and if they still have symptoms, that's the time you will refer them for to us for management, and we will tell you what should be the management. The guidelines are the same when you go to European guidelines also. This is a new stage of TR, okay? We used to always call mild, moderate, severe, but now they have made it in the last few years where they call it based on your vena contracta and your whatever regurgitation volume is, that there is massive, and then there's what's called as torrential. Torrential essentially means the leaflets are just wide open and you see the TR coming all the way back to the atrium. There are also guidelines how TR can be assessed on TE. This is mostly echocardiographer will tell us when the TE is done, how bad it is, which part of the leaflet is it that is affected. So this is what the anatomy we are going through that again to understand what kind of device can be used. Now, when you see, we always say, when you see that this wide variety of devices that are available in the market, which means that is no single therapy that really works. Why? Because anatomy is so complex. So what the surgeons have decided, I have used to do suture annuloplasty, ring annuloplasty, coaptation, do the coaptation, replacement, and new other things. So the same thing we started thinking, how can we do it percutaneously? So some of them actually have been tried, but majority of them never made it to the finish line. So this is where we are. Some of the things that have been tried in all of the areas is, one is the coaptation device, other one is the suture annuloplasty, one is the ring annuloplasty, and the TTV, the valve replacement, which we will talk about. And this is actually, we are part of this trial where you will place a valve in the inferior vena cava. So the inferior vena cava size will be decreased. That can help in the tricuspid regurgitation. This is just to tell you what happens in tricuspid valve replacement if the surgery happens. In-hospital mortality is very high after tricuspid surgeries, about 8.8% in these patients. So coming back to what is available in percutaneous therapy is two things. One is the TriClip, the mitral clip which I mentioned. Initially, we used to use the same mitral clip in the tricuspid valve, but now they have a dedicated tricuspid clip. And what has been recently approved also is a valve in the tricuspid area. So going to the valve, so some of these valves are still under investigation, but one that has been approved is Evoke this year, and that is what I'm going to show you. If you see here, it looks very easy, but not that easy when you're actually doing it. You go through the inferior vena cava. This is the most important. Imaging is the key for tricuspid, whether you're doing a TEE or sometimes you have to use the ICE, where you go through the other inferior vein and you're able to see it. And you have to make sure you are under the leaflets and then actually deploy this valve. So this is called the Evoke, but the trial which was called as Trisent, that was first presented. And what they did was single arm. Every time it's single arm and you have to prove that it is safe. So it was done, and they looked at for 30 days and actually up to 6 months. And if you see here, improved NYHA class, and most important is their walk test as well as KCC's Q score was better in this patient. And what last week they presented in TCT was a randomized trial, the valve compared to the medical therapy. So it's same thing. TTVR plus OMT versus OMT. So why we talk about OMT? It's very important. Many times when you have given OMT, the symptoms get better. So you need to be symptomatic on therapy. Then you can get the valve. But see the primary outcome. It was a combined all-cause death, implantation of RVAC's device, transplant. But more important, if you see here, is readmission, hospital readmission, and KCC cure. And where did we actually make a difference? So a key important baseline characteristic. Look at atrial fibrillation. Almost 96% of the cases, or I would say 90% of the patients were already atrial fibrillation, and prior pacemaker about 30 to 40%. So many of the time, when there is a pacemaker, could the pacemaker lead cause that problem? So when you see these patients, very important, not only the interventionalist sees this patient, many times we have to get EP person involved to make sure what can be done regarding the lead, or subsequently, if they develop heart block, what has to be done. Like I told you, the AV node is very close to the tricuspid valve. That was what it is. So the new pacemaker implantation, which is very important, that the question always comes when you're talking to the patient, when they come to you, what are the risks involved? This is fairly a safe procedure, except the need for the new pacemaker. If you see here, up to 1 year at 30 days was about 15% and 17% later on, which is an important number to remember. And what do they need? So since they already were atrial fibrillation, they were on anti-thrombotic therapy, and if you see at baseline at 1 year, up to 97% continued on the anti-thrombotic therapy, because this is a right-sided valve, likely need anti-thrombotic therapy when it goes. So this is the fancy statistics they used to show that patients with valve replacement actually did better compared to just optimal medical therapy. No difference in the death, heart failure, or readmission, but the KCC Q score was definitely different, making it to New England Journal simultaneous publication. So that was the valve. And TriClip, so this was the presentation that actually happened again earlier part this year, which was, if you see here, they presented what is called as a randomized triclip to medical therapy, about 350 patients, 30 days. In the device group, significant decrease in the tricuspid regurgitation. Patient felt much better with their heart failure symptoms. Same with the death, heart failure, hospitalization, no difference, but KCCQ was improved in this patient when they were followed. One of our surgical colleague, Gilbert Tang, who is the director for structural heart, presented in TCT the 1-year data of the triluminate, and they used the full cohort. And I'll tell you what is full cohort. That was about 350 patients. This was about 572 patients. And with the same outcomes they looked at, and only improvement was KCCQ change at 1 year. So if you see here, TTVR approved in February of 2024, and TriClip was approved in April of 2024. So the question, who should get a TEER and who should get TTVR? And that is the question, I think, something we will always have in mind. So first thing is, once the diagnosis is made, you have given therapy to the patients, and echocardiogram is done. Most often, not just a transthoracic echo, TE will be required. So if your coaptation, means if you see here, the valve coaptation is smaller and your annulus is not too dilated, most important is you need to have good imaging for tricuspid. It's not that easy to see the tricuspid valve easily. If your image quality is bad, then we may think, can we do this procedure or no? And like I mentioned, you have the pacemaker lead. Then we need an input from our EP colleague to say, is that something we can clip around the pacemaker lead, or it need to be extracted and then done. If you have a larger annulus, okay, RV dilated, and if you see here the tethering of the leaflet with the subvalvular apparatus being involved, it's very difficult to go and grasp the leaflet to place the clip. In those kind of imaging is favorable for the valve. That's the kind of case that will be done with the TTVR. So one extra thing that we will need imaging for TTVR, we will need a CT scan exactly to get the annular size. So to not just seeing the patient, so when they come to see us in the office, all these tests have to be done and will be explained that this is how the procedures will be done. Lot of other devices in the market, and if you see here, the trials are ongoing. So whenever you keep coming next year, the following year, we will have updates of all the other devices that are up in the market. This is where we are. This is our last year's data, where we were first in the state with having done 113 total cases. So TriClip definitely will increase this year since the approval of the device. So it is not just doing the procedure, do it right and have low complication, which is always we as Sinai has focused on. If you see here, this is the national data compared to the nation, 81 minutes, we are less than them by 11 minutes in finishing this complex procedures. So very simple, a take-home message that tricuspid regurgitation is there, is common. I think now we know the therapy is available. We should look out for them. Most important reason, whenever patient come to see us, is they will ask you, okay, why I should go through this procedure? So important thing that we tell them is they're older, but they will have a better quality of life, that they can have better life with them, their grandchildren, or they are able to do whatever activity they wanted to do. We are not going to improve their survival. So if you see a same thing improving for quality of life, and the key focus is very important is medical treatment is there, and if medical treatment fails, then repair or replacement is available. Thank you for your attention. And then, like we did our top 10, we have our NYTV, which is December 5th, where we will be showcasing all these procedures that we just discussed, how these procedures will be done, and also at that time there will be a lot of lectures available. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Let's take the seat now. So we can invite now our all the speakers, and with the questions which I'm going to go through it, Maria and Akshay. Good. So, and Darren and Mark. Good. Okay, and make sure the questions keeps coming up while settling down. Okay, so while everybody's settling down, AK, you say, for patients with evoked tricuspid valve, what is the need and duration of anticoagulation or antiplatelet therapy? I know you did say about the anticoagulation, just we need to emphasize on that person again, that point. The anticoagulation and plus minus antiplatelet therapy for evoke, and how long?
Yeah, so anticoagulation, there was no pre-specified timing in the trial. Like I showed you that, majority of the patients were already on anticoagulation, and we should continue anticoagulation. We saw that was there for at least 1 year. Antiplatelet, at least aspirin you need. Now, if they have concomitant other diseases, which is CAD, PAD, all these things, and if they're already on, Plavix or any other stronger medication, then I think you should just continue that.
Okay. Very good. So then the question for patients with AFib and PVD on a full dose DOAC. If you have had a revascularization, can you stop antiplatelet therapy at some point?
That's a great question. I think many of us struggle with what to do with the combination of full dose anticoagulation and antiplatelet therapy, both for chronic coronary disease and peripheral artery disease. So can you drop the aspirin? Probably at some point. You could consider, depending on their bleeding risk, not in the immediate post-revascularization setting, obviously, but after a year or so, you might consider that. I personally, in patients who are not high bleeding risk and have a lot of athero, I actually continue an antiplatelet as well because I think the risk is high. But that's a very personalized decision, and we don't have a lot of data to inform us.
Actually, it's following up the same question, similar. Please comment on type and duration of antiplatelet agent after PAD stenting for A, chronic stenotic lesion, B, for acute thrombotic ones.
Yeah, so this is a challenge, I think, in the endovascular space. So if you're stenting for PAD, the practice has largely been aspirin and clopidogrel for largely stent protection or adverse limb event reduction for a period of 1 to 3 months. Some studies go out to 12 months or longer. There aren't a lot of data to necessarily support long-term use of that. The data for Voyager would show you that adding rivaroxaban reduces the risk of adverse limb events early and late on top of DAPT or monotherapy. And so based on those data, I usually would start all three if they're not a high bleeding risk, and then I would drop clopidogrel after about a month. We didn't see an excess bleeding for triple therapy for 30 days. For patients who come in with acute thrombosis, acute limb ischemia, it kind of depends why. A lot of those folks may have embolic disease from atrial fibrillation, and that's a totally different management. Sometimes we use therapeutic anticoagulation for a short period. We don't really know exactly how to manage them, depending on the etiology. Again, full dose anticoagulation. Otherwise, I would use the low dose Riva with aspirin and clopidogrel.
Okay. Akshay, the question for you is, what about this every 6 month anti-hypertensive injection? When do you think it will be available?
Yeah. So I think there's some regulatory hurdles to clear for some time. So right now the trials are all largely phase 2. There have been no long-term outcome trials conducted yet with this class. So we anticipate the next trial, the report will be the KARDIA-3 trial in the high-risk antihypertensive population, which I hope will report sometime next year. And then to follow, we anticipate that, assuming the readout from KARDIA-3 is good, that there'll be some follow-on cardiovascular outcomes trials. So it may yet be a few years, I'm afraid. But I think you'll want the additional safety data before we deploy the drug.
But I mean, it looks very promising, no? I mean, compared to our renal denervation, we decreased 5 points, 7 points, maybe 10 points, and this one quite sustained.
Yeah, no, I think the data are really encouraging, and I think that a lot of the fear that we had embarking on this program, which was that there would be catastrophic hypotension we couldn't rescue, or that there would be other irremediable side effects, severe hyperkalemia, worsening renal function that would then make us regret having given a long-acting agent. I think that hasn't been seen. Of course, we haven't treated a lot of very high-risk patients yet, so I think we need some data in people with CKD and other things. But I agree with you. I think the numbers are really quite impressive, and the preliminary safety profile, even on top of an ARB, which you may remember that in many of the trials of combination RAS antagonism, we've seen risks of worsening renal function, hyperkalemia, and we don't at least immediately see much difference in this combination with an ARB, even at high dose, against amlodipine or a thiazide. So I think that is at least a suggestion that maybe the renal safety is a little bit better, and whether that has to do with targeted hepatic effects, preservation of tissue-based RAS systems in the kidney, that's to be seen. But a lot of theoretical excitement.
Yeah, so as you know, the renal denervation is here to, we have started now, as of this month, I mean actually last month, there is some reimbursement code until now was not there. It's a catheter is 16,000 and it was not reimbursable, but now in selected patients, we'll start getting this. And we are doing about 3 to 4 cases. And there are 2 types of different catheters. The first one was Simplicity, which Dr. Deepak did the first trial, and it took us quite a while, but finally those denervations are approved. So Deepak, what do you think? Let's say the Giblistran is available versus what will happen to our renal denervation? Yeah, sorry.
I think that's really a great question. I think there'll be a world where there's room for both. You know, I think it's like in the interventional world, even though we've got statins and PCSK9 inhibitors, there are still patients that are needing stents, and even some that'll need bypass surgery. So I think in the world of hypertension, we'll probably move away from just everybody taking a bunch of pills, especially people with bad resistant high blood pressure, because in real life, nobody's taking, 5 different antihypertensives every day, let alone twice a day or 3 or 4 times a day. So for patients like that, I think it might be a baseline of an injection every 6 months, as Dr. Desai was mentioning, and then an add-on of renal denervation for those that don't do well with that. But I'm looking far into the future. There's a lot of things that need to happen because the antihypertensives we have right now, even though they're not so well tolerated, they're generic and therefore much easier to financially afford for the healthcare system.
Beautiful. Okay, so then a question for Maria. How reliable and useful are echo measurements of pulmonary hypertension and PVR?
Well, they are used usually as a screening tool to identify subjects that are at risk of having pulmonary hypertension. The main issue is that they don't provide information, but indirect information about the wedge measurements or the PVR. So ultimately, it's just still a screening tool. And we always have to do right heart catheterization. They can be very helpful in follow-up once we have established diagnosis to monitor patients and determine the risk profile.
Okay. So quite reliable. And I know until now we used to count, our cath reporting, and so 25 was the mean PA. We used to call it less than 25 for normal. Now it has become 20. 20. But only thing is, I tried to look into all that. I could not find what is the severe. Severe still remain 45 mean. Right. I could not find. I did all the literature search. Mean for pulmonary hypertension, the start to decrease to 20. Now, what is the severe pulmonary hypertension? They're all old, which is mean of 45 and above.
Right. I mean, I guess the key point is that we don't use this parameter to decide on therapy. So for us, what we determine is, what we use to determine how aggressive we are with the therapy is the degree of RV dysfunction. So, because you can have a very functioning RV that is able to maintain a good mean pulmonary arterial pressure and a good PVR, but a dysfunctional RV where, you obviously have a lower PVR and higher filling pressure. So really in the context of the day-to-day management, it's not something we use. It's more for descriptive purposes, yes. But I would say it's probably 45 still. Yeah.
Okay, Darren, very important question actually. That could have been my question. So we're still struggling with what should be the ideal hemoglobin A1C. Everybody is very aggressive, and some people say you should not be aggressive.
Yeah, so I've spent my career working in diabetes and spent my career trying to get the focus off of A1C and onto multifactorial cardiovascular risk mitigation. we don't have evidence that A1C management at any level favorably affects cardiovascular outcomes. It's very clear that it favorably affects over long time horizons microvascular disease. And so I think where the field has settled, and I agree with this, I actually was a reviewer for the ADA guidelines when they entered into this new domain where they give us some leeway to liberalize, as cardiologists, liberalize the A1C targets. And so since 2012, the ADA has suggested there are multiple patient factors that can contribute to your decision on your A1C target. If the patient is young, otherwise healthy, really engaged with their health care, you may target 6.5 or maybe even 6. As the patient gets older, comorbidities, especially advanced cardiovascular disease, the ADA now endorses an A1C target between 7 and 8. And in the document, they say perhaps even higher. And so I think where I settle is I'm perfectly happy around 7.5. I don't know that we should push lower. We do have the ACCORD trial where they intensified A1C target to a target of 6.5 and increased mortality. So I think we get to diminishing returns when we get below 7.5 or 7. But for the younger, healthier people, I think you fire away early. It's opposite statins, right? The healthier they are, the more aggressive you can be, and as they get less and less healthy, especially as their lifetime time horizon gets shorter than 10 years, where the microvascular disease risk mitigation may not be realized, is the time you can liberalize a bit, especially if the patient's experiencing hypoglycemia. I think we really want to avoid that unpleasant experience.
Those who remember from my last year's top 10, we actually, from our interventional database from Mount Sinai, we had a PCI association of A1C with the PCI outcome. And it turns out to be the sweet spot was 7 to 8.5. So less than 7 was higher mortality, more than 8.5, higher revascularization and MI. The sweet spot was 7 to 8.5. So I think it's more and more liberal. Rather than being strict, we are getting a little more liberal on that. All right, any other questions? Okay.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Desai. One of the biggest problems I've seen in managing hypertension is the elevated creatinine that you often get, obviously, especially in patients on ACE inhibitors, ARBs, and diuretics. Do you have any particular guidelines or cutoff points, or when it's just the cost of doing business and you have to accept it? How do you approach those?
Yeah, I think it's an important question. And I think I would just try to distinguish a little bit between small changes in creatinine on initiation of therapy and then more longitudinal trends in worsening of renal function over time. Because I think with many of these agents, particularly those active in the renin-angiotensin system, we've learned the same is true with SGLT2 inhibitors and perhaps also with mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists. We expect that on initiation of the drug, there'll be an acute drop in GFR, and in some sense, it's a marker more of adherence than it is of risk. And so I think the issue, though, is what happens with the patient with progressive renal dysfunction over time. And I think there's not a lot of great data about, when to stop or when to withdraw therapy. I think I'm become accustomed to tolerating a modest change, say a 0.3 milligram per deciliter change in creatinine in ineffectively treated patients. I think when the creatinine starts to deteriorate, and particularly if there's proteinuria or other things, then I think it's worth having a conversation with a nephrologist around how to balance the risk and benefit of continued therapy. But most of these therapies, it's really amazing. We now have data for ACE inhibitors down to an EGFR of about 30, and then finerenone, the trials enrolled patients down to an EGFR of 25. And SGLT2 inhibitors down to 25, certainly with comfort. And so there is this now increasing comfort in utilizing these agents in patients with established CAD, and now indications for treatment of CKD with SGLT2 inhibitors and even finerenone in the right population. So I think our tolerance for at least going through the therapeutic trial and then monitoring patients is getting better, but I'd be interested to hear from others. So.
One more question, yeah?
Yeah, Dr. Banaka am I mispronouncing it? No, it's fine. Yeah. All the way from Colorado and the new football coach who's getting all the publicity these days. But I won't ask you my question's not about neon, but my question's about, could you expand on what you told us in the middle of your lecture, that lipid lowering for the peripheral vasculature is different, in your opinion, than coronary vasculature. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the underlying biology is the same in that when you lower LDL and you treat these lipid-rich plaques, you have favorable remodeling. When I made a comment that there was a difference, for every trial where we've looked at these outcomes, and we'll be presenting data for bempedoic acid at AHA as a late breaker, and I won't comment on those data because it's embargoed, but at least for the PCSK9s, for ezetimibe and others, the hazard ratio, the benefit, relative benefit per milligram per deciliter LDL lowering is greater for limb outcomes than for MACE outcomes. And the reason I think is because there's just so much more lipid. Matt Budoff's group did the CT core lab with us for Voyager, and he said there's just an order of magnitude more non-calcified plaque in the aortoiliacs, and there's just a lot of lipid risk to modify. So they tend to be a very responsive group of patients. And so I think often, our vascular surgeons are, sort of they're on a statin and there's a bunch of other stuff going on. Maybe it's not going to have that much benefit here. It's really the opposite, actually, achieving a very low LDL in these patients with PAD. The MACE benefit is the same as the CTT for coronary patients, but it's the limb outcomes that are very modified.
Okay, so maybe I know you give the last answer to the question. Now you have two proven FDA-approved therapies, TTVR, TriClip, and the valve replacement. And patient seems to be good for both. It's not, I know clearly said which is good for TTVR, which is good for TriClip. So what should be the default therapy now for the tricuspid valve disease? Percutaneous, I meant.
I think all will be based on how great the imaging is. If we have a good TE image and we know we can see the valve pathology very well, clip is okay. Otherwise, we have started doing the valves also. So like we showed, it's always there is a learning curve, and hope we'll be able to do this procedure faster. But the drawback of that also, I have one thing I forgot to mention, length of stay. Majority of this patient, TAVR as well as CLIP, the length of stay is less than 2 days, average 1 to 1.5 days. Here, it's almost 3 days because of the, you have to monitor for a pacemaker, and if they need pacemaker, they need another pacemaker and maybe even the anticoagulation and long-term anticoagulation. So I think everything taken into account, it will be per patient therapy when we see them in the clinic.
And I can tell you the reflection of the great lectures and discussion is how many people, of course, those who are here, we are very thankful, but on the live stream, guess how many are? They're close to 1,000. What a great, superb. Thanks all of you for giving the great inputs. And then we complete this session and now left with my last lecture. Okay, so now top 10 trials of coronary intervention 2024. We give June, and then now this will be 50% different. What I showed in June, and all the references now will be of 2024. You'll have no reference of 2023. I always start my lecture with this, the tribute for coronary intervention to Andreas Grundzig, for which, because of him, we are here. As a father of angioplasty, as a dream was catheter-based percutaneous treatment of vascular disease in alert and awake patient. And with utmost, that's my addition to this, utmost safety, appropriateness, and ambulatory means it has to be needed. Not that because there is a lesion, that it has to be appropriate to do it. And many of these cases are done as an outpatient. So this is what we are going to do. Some trials which are kind of changing our practice of 2024. So it started with the mechanical circulatory support in cardiogenic shock. So ECLS and 2 trials there. These are the devices which we use for shock patient. Balloon pump, which is the oldest. Impala in the middle. There is another one used to be PTVA, which is a little complex, kind of more with very selected group. And then the cardio help, which is ECMO. Remember the ECMO used to think, oh, surgeon said to do it. No, it's a percutaneous. We do it in our cath lab. in high, and I made that high busy cath labs all should have ECMO, because any cath lab catastrophe, you can take care of it, stabilize the patient till ultimately surgical or some other intervention is done. So much so, I have my hospital in India, we have 2 ECMO machines. So any good hospital should have ECMO in the cath lab, because that's a life-saving. Now, 2 trials, 1 negative, 1 positive. One was the ECLS ECMO in the shock from Germany and Slovenia. They presented a 30-day data, and now the 1 year, that is whether ECMO helps patient compared to your routine treatment. And basically, answer is at 1 year, you can see identical, no difference between ECMO versus the control group. And this is like 30-day, and this is 1 year. Absolutely no difference. While you say that this is a device should improve life, but no. So, well, okay, maybe not the mortality. What about other points? The neurological, myocardial infarction, repeat revascularization, and answer to that is none. So, okay, it didn't help there. What about maybe those patients with the ECMO got a little more like quality of life measures, as you can see here, and that too also negative. So it turns out to be all the way negative of the ECMO in the cardiogenic shock patients, the way the trials done, which is the 2 trials were last year, which were negative for ECMO. But we had a 1 positive trial. And this is the trial, which is the danger shock. It started with Germany, Denmark, and then they needed a German because the trial was very tough to recruit. Took 10 years to complete. And the trial was the Impella, which we call it, like generic name is microaxial flow pump, compared to standard of care. Again, cardiogenic shock patient, and basically showed the difference. It was 180 days, 6-month data, that within few days, within 1 month, you start seeing the curve separation in favor of Impella compared to standard therapy, about 13% decrease in mortality, and this was a tremendous. It did come at cost of some. That is what? The cost basically was higher bleeding, higher limb ischemia, higher sepsis. Why? The catheter is 14.5, 15 French. Now we are working on to bring catheter 9 French. By next year, there will be 2 companies will be approved, and I'm PI of one of them, the 9 French catheter. So that will decrease many of these complications, and the absolute decrease of mortality of 13% may even become bigger. But also, therefore, very positive, and we keep using Impella more and more for patients with a cardiogenic shock. People used to believe that this may decrease the renal dysfunction, but did not happen in this trial. So this is also the trend showing the ECMO, balloon pump, and Impella. Overall, the balloon pump was balloon pump, but there is quite a big growth in the country. As you can see, this is basically a big Medicare database. Impella used quite a bit. ECMO, only problem is ECMO has yet to show any difference in outcome. Being used, but maybe we're using it too late. So that's the only question, that ECMO is used, numbers are increasing, but no clear-cut benefit of the device. Second, the procedural versus spontaneous MI that we always talk about. Then you do procedure, you have MI, you follow the patient have MI later on. That is the spontaneous, the differential mortality. This is a paper came out from our interventional database of Mount Sinai. The patients were followed. As you see, large number of patients, 11,000 patients. Those who had the chronic coronary syndrome, patient with acute MIs and so were excluded. And then we have patients who had after PCI, no MI, and some have procedural MI, 10% have procedural MI, and 89% are no MI, and then followed with patients who were spontaneous MI. So up to 1 year follow-up. So overall, correlated the troponin release. Less than 1 time troponin, 1 to 5, 5 to 35, more than 35. You clearly, more than 35 means really you created a bad PCI. And that happens in less than 1% of cases. So it does happen. It's similar to our CKMB of more than 10 times, which is what we used to do before. But then what basically, of course, these patients are different. Those who have procedural MI, they're more complex disease, multivessel, diabetic, more risk factor. But what very important observation came, that procedural MI What there is a big difference in, of course, no MI is in the blue, 1.4 mortality. If you have a procedural MI, mortality is 2.2. There's no difference, p-value, no difference. But if you have spontaneous MI, it is almost 3 times, 6.4%. So remember many of the interventional trials, they have higher procedural MI, but they're lower spontaneous MI, and the medical therapy group, like ischemia, higher spontaneous MI. So therefore, you follow those patients long term. Is the spontaneous MI will give you more trouble compared to the procedural MI. So why? If you take the individual, the 1 to 5, 5 to 35, as you can see here, the spontaneous MI is still showing the difference in terms of HR. But only when it is more than 35 times, the procedural MI comes in the equation. So basically means that the little troponin release after PCI, not bad. It is the spontaneous MI which really create the trouble of any level. So key is that not only doing the PCI, now you have to take care of the rest of the vascular bed with all the great things which we learned today in terms of secondary prevention. And this basically is a paper with the central figure. And so therefore, conclusion was, mortality at 1 year was significantly increased after procedural MI and spontaneous MI when troponin was more than 35 times, but less than that was only for spontaneous MI. You say, why? Why two things should be different? So I actually have some explanation. That is because procedural MI happens in the hospital monitoring. We all know some percent of MI present as arrhythmia. It's nothing to do with how extent the infarction is. So you happen in the hospital, patients will be saved. Then procedural MI may be reflection of the diffuse atherosclerosis rather than true myocardial injury. And same thing is many of the procedural MI is because of demand, patient tachycardic, hypertensive, and so. So most important, in my opinion, is the number one, and that's the reason. So at least actually there is a lot of emphasis going on in these trials of interventional versus non-interventional therapy, whether surgical or PCI, that procedural MI should not be counted, because this is just the part of doing the procedure, and it does not have a bad outcome. Then the latest data on the drug-coated balloon. Basically, what is the drug-coated balloon is, the drug is on this, the balloon, balloon is inflated, and the drug goes into the vessel wall, and it can be used for patients who have instant restenosis that already have DES, develop ISR. And then second is in the de novo, that you don't use the stent. Go away from the stent and just use the drug-coated balloon. The reason, all the drugs which we use for the DES all have been tried. And the favor that why the drug-coated balloon could be better, because short depth, you're not putting a stent. Then there is no chance of stent thrombosis. And also there is no additional metal, less inflammation, less side branch closure. So all those are theoretical benefit of the drug-coated balloon. So there were 2 trials, I would say, that actually one just recently presented is about the side branch, but I'm going to talk about 2 of them. One was for the ISR. This is the Boston Scientific agent drug-coated balloon compared to balloon angioplasty, 2-to-1 randomization, and showed that by using the drug-coated balloon, the TLR, need for another procedure, or MI rate, all decreases with the agent drug-coated balloon compared to your conventional balloon angioplasty. Yes, but the point is, what the trial did, they randomized the patients against balloon angioplasty. The guidelines are that when you have a DES restenosis, your first treatment is another DES. But that was not part of the trial. It was only the drug-coated balloon against the balloon angioplasty. But it was positive. That led to the approval by the FDA. Individual points here, and you saw it, there's no stent thrombosis. Then there was a second trial from China, very important, present in European Society, that is rack cage-free. Compare drug-coated balloon strategy compared to DES in the native vessel. All comers, so clearly this is a different trial, the different paclitaxel-coated balloon with slide, and Firebird was their sirolimus-eluting DES, took the non-complex lesion. Don't take very complex, but non-complex lesion. Why? Because they want to see that can drug-coated balloon alone work. You take very complex case, you know you are going to put a stent. But non-complex lesion, compare the drug-coated balloon against the drug-eluting stent, and basically what they found, as you see, individual endpoint of the primary, which we call DOCA, device-oriented composite endpoint, cardiovascular death, TLR, and myocardial infarction, all in favor of the DES. So DES was better, as you see in every aspect. So DES is the red, blue is DCB. So while the agent trial was in favor of drug-coated balloon, all of a sudden now, in the native vessel, you see it other way around. And actually, even mortality just made a p-value. And of course, yes, thrombosis rate was not different, and the bleeding was slightly higher in the DES group because you give longer antiplatelet therapy. So clearly, it seems to be that in a routine native vessel, drug-coated balloon was inferior to the drug-eluting stent. Now, second point is that was there a difference in terms of the vessel size? Yes. In a small vessel, there was no difference. You can see left side, 5.1 versus 4.4. But if you have the non-small vessel, large vessel, the drug-coated balloon had a 3 times higher event rate, 7.5 versus 2.5. So clearly, not in large, what we have been doing, continue doing the drug-eluting stent, and a small vessel, if some situation you want to decide doing the drug-coated balloon will be all right. So their conclusion was that DES should remain the preferred treatment for the patient population. And so next one is the imaging trial. There are a lot of imaging trials which I presented last time, and now there are few of them. Basically, that imaging adds to our angiographic interpretation. So we want to come up with the best results. We have been doing good angiogram and good results, but can you improve it further? And recent all data have shown that once you use imaging, takes some time, maybe a little cost, but you improve the outcomes. So all trials have consistently shown imaging, and then these are the physiological, which is FFR and IFR. All are incorporated in our daily armamentarium. We use them routinely to make the decision. So of the latest one is the OCCUPY trial, basically the trial from South Korea, OCT versus routine treatment in the complex cases. Complex was MI, CTO, bifurcation. So randomize them to the OCT versus angiographic guidance with a 1-year outcome. And basically, they have very good criteria of the OCT, that your stent has been fully expanded, no dissection. So very, I would say, intricate and the detailed analysis. And basically what it did, it showed significant reduction in all the endpoints with the OCT guidance versus angio guidance. You can see your MACE, your TVR, and no other difference in stent thrombosis and so. So basically what we learned, the OCT in complex lesion did better than just angiographic guidance. And now another point we found, that this is here, 7% in the angiographic, and with the OCT guidance was 5. But if you have good OCT, optimal OCT, which we call, they call basically the suboptimal OCT and optimal OCT, event rate was within this 5%, became 9 versus 3. So now you are saying that your good stent optimization, the OCT 7% versus 3%, significant improvement in outcomes, so decrease with the OCT and so. So therefore, the conclusion was that indicate the existence of a therapeutic benefit of OCT as an intravascular imaging technique for PCI guidance in patients with a complex lesion. There was another trial, which is basically the second trial of the Ultimate 3, where they did the imaging before the drug-coated balloon. So basically also showed that once you use imaging to get a drug-coated balloon procedure, the overall event rate was lower, although p-value was not significant, but lower in favor of the IVUS versus the angiography. Then we say, well, you are doing the imaging, now we're actually going to just angiogram QCA. So you're not putting any new device, just by QCA. And this is basically the data of the GUIDE DES trial, where the QCA guided showed similar data as the IVUS guided. So things are improving in this imaging field, and so forth. So what Greg Stone, who is with us, put all these things together with multiple the trials in the meta-analysis using the angio, OCT, IVUS, and the message is in this slide, that by using if you combine all the trials, many of the trials are not part of it, which I showed today, but this is up until earlier this year, that if you use imaging and just concentrate on this side, that you decrease overall event, target lesion failure, which is the death, MI, and revascularization. You decrease by 31%. death by 46%, MI by 20%, stent thrombosis almost 50%, and then, of course, the revascularization by 30%, 29%. So seems to be imaging. Then should it be IVUS versus OCT? The data are kind of similar. There is a trial called OCT-IVUS, which showed no difference, and so. So what happens in the America at present? Compared to many centers do a lot of imaging. At present, America, 29% of the PCI are being done with the imaging, and 75% are done with the IVUS and 25% OCT. At Sinai, we were very low in that number, but we are catching up there. We are 26% now as of the last quarter, and 90% we are using IVUS and 10% OCT, because OCT is just here to give a dye, so we are very much concerned about that. Okay, the next one is plaque modification imaging. So imaging, but does it help in the plaque modification? What does plaque modification mean? Usually, when we have blockage, we put a balloon, open the lesion, put a stent. But if you have calcific lesions, some bifurcation, occlusions, so you modify the plaque. And with plaque modification devices, we have a rotational atherectomy, orbital atherectomy, laser, and then we have IVL, which is the shock wave. So all those to modify our inelastic and calcific plaque before putting a stent. So question is, by using this modification strategy, the imaging, in these modification imaging trial, does it help? So there was a very nice trial called Target 3C. It has not been published yet, but it has been presented. The OCT guided, angio guided, and IVUS guided. So all the patients who have calcific lesion, moderate to severe calcific lesion, and using all three technology, could be IVUS, OCT, and angiography. And they basically showed that by doing this, stent area did not make any difference, as you can see here. Malapposition, this is all means that stent which is not fully opposed, and other complications by imaging did not make any difference when you did the modification of the plaque. So this is what the conclusion basically was, but there were some differences. And what were the differences? Basically, that once you use imaging, the late loss, that means that how much restenosis has taken place, is what significantly decreased in the OCT guided, and of course compared to angio guided, and there was slight difference, although non-significant, between OCT and angio. Then also the restenosis point of view, it's about no significant difference and so. So basically we learned that imaging, we always teach people that once you do complex case, you do a plaque modification, you use imaging, but this trial did not favor that, except some positive benefit were there, and you see the clinical endpoints, absolutely no difference, although numerically looks like in the IVUS and OCT was lower than the angio, but not a significant difference. Then there was a trial, let's compare all these three devices: rotational atherectomy, lithotripsy, which is the shock wave, and ELCA, which is the laser, and particularly in the calcific lesions. And this is basically showed that RA versus new technique, and if you cannot do, then you use a second device. Basically looks like that rotational atherectomy and IVL kind of were equal, but laser, if you compare with the laser, was inferior. And then also if you see the stent area, there are few individual points which were noted in the rotational atherectomy, IVL, and the ELCA. So it seems to be that although numerically was not different, the p-value wise, but seems to be that ELCA in overall, in the stent expansion and the minimal stent area was favored in the non-ELCA team, which is basically the rotational and the IVL. And therefore, it's basically, conclusion was that both techniques are similar, rotational atherectomy and IVL, but not the laser. Laser is inferior. Then we did the trial, which is using the rotational atherectomy for ISR. So I showed you the agent trial with a drug-coated balloon. And this trial showed basically using the rotational atherectomy versus a balloon angioplasty, there was no difference, actually rather negative in all the way. So rotational atherectomy with ISR does not work. The next one is the senior Rita trial, which is the invasive strategy for older MI patients. Remember, we learned quite a bit that patients with STEMI, they should do benefit by having a angiography and complete revascularization. But what about in the old patient? The trial done in the UK, senior Rita trial, which is the patients 75 years of age, non-STEMI. If you're STEMI, yes, PCI. go for intervention. But what if you're non-STEMI? And we know that non-STEMI, there is a totally different genome phenotypes. So usually patients are more heart failure, elderly, debilitated, multiple comorbid conditions, which we know otherwise non-STEMI versus STEMI characteristics. So therefore, these guys said, you know what, let's see that in non-STEMI and old patients, should we leave it alone by medical therapy or should we take them to the cath lab? Okay, so this basically was the trial of the 6 and 1 month and then 5-year data of the invasive treatment versus conservative treatment. And of course, conservative can always get invasive if they become unstable. And what they found, that in the invasive group, 90% patient went for angiography, majority were radial. But look at that, revascularization was done only in 50%. Why? Because those were very diffuse disease or the LV dysfunction. So whatever the reason was, they did go for cath as planned, but only half they got the revascularization because small vessels or whatever reason, there are a lot of regions why, particularly based on the lesion, revascularization was not done by the interventionalist. And in the conservative group, about 6% went for angiogram. So this is what we had at the base. Now, with that information, what was the outcome? And you see here, death or MI at 5 years, 4.2-year follow-up, absolutely no difference. In old patients, 75, non-STEMI. Individual endpoints are right here, death, MI, revascularization, slightly favor the invasive strategy, we understand, because patients who did not have initially may require later, but that did not have any cost of the death, MI, stroke, or bleeding point of view. So seems to be that elderly patient, non-STEMI, can be managed. So nothing wrong in, now there is a robust patient, didn't have much in terms of otherwise. They went through the, the frailty score and all that, but some patients, of course, will benefit. But as such, we can make a point that an elderly patient with the non-STEMI, invasive strategy did not result in a significantly lower risk of cardiovascular death or non-fatal MI than a conservative strategy over a median follow-up of 4+ years. Very important. Then, the Sydney 3 study, this question comes up. I know some little bit earlier also, that if you use one drug against DAPT, ticlopidine or clopidogrel post-PCI. This is a PCI patient, not the PTA. So we have 6 trials where there is a very discontinuation of the DAPT 1 to 3 months of these trials of the DAPT was 12, means 2 antiplatelet therapy. And then ticagrelor monotherapy in 80 to 200 patients. Twilight is the big one. Clopidogrel monotherapy in 36%. Prasugrel monotherapy is kind of not counted because we don't have much data on that. This is basically all the trials which have been done, and the Sydney 3 put it together. That if after you need to give one drug and you can compare against the DAPT, that you take a ticagrelor monotherapy, no difference in primary endpoint, but there's significant decrease in bleeding. So the NACE is in favor of the single antiplatelet therapy. So with that note, we actually have started using after 1 to 3 months, and those are the guidelines now. That 1 to 3 months later, you can make it a single antiplatelet therapy and take away the aspirin. Aspirin was the culprit. So this looks good for our ticagrelor. But what about clopidogrel? So let's look at the clopidogrel, that there is an event you hear, p-value 0.13, which is that you start having some event. So it is just lower, but you cannot say what we saw in the previous slide. So therefore, and then of course the bleeding was lower. And therefore basically was that that seems to be that we have solid data that you want to make single antiplatelet therapy after 1 to 3 months of discontinuation of the aspirin. It should be Brilinta compared to our clopidogrel. So basically they said the systemic review meta-analysis found that ticagrelor monotherapy was non-inferior to DAPT for all-cause death, MI, or stroke, superior to major bleeding and NACE. Clopidogrel monotherapy was similarly associated with reduced bleeding, but was non-inferior to DAPT, and so. So therefore, if one drug, it should be your ticagrelor. Then there's some data on the FFR trial, the FAME trial, 3-year follow-up, some complexity in the flower MI 3 years, what it is. Remember that FAME 3 trial was patient with a 3-vessel disease without left main, FFR-guided PCI, or went for CABG. And we have 1-year data, and now we have the 3-year data, which was in 96% of cases, and basically showed that the CABG benefit sustained in terms of death, MI, and stroke, and repeat revascularization, significantly lower in the CABG group compared to the PCI group. As you can see here, 3 endpoints, p-value of 0.07, individual endpoints are here, no difference in stroke. Now, within this, they found that patients who had a lower syntax score, PCI did better. Who had higher syntax score, CABG did better. In the intermediate group, which is 23 to 32, both still CABG did slightly better, and so. So within that analysis, recently the data came of that FAME-3 trial that what if the cutoff of the low number used to be 22, but what if you go to number 25 or 26? So more patients can benefit from the PCI, can be look into it, and then second is the functional syntax score where the FFR has been done. So what we learned basically in this is that the cutoff which used to be 22, in terms of the PCI benefit, it may not be there, it may be probably 25. And this basically, the analysis of this paper was that rather than 22, if you go to further up, you still have a benefit of PCI, and that's what they said. Patient with multivessel disease without left main, PCI and CABG outcome remain comparable up to a syntax score value in the mid rather than low 20s, not 22, 25, which allows the identification of greater proportion of patients in whom PCI may be reasonable alternative to CABG. Then the second was 3-year outcome. Of the STEMI patients, complete revascularization using with the FFR guidance, the FLOWER MI trial, the FFR guided, angiographic guided, and basically showing at 3 years absolutely identical outcome. So FFR guided did not pose or give any advantage, and rather, actually in some places you may say a little disadvantage. This is the FFR guidance. As you can see, the red height of the red bar, recurrent ischemia. Like there is a trend towards higher recurrent ischemia hospitalization in the FFR guided. So therefore, patients with multivessel disease, in STEMI patient, FFR guidance did not do any benefit, even at 3 years. Now there are 2 trials, FLOWER MI and FRAME MI. I think if you put it together, you can just say that FFR guided does not have any advantage. So if you do multivessel PCI in patients with a full revascularization in STEMI patient, you go by angiogram, more than 70% lesion, it's okay to go PCI. You do not need any additional testing to do your procedure. Then we actually, while the United States also comes with a guideline, Europeans are way ahead of us, at least 2 to 3 years ahead of us. They came up with the latest guideline of the ESC, update in management of chronic coronary syndrome, the stable angina we used to call, or stable ischemic heart disease, that has been changed to now chronic coronary syndrome versus acute coronary syndrome, ACS versus CCS. And they have actually important point that we always used to just concentrate on the MI caused by the epicardial vessel occlusion. But we also learn now there is a microvascular. How many times we patients have normal coronaries continues to have chest pain? And many of them actually come with a myocardial infarction, but epicardium is good. So that is the lot of emphasis on these guidelines as the mechanism of MI, not only just the structural, but vasospastic disease, microvasculature, and of course, the arterial remodeling, and some type 2 MIs and so. So some of the important guidelines was that there was some question already came up. The CCTA has become the class 1 indication for screening patients who have disease. And then, of course, patients who have clear-cut disease, you have high likelihood, go for direct angiogram. You don't need to go with the many functional testings and see. Here, the patient with the invasive coronary angiography is preferred who are very high pre-test likelihood, low threshold angina, findings suggestive of poor prognosis. Don't waste time. Go to direct angiogram. Other patients, then of course you based on the testing, you can decide CCTA has taken a prime, I would say, place in screening these patients as shown in this further diagram. Now, second, which I mentioned earlier, the hard team discussion in any complex case is the Every guidelines are suggesting that, and also the imaging, which I mentioned earlier, now has become class 1 indication. We don't have that in the United States yet, not of Europe in our ACCHA guidelines. But based on the immense the trials and number of data, the imaging has become class 1 indication, particularly in the complex cases of the bifurcation, left main, long lesions, and total occlusions, and so. And then lastly, that very important, that choice of the revascularization modality. Look at this. It is recommended that physicians select the most appropriate revascularization modality based on patient profile, coronary anatomy, procedural factor, EF, and patient preference and outcome expectations. Because many people know, many doctors know that this patient, even if 55, left main, bad disease, 3 vessel, not going to go for surgery, don't force him. Because the patient choice is very, very important. Now, as long as interventionists say, you know what, if my complication will be much higher, I'll kill the patient on the table, it's a different story, which will not happen at Sinai. But key is, unless than that, if patient wants it, that's okay. After you have a heart team discussion, and we actually published our paper also, that although those patients will have slightly higher complication compared to the guideline, but this is what is done. Almost 50% of patients go against the guideline recommendation, and which is we follow them. Another point happened, that patient with the unprotected left main disease, simple cases, they become class 1 indication. This is antiplatelet therapy, which have been spoken about. And then people always ask, I need to do some exercise. What it is? Aerobic physical activity, at least 150 to 300 minutes per week of moderate intensity, or 75 to 150 minutes per week of vigorous intensity. So kind of 30 minutes, in rough, 30 to 30 minutes. If you can do 5 days or 7 days, that's good. That keeps you healthy. And of course, a lot of emphasis on your behavioral approaches, do yoga, healthy lifestyle. And I know Anu is very big on that eat the good, non-junk food, although in cath lab we have a lot of junk food, which is a different story. The other point is, as I mentioned, the drug-coated balloon. The DES is recommended over drug-coated balloon for restenosis and then arterial bypass. There is a new device. They actually went to the 2B already, called coronary sinus reducer stent, which we're doing now. Very small number. Cosira device goes to the coronary sinus, decrease some angina. We are not very happy with the results, but yes, this has been as a part of the recommendation. And another important was those ANOCA and INOCA, which is non-obstructive coronary arteries, patient angina versus ischemia. There's a lot of emphasis on that you need to do analysis, microvascular assessment, and this is where being done in our lab. Joe Sweeney has a whole dedicated program for this assessment of this. And also that we have to be more diverse in all types of patients, whether older, female, social, geographic, under-investigated groups, that medical, that all treatment should be equal. And that we all learn about this thing. Then adherence. The disease, healthcare provider, patient therapy, and healthcare system, the multiple tasks by multiple people to really come up with the adherence of the therapy, not just start it, but adhere it. So top advance it still remains mine, the PREVENT trial. And what is PREVENT trial? It's the PREVENT PCI for vulnerable plaque. So there is a trial called Combined OCT FFR. So I'll take you 1 minute, because this is the whole which I'm going to show next 2 minutes is based on this concept. That you have the blockage, diabetic patients, they did the FFR of the lesion. And you have FFR less than 0.8, should get PCI. Everybody knows that, right? They do better. Now your FFR is more than 0.8. But we know that more than 0.8, the event rate is not 0. There's still some event rate. But what if we can divide in those, do the OCT in those cases, and you find out that there is a TICFA, which is the thin cap fibroatheroma, or those do not have TICFA. TICFA negative and TICFA positive. So guess here, this is the PCI which needed. If you didn't, you have TICFA positive, that red. Did not do PCI. Guess what happened? Event rate at 6 years, 24, almost twice than what you did the PCI for. So you say that maybe this group is vulnerable. This is a trouble. And this we, as interventionists, have been thinking for years, that what if we can make a complication of PCI very low, maybe we can improve the life of these patients. And that is what exactly this trial was. Done in Korea, that preventive PCI versus optimal medical therapy alone for treatment of vulnerable atherosclerotic plaque prevent multi-center open-label randomized trial. This started with Korea. There is some other centers, the Japan, New Zealand were, and they define the vulnerable plaque by 4 characteristics: MLA less than 4, plaque burden more than 70, TICFA by OCT, which we saw, or by radiofrequency IVUS, or lipid-rich plaque on NIRS. These are the definitions. And so, and they basically, based on those who have a positive, with the vulnerable plaque, 1 or more feature, could have 1, could have 4. They were randomized to, it started with the BVS, later on, with the bioabsorbable stent, but that disappeared later. So DES versus medical therapy, and follow these patients up to 2 to 7 years. And basically, very important, everybody has a great medical treatment of the risk factor reduction. As you can see, LDL, BMI, systolic blood pressure, smoker, A1C, all were very well controlled. Angina status, as you can see here, the slightly kind of not much different between 2 groups, but seems to be always in the PCI group, that lower degree of the class 1 angina. But this is where the crux is. The preventive PCI versus optimal medical therapy, primary endpoint decreased almost by 3 points, death decreased by 2 points, p-value just made it 0.35 to 106. Remember, we do so many things to decrease the mortality by 1%. Then any MI, any revascularization, hospitalization for unstable angina, composite endpoint, all in favor of preventive PCI. So a lot of people say, you know what, I'm making too much out of it. They did unnecessary stenting, because in this group, 807.90 stents were placed, and in this one, OMT, at a follow-up, 41 stents were placed in another 2 years, so because those who start having symptoms. So we are comparing here about 780 stents versus 41 stents, but I say understand. But did stenting cause any harm? And the answer in this slide is no. The first thing we want to do is no harm. We did that. Second, did the patient benefit? Because there are some data, anecdotal data, small non-randomized data, that those cases, if you don't fix it, they have high event rate. And it was shown here. And this was only, and then the other endpoints, ischemia-driven TVR, look at the significant difference, and then no difference in stent thrombosis, no difference in bleeding or stroke. So overall, it seems to be favored the preventive PCI, and it was only possible because the PCI complication was less than 1%, 0.4. If this would have been 3 or 4%, then of course negative. So we perfected the PCI before testing this concept that yes, preventive, the PCI in these cases may help, and you see the individual endpoints on the right side. And so basically, this was the conclusion that given the PREVENT is the first large trial to show the potential effect of the focal treatment for vulnerable plaque, these findings support consideration to expand indication for PCI to include non-flow limiting high-risk vulnerable plaque. This is, to me, conclusion which Lancet is a very high-impact journal. They let this conclusion come. I think it was a little very aggressive conclusion, because this is one trial only. There are 3 trials in the making. The one is the combined intervene trial based on the OCT, and they have the whole criteria. Then follow up these patients. In second is the interclima trial, this patient in acute coronary syndrome. And the lastly, patient with the MI, with a multi-vessel. The criteria are different, but all focusing on that you do not need to do PCI in one group based on the available data, but you have some measure of their vulnerability. Is PCI going to improve their outcome? Will take us another 2 years. But with these numbers of another 3,000-4,000 patients, I think we will have some answer, and then maybe the conclusion of the Lancet conclusion of the PREVENT trial may be correct. So let me sum it up now, which I say always the central illustration, what I have spoken last 30 minutes, 35 minutes. 1, ECMO in cardiogenic shock, ROTA in instant restenosis, drug-coated balloon large native vessel. No good. Should not be done. Then FFR-guided PCI in multivessel STEMI, invasive strategy in old non-STEMI, and laser in calcific lesion, one thumb down. Cabbage over FFR-guided PCI, increased mortality with the spontaneous or procedural MI. I think a lot of understanding and better. Then Impala in cardiogenic shock, IVL and or rotational atherectomy in calcific lesions, ticagrelor versus clopidogrel alone over DAPT, and 224 European Society guideline for CCD. I would say 2 thumbs up. Then DCB in ISR, imaging, OCT or IVUS in complex lesion and plaque modification guided PCI, 3 thumbs up. And I would say that I was earlier used to make 4 thumbs, but I made it 3.5. A little small, because a lot of criticism. I said, okay, I had never given anybody 4 thumbs up in my 25 years, so I am not giving 4, I am making 3.5. With that, we prevent trial to make us the better interventionalists and improve patient survival. And thank you very much. And I can take questions, and then soon we will have the raffle draw. Kim will come up with this, and someone will have to go home with the iPad. Any questions? Yes. I put it here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so question was there any difference in these TICFA patients in terms of various baseline lipid parameters and so? So LDL, LP little was not there, but LDL, A1C, they were all equal in both the groups. But yes, I'm sure those patients who are higher LP little A's and have uncontrolled segment, those will have higher the plaque rupture, the TICFA. But we took all patients who were TICFA. Remember, we did not take the patients who did not have TICFA. These all patients had TICFA. Within that TICFA, you aggressive medical therapy, or you put a stent. So all were. So what were the baseline characteristics of the patients who did not have TICFA? That we do not know. That's not part of this analysis. We all know that who will have it. We all know that the patients who are uncontrolled diabetes, hypertension, smoker, those are the ones who will have higher TICFA. Now, there is a lot of criticism also that TICFA basically was diagnosed with the true TICFA is on the OCT. OCT was only 10-12% of cases. Majority were done with the IVUS and with the MLA and so. But whatever it is, the trial basically was to answer the question that should preventive PCI will help it. Answer is looks like, but 3 other trials, because we don't change our practice based on one trial, we always wait. Because some trial always happens, one trial is positive, other is negative. So do what? So that's what we are going to wait for.
And how long these patients were on high-intensity?
Yeah, so question was, the average lipid level was about 66 in these 2 groups, and they actually have the exact number. High intensity defined, I think, about 56 or 54%, but they were equal in both the groups. So those were very aggressively treated. All were aggressively treated, but they were equal in both the groups. But high now, they did not have a LDL of 50. That's true. But remember, our earlier guidelines were 70. When the trial started 7 years ago, guidelines were 70. So they met those criteria, that it was less than 70, but not 55. All right, with that note, let's see. Okay, if they have the coupon, I'm going to read only last 3. One is 603. 603. All right, in the first shot. All right. Okay, this is the iPad here. All right. Okay. Oh, yes, the shot. They're very good. All right, with that note, I really thank Dr. Bhatt. The agenda, I actually didn't say, later on I realized. Until now, the Jagat Narula used to do this top 10, decide all the topics and invite all our faculty. Dr. Bhatt, I'm so indebted to him for increasing the level of this top 10 and bringing all the great speakers. And of course, next year we have date yeah, October 17th, because this one was a little, happened because of some Jewish holidays, some this holidays. So that time will combine, we used to do, and of course, STEM Laracus is there. We have done traditionally the Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, the ECHO conference. So all will be combined. We'll go back to the same, that the one Friday will be top 10, and then followed by Saturday, Sunday of the ECHO conference. So you'll be hearing it in next few months. And thank you very much. Have a great day.